नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिव समारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि पराशक्तिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all. I welcome all the living Hindus, practicing Hindus from all over the world. I welcome all the Sarvanyapita Kartas, Yajamans, Manifestors, Sarvavarityagis, Shri Mahans, Mahans, Kotari, Tanedar, visitors, viewers, Kayakalpa Yoga participants, KAILASA's e-Gurukul students, NHU students, and all the Paramashivam Season 4 participants, everyone sitting with us on KAILASA TV, KAILASA's Nithyananda TV, KAILASA's HN TV, KAILASA's Enlighten app, and other social media platforms. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. Paramashiva's direct message from KAILASA. Absolute unclutching is the extremely enlightening fuel for your life. Understand? Fundamentally, your consciousness. What excites you, what triggers you into action, what makes you fully alive, awakened, that is your resource, your fuel. Listen, your fuel. Need to be right and pure. Please listen. If you use the right fuel, right resource to excite you, inspire you, energize you, you will have respect for yourself. You will have respect for yourself. I tell you. If you use meat as fuel for your body, slowly but very definitely, even you will lose respect for yourself. If you use alcohol to pass your time, to pass your life, even you will not have respect for your life. Hey, to be deluded in alcohol, why should you assume even one body? You asked Paramashiva and Paramashiva gave you this body. If you are deluding yourself in alcohol and keeping you dull, passing your life, it is absolute abusal of your body. And Paramashiva, who gave you this body, come to basic understandings and integrity. Listen. If you come to basic understanding and integrity, your life will be beyond your body. I am telling you. Sri Chidambara and Ma Premaya in Dubai, their father passed away. But every day he is sitting in the room for the satsang. And I am telling you, every day he is there. As usual, how he sits, he is sitting there, attending satsang sincerely. Because body is no more binding factor for him. He became so intensely connected to me. His body was not binding him anymore. I tell you. Reach a space where your body never binds you. Body should not be binding you. The fuel you use decides your future. Let unclutching, intense unclutching, be the fuel for your consciousness. Listen to every statement I am uttering. Use this lockdown period all over the world. Change the fuel for yourself. You may be using wrong fuels in the past. Now, this lockdown period is the best time to shift the fuel for your system. I tell you. Nirahara Samyama itself is to change the quality of the fuel. Change the fuel. I want you to know, if you feed right fuel to your consciousness, that will naturally manifest as powers, health, energy, strategy, intensity, wealth, enlightenment, all the auspiciousness. All you need to do is change the fuel for your consciousness, prana for your consciousness. I am so happy all over the world. Thousands of people are sitting unclutched. We already made 4,41,000 minutes, people sitting unclutched all over the world. We need to reach out to every individual and make every individual understand unclutching should be. Unclutching should be your source, resource and fuel. Your source, resource and fuel. Understand? Your source, resource and fuel. "42 Apat Sannyasis are conducting from all over the world. I want all these Apat Sannyasis also to collect all my satsangs on unclutching. How to make the unclutching easy experience, Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Collect all these satsangs and share. I tell you, unclutching is the most powerful and universal. Whatever may be your religious background, you will not have resistance for unclutching. It is too easy. Whatever may be your jati, varana, religious background, race, gender, anything, the unclutching will not have resistance. It's too smooth. You can just experience. I tell you. I really want to tell you. Unclutching is the most easiest, powerful and universal way of manifesting the state of Paramashivam. We should collect all the satsangs I have given on unclutching. I think from 2005 I started teaching, revealing this science of Nirvikalpa Samadhi to the whole world, the unclutching to the whole world. I have given a detailed, at least 100 hours of satsangs on various aspects of unclutching and various methods to unclutch. I request every one of you to watch this satsang sincerely. This at least 100 hours. All the Apat Sannyasis can do a compilation of this 100 hours of unclutching satsangs, Nirvikalpa Samadhi initiation. And share it with every participant who is participating in this Nirvikalpa Samadhi Jnana Yajna. Understand? Make the unclutching as your fuel for life. I tell you, It will be such an extreme, exciting, enlightening lifestyle. Nothing will disturb you or shake you. You can reach this tinyurl.com/unclutching. I think the spelling needs to be corrected. I tell you, ginger will melt all the fat in the liver. Unclutching will melt all the karmas, toxins on your bioenergy. You will have the most purest body and mind. If you add unclutching as your fuel. I have elaborately explained this process of Nirvikalpa Samadhi and unclutching. And I tell you, it's a unique contribution of Paramashiva through this body, through this being. Watch these unclutching videos. Learn the process of Nirvikalpa Samadhi, manifesting Paramashiva's state. This is the foundation for any spiritual seeker to manifest the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and KAILASA of Paramashiva. Understand? same unclutching makes you work and be active in hundreds of dimensions of life, simultaneously, spontaneously, cohesively. Listen, very cohesively. People who lived around me, they know at a time I can handle 50 different departments, heads, giving them instructions and receiving updates from them and giving them further instructions. Whether it's a ritual department or sacred arts department or vision department or garden department, all the ministers can be at a time around me. I can remember for each department the instructions I gave from 2001 and repeat verbatim. Multi-dimensions of your being will work spontaneously, intensely, cohesively, coherently, without getting overlapped or confused. Listen. The racist devils, the racist terrorists can never understand the power of unclutching. That's why they are afraid of Hinduism. Hinduism teaches this unique science of Nirvikalpa Samadhi, from where all knowledge, all the best things opens. I tell you, like ginger melts the fat on your liver, unclutching melts all the toxins in your system. Use unclutching, radiate the state of Paramashivam. That's the essence of today's session. Today, let us dedicate our time and energy to watch unclutching satsangs and share it with the whole world. The unclutching satsang. So, with this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, casting, living Shuddhatvaita Saivam. The state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and Kailasa of Paramashiva. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. The eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful. You all have reached enough level of completion to mirror exact the neuron activity happening in my brain. So understand, please listen, all of you have reached enough level of completion to mirror whatever is happening in my brain, the neuron activity. Now, when I am narrating this experience, I wanted to tell you with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching and causing. I'll tell you the exact truth. As it happened, authentically. When I am going to narrate, that same experience I will be letting it happen in my brain. I will be letting that same experience, that same neuron activity happen in my brain. So just sit and listen from the space of feeling connection. You will see the same neuron activity just mirroring in your brain. Understand? All of you are clear? Please listen. It was around the age of 11 and a half, before my enlightenment experience, maybe 11. One day, as usual, I was going around the temple. Actually, temple was the place I was brought up, literally brought up. That is why some of our ashramites and swamis trying to buy the house in which I was brought up. They were trying to buy the house. I said, if you have to make a memorial for the place where I was brought up, where I was born can never be bought because it's a government hospital. If you have to make a memorial in the place where I was brought up, you should make the memorial in the temple, not in the house I was brought up, because I spent more time in the temple than the house I was supposed to be brought up, the house where my parents were staying. The moment I remember the temple, the joy experience, I can say that the temple was the place, everything for me in my life. So early morning, 4:30, the temple elephant will carry the water pot for the deity's bath, sacred bath. It will go crossing the street where we used to live. From my family temple, it will go to the main temple. My whole family and the community was very closely associated to temple and its administration. So from my family temple, that water pot will go every morning on the elephant. They will be beating the drums and all that. The moment I hear that sound, actually I would have woken up much earlier, but the moment I hear that sound, I'll be joining the team and going and opening the temple. And the night, when the deity is put to bed, only then I will come, and then after that I have 2-3 other appointments, going and seeing Ram Surat Kumar, spending little time with him in the cremation ground. He used to live in the cremation ground for quite a long time. Then he moved near the temple on small house. Wherever he is, I'll go and sit with him and spend time with him. And then late night, I'll come back to the house. So one day, when I was going around the temple, behind the main shrine, there is a small 4-pillared hall structure. And below that structure, there is a small kind of a cave structure. That's also a small 2-pillared structure. It can be said as cave, looks like cave. Suddenly I saw one young sadhu walking out of that cave place. This is the small cave out of which that young sadhu walking out. See this 4-pillared structure and the small 2-pillared structure. From that small 2-pillared structure, one young sadhu walked out. I used to think it was a cave because of the darkness inside. Young sadhu walked out. If I have to describe his beauty and grace, young, well built, a long hair with the sacred ash on the face and kumkum and rudraksha, only one dhoti in the hip and only one towel on the shoulder, bare chest, whole body was literally shining. Shining means really shining. Glowing in the golden color. Maybe I can equate this photograph. I can't say exactly like this photograph because in this photograph they painted him more bluish. When I saw him, it was not bluish. It was more a golden color And there was no snake around his neck or a moon around his neck. Just a very normal human form, but an extraordinary grace. The towel was only up to the lower knee level, not the whole dhoti, lower knee level, and one towel on the, you can't call that as a full dhoti. Little smaller than dhoti, and one towel on the shoulder, Rudraksha. Rudraksha in the hands also, shining. Hair was left free, but it was so beautiful, you can feel it is almost like a Dakshinamurti's jata. It was standing on its own beautifully. Long hair. And the main thing I have to tell, wide smile. The moment I saw him, I went and touched his feet. Any sadhu I see, I'll go and touch the feet, and now such a graceful sadhu. I ran and touched his feet. He smiled at me and very loving way just put his hand on my head. First sight itself, I experienced that deep feeling connection. Such a strong, deep feeling connection. As usual, I have regular questions for any sadhus I see. You are from where? Who is your guru? And what do you do? Have you achieved enlightenment? In Tamil I used to ask, Atma Sakshatkar Ayiricha ungalukku? Means have you achieved the enlightenment experience? And can you teach me? My usual questions. I started asking some my same usual questions. He smiled and he started answering. Other than the question, who is your guru? He answered everything. And then some ordinary topics. Those days the ordinary topics means what? When is the next Utsavam in the temple? Why are they not putting enough flowers on the deity nowadays? Which Utsavam, when they are celebrating, why they are celebrating, why they are not celebrating. These are our gossips. The whole city will have gossip only about temple. Whether you talk good things or bad things, it will all be about temple. Good things will be, oh, nowadays lot of crowd is coming for the temple. Bad thing will be, why they are not maintaining the temple properly. That's all will be the maximum rumor, gossip we know. And all these small talks I was having. He was also sitting and having all these small talks with me. And who is who in the town, who is doing what. Tell her to wake up. Please sit straight, don't miss initiation, such an amazing moment, don't miss, please sit straight. So he was having all small talks with me. I was also having small talks. I still remember. I even spoke about one temple priest having an affair with a temple dancer girl. No. He spoke even about those things to me. I still remember. He was telling, do you see this big street Brahmin continuously going to that 4th street? Why is he all the time going there to her house? I said, yes. And he goes there and directly comes to temple also. Doesn't even go to house and takes bath. We were having all these small talks. I still remember in Tamil he was telling, Patya, அந்த பெரிய தெரு குருக்கள் ஒத்த வடத்திற்கு வாரம் போயிட்டு வரார் பத்தியா. So all these small talks were also we were having. I don't know how, the day one itself we became so intimate, so close. It's not that he spoke only about Vedanta, enlightenment, the techniques to achieve enlightenment and science of enlightenment, Advaita. He even spoke who is going with whom, who is doing what. Somehow I became very close, intimate. Within one day, if I have to give the essence of my first meeting with him, I won't call Advaita, I won't call enlightenment, I won't call spirituality, I won't call I met a guru and all that. I'll only say, essence of that first day meeting is friendliness. He radiated. God. The amount of friendliness I felt with him, that love I felt with him. Love is a too poor word, stupid word sometimes. Friendliness, that seems to be more right word. Friendliness to the extreme, to the extent, even when I am sitting next to him, I'll feel like I'll put one of my finger on him, on his body, on his leg, or on his hand. I'll just put one of my finger on him. Just want to be touching him. Or I'll just hold his little finger. I'm sitting and talking. One thing I wanted this to be on record. I don't want to say only I saw him, because when I was sitting and talking, the watchmen who walk in that area, or one or two people who come there to fetch water from the temple tank, they all did not look at me very weird. See, if I was sitting and talking alone, they would have looked at me very weird. They did not look at me very weird. The way they looked at me, I am sure he was seen even by them, not just by me. This sadhu whom I am talking about, he was not just seen by me, even they have seen him. I don't know how they saw him, but they were not looking at me weird. See, if you are sitting alone and talking, people who walk around, they will naturally look at you weird. You will know by how they see you, they are looking at you weirdly or just casually. I don't remember any of them talking to him or he talking to them back. But I remember very clearly few people were walking. Many times when I was sitting and talking with him, few people will walk here and there. They won't look at me like I am sitting alone and talking. They will just see as if two people are sitting and talking, and they will walk. They will go. And I have also not seen anybody coming near me or near him out of curiosity and trying to touch his feet and all that. Usually when the people see the sadhus, they will try to come and touch the feet. That I have not seen. But I remember People not looking at me weirdly. The exact spot where he was sitting and I was sitting with him and speaking, you can see. That's the exact spot where he used to sit. I used to sit and speak. He will sit on the step where I am sitting now, and I will sit one step below. Sometimes he will sit the upper step, one step above. I will sit where I am sitting now. But in these few steps only we will usually sit. And those days that grill gate was not there. The gate was, I think, different, maybe wood. I don't know. I don't remember now. But I don't think it was a grill gate. Anyhow, this is where we used to sit. So the day one, the essence from my memory I can collect, the essence of day one's meeting was extraordinary friendliness. It was not all about Advaita, all about spirituality, all about enlightenment. Even though my questions were all about enlightenment, he was not speaking only about enlightenment. He was making jokes, comments, funny observations about various things. I am not able to remember that every statement by statement, sentence by sentence, but one thing I can recollect is that extraordinary friendliness he radiated and the space he gave me. I did not even feel like asking him when I started holding his toe or his little finger. I slowly put my hand on his toe and see how he responds. And I have never seen him resisting, so I'll just hold his toe. I used to think the more you are touching his body, more energy will pass. Like electricity connection. That's the belief I had, and he was so friendly. Not only he did not resist, he entertained. That's the exact word I should say, he entertained. So first day I went up to holding the toes. I did not want to irritate him also. And sitting holding his toes. I think I was sitting his right side. So I was holding his left toe. He was sitting folded legs. I was holding his left toe. Maybe that is why I got Devi's grace first. Left side is Devi's. But the amount of hair he had, still I am wondering. It used to be up to the thighs, his thighs. That long, thick. Whenever I see long hair, I will remember him only. Anyhow, it became late night. Usually the temple watchmen, they will just go around to lock the temple, to see whether anybody is there inside the temple before locking. Those days, I was very close to the watchman, so they will say, sometime, if I am sitting, hey, if you want to sleep here itself, sleep, but don't come in between the night and ask us to open the door to go out. If you want to leave, leave now, or you sleep here with us itself. But don't ask us in the middle of the night, you want to go to the house, open the door. What do you want to do? They'll give me the option. Sometime I'll go out and sometime I'll sleep there itself. Usually I'll go out because early morning to take bath, again I have to go to the house only. The temple, inside temple, the bathroom and the restroom, we will not be able to use. So we will have to go to the house only to take bath and get ready. And I also had deities, I have to do puja, my personal deities. So I have to go to the house only. So it became late night. And I remember the watchman telling in Tamil, Samingla, Enchiponga, time achi, koil putno. So with this word, I can be sure that he was seen even by the watchman, because the watchman addressed in plural. He said, "O Swamis, go out, we will have to lock the temple. Go to your home, we have to lock the temple." So he did not address as a Swami, he addressed as Swamis. "O Swamingla," means he was also seeing him. That is why he addressed as both Swamis. Go out, we will have to lock the temple. Then I looked at him and told him, "Where are you staying?" He said, "I am staying in the temple only." But actually, some of the sadhus were staying in the temple at that time. They were all having their own small caves. I thought, he's also staying here in one cave. I said, "Okay, then I'm going to the..." He said, "All right, go to the house and take bath and sleep and do your puja and come back tomorrow." I told him, "If I come back tomorrow, can I see you?" He said, yes, anytime come here and call my name, I will come out. I am here only." And he showed the cave. I was thinking that as a cave at that time. So I went to the house. I tell you, just visualize when you fall in love first time and you are waiting to meet the person again next day morning, how the clock will not move. That is exactly I was feeling. I was sitting, every 10 minutes I will see the clock. I had one small alarm clock for me to get up and go to the temple. That clock will make such a noise. Everyone will in the house will curse that clock and me early morning, every day. So I'll wake up and see the clock. It's only 12 o'clock. I'll lie down, sleep. Again, when I wake up and see the clock, it's only 12:10. Actually, I moved the needle. I wanted to make it as a 4 o'clock. Because 4 o'clock they'll open the temple door. Then I thought, if I move only my clock, how can I make them open the temple? I waited. Around 2:30, 3 o'clock, I could not handle anymore. I ran and took bath, did all my puja. 4 o'clock, I came and stood in the street. for the elephant to come to the temple. An elephant came as usual, it came around 4, 5, but that 5 minutes I cannot tolerate, I can't handle. What happened to the elephant fellows? Nowadays they are not following the tradition properly. I cursed his father, his grandfather, his great-grandfather, his whole Vamsa. These fellows don't do anything properly nowadays. Finally, that elephant and all the team came. Only that day I was feeling this elephant is walking very slow. Finally, we reached the temple and they opened the temple gate. I ran to this cave where I met him. Usually I will run to the main Garbha Mandir, main sanctuary, and have darshan, only then go anywhere. But today directly I ran. I called him Swami, Swami. Immediately he came out again. He sat. I was sitting and talking to him. I told him whole night I was thinking about you only. I saw his face expression. He was pleased, I think. He was smiling. And I saw him, that time itself he was dressed as usual, means one dhoti, saffron color, not the color exactly I am wearing, little light color, which we used to have earlier, that light color, and one towel on the shoulder. He was already ready with all his vibhuti and kumkum and rudraksha. I asked him, you finished your puja? That's the usual question. He smiled and he did not answer. Many of the questions you will just smile in a very mystical way or mischievous way. You can say both blunder of mystical and mischievous. Mischievous, mystical. So again, second day also I sat with him and we were speaking so many things. I remember whole day passed, and I also remember in a carrier, a single carrier vessel, in Tamil they call it Tukuvali. In that vessel he brought food and gave me the temple prasadam. It was a copper vessel, I still remember, with a cover. I ate. He also ate with me. He was clean shaven. Only hair in the head, long hair, but no moustache or beard. Clean shaven. Was looking very young. If I have to assess his age, it will be, I will surely assess less than 30. I can say 25 to 30. That is what I will assess. But well built and graceful. A tall figure. Very graceful, must be 6 feet tall and very graceful, well built. Again we were sitting and talking. More than talking, I know it was just spending time together. Today I got little courage, so I started holding his little finger. Only when he is talking, when he raises the hand to do some gesture, I'll shift my hand to his leg, his toe. Otherwise I'll be holding the hand. It went on for many days, weeks. In 10-15 days, I can say, he became almost just breath of my life. My day is like whole day I'll be with him, whole night I'll be waiting for him, that's all. How many of you wait to come for the morning satsang to see me? Then all of you can understand what I am saying. You just wait for the next morning to happen, to rush and see him. I know, I wake up only to see him. When I wake up, he is there in my eyes. When I open my eyes, I want to see his form. When I close my eyes, his photo is there inside. If I have to describe my relationship or what was happening at that time with him, I should tell you this story. There is a beautiful example in Upanishad. Upanishad is the source book of Hinduism, just like Bible for Christianity, Quran for Islam. Vedas are the source book of Vedic Hindu tradition. And Upanishads are the main chapters of the Vedas based on which our life is running. Upanishads are more like instructions and truths about life. So in one Upanishad there is a beautiful story. In a tree, huge tree, there was a small bird which used to jump from branch to branch. Sometime it will eat sweet fruit in the tree and jump. Some other branches will have a bitter fruit. When it eats the bitter fruit, understand it's a very beautiful simile or a example with an amazing truth. When that small bird eats the bitter fruit, it will feel pain. On that same tree, on the top of the tree, there was a big bird sitting, golden color, shining. That big bird neither eats bitter fruit nor eats the sweet fruit. It just sits in the peace and silence, complete completion. It's radiating its glory. This small bird, which is running between these lower level branches, sometime when it eats the sweet fruit, it feels joyful, and bitter fruit, it feels bad. When it feels bad, it look up and see the big bird and think, see that bird, so beautiful, he's so graceful, he doesn't have any pain, any suffering. Why not me also become like that? So it will think, yes, let me go near that bird and become like that bird. It will start jumping towards that bird. But when it is going towards that bird, suddenly on the way, it will eat some fruit which is very sweet. The moment it eats the sweet fruit, it will forget that big bird and it will start eating more fruit till it lands on the bitter fruit again. The moment it eats the bitter fruit again, it will look up and say, I should become like that bird. And then again it will start going towards that big bird. This small bird is spending all his life like this, jumping here, there, here, there, here, there, suddenly looking up when it eats the bitter fruit. But when it eats the sweet fruit, forgetting the big bird, forgetting everything, just eating the sweet fruits. Finally one day, by jumping like this small bird has somehow reached very near the big bird. And one fruit which that small bird ate was so bitter, it decided not to look this side and that side, it just locked its mouth and straight went near that big bird. When it went near that big bird, the more it went near, it felt he himself is the reflection of that big bird. And more when he went, he just merged and became one with that big bird. I don't even need to explain the concept behind the story, I think now. I've explained the example so clearly. The concept I don't even need to explain, all of you understood, I think. But I'll try to give a few more words for you to understand the concept. Big bird is the cosmic enlightened being. Paramatma, small bird is you, the individual soul. The bitter fruit is the incompletions and pains and sufferings. Sweet fruit is the once in a while small joys, completions you experience. When you experience little sweet things in the life, kind of a fulfillment, you forget about Paramatma. But when you get into the bitter fruit, you immediately remember and look up. And here, there, jumping. Somehow, when you really eat a bitterest fruit, and you decide after that you will never open the mouth again, means you will never allow any more incompletions, and straight look up and move near him, you will understand you are his extension. Next you will understand you are just his shadow. Third you will understand you are just his presence. Fourth you will understand you are he. Exactly. This is the exact relationship I had with him. I can say he was my everything. Everything. One day in course of conversation, I was telling him the story, some incident about one of the great saintly enlightened disciple of Ramana Maharshi. That disciple used to write the teachings of Ramana Maharshi, and every day he will bring it and show it again to Ramana Maharshi. And if there is some mistake, spelling mistake or grammar mistake, Bhagavan will edit in his own hand, with his own handwriting. So that sadhu, by the time actually I know his name, I asked his name, he said Arunagiri Yogeshwara. I know his name by then. So I asked Arunagiri Yogeshwara, I was telling about this story, then Arunagiri Yogeshwara smiled and said, maybe that is the way that Swami was trying to get the handwriting of Ramana Maharshi in his notebook. And he also made a comment, just to get the Ramana Maharshi's handwriting, this Swami will make more and more mistakes. The moment I heard, immediately I thought I got a very brilliant idea. I thought I will also start writing and bring the notebook to you. You will pen down, you will write, I will keep your handwriting with me. And I did it. At least I had 3-4 notebooks. It's very unfortunate that we are not able to get those notebooks now. Let's see, Kalbhairava will get it for us. 2-3 notebooks and 1 or 2 diaries where I'll try to pen down in the night whatever I could remember we spoke, and then purposely make mistakes in writing and bring it to him next day. He will also read and smile, and purposely he knows I have done mistake purposely and he will write few lines, few words on it, and he will do editing, means like a crossing or adding. And I very clearly remember, he has signed even once, Arunagiri Yogeshwara. So many things. We used to speak. Once I remember he told me that don't go around and tell everyone that you are every day meeting me and talking to me. I took that as an instruction. I never asked why. That was one good thing I had. If I accept somebody as my guru, that's all. I'll simply surrender. No question of why, what and all that. Before accepting, I'll ask all the questions. The moment I accept, after that no questions asked. That was my lifestyle. Everything was going well. I remember him talking to me about various subjects. Patanjali Yoga Sutra, Vijnana Tantra, Upanishads. I even remember taking 4 Upanishad book to him, which was given to me by Isaki Swamigal. Tamil translation of the 4 Upanishads. And where he opened and read out some lines and explained some lines to me. And I had the fortune of directly singing the Devarams of Jnana Sambandar to me. I have heard some of the great songs, Devarams, from his own mouth. I even asked him once, how do you know all this? He said in Tamil, இங்கே தானே இருக்கேன், இங்கே தானே பாடிட்டு இருக்காங்க, அதனால கேட்குறேன், அதனால தெரியுது. He said, I am here only all the time, na, and they are singing all the time here, na. So I am listening, so I know. These are all that mystical, mischievous answers. With more time passing, I got more comfortable with him. I ate with him. I have slept in his lap. Sometime he will sit, I will lean on him and stretch my leg. He was never just a guru. He was far more than that. Far, far, far more. He was much more than any fantasy you guys can have about Guru. He was just too much beyond any fantasy you can have about Guru and how you should be living with Guru. Whatever fantasy you guys may be having, how you should be living with Guru, I have lived 1,000 times more and beyond with him. He is the fulfillment of all existing and possible fantasies. That's the word I will utter. Existing and possible fantasies of a guru-disciple relationship. I have seen him materializing. I have seen him flying. I have seen him perform all types of miracles. I have seen him teaching me all these siddhis. While he teaches, he will perform and show. I have seen him bringing the moon directly in front of me. Understand, I am neither lying nor I am a brain deranged person. I am neither lying nor my brain is deranged. I am not telling you any stories. I am telling you the truth as it happened. I have heard about so many scriptures from him. Never he will take more than few minutes to explain any scriptures to me. Immediately he will show through some miracle or just like experience he will transmit. Any samyama he has to teach, he will just teach through experience. Whether the way he looks, sits, carries himself, or the words he utters, or the joy he radiates, or the friendliness he radiates, or the way he taught, everything is beyond fulfilling any possible fantasies. I have seen him making disappear the whole world other than both of us, or showing everything inside him. I have seen him showing Vishwarupa, that everything is he. So much he has transmitted to me. I don't know whether I will be able to transmit all that to humanity, at least put it in record. The time of next 126 years, I am going to be using this body. So much he has transmitted. So much he has taught. All was going well. Almost he became my life breath. And I'll even carry food from the house and he will eat. One great thing with my mother, she's such a sweet person, never, ever, she will say no to people, food. Any sadhu comes, any beggar comes, my mother's father is such a person, still outside his house they have two small tanks made out of stone, where they will pour water for the dogs, cows, which walk in the street for them to drink. Still they have the tradition. Even if the food is remaining, they will make it, mix it with the water and keep it for the cow. Means not the own, their cows are pet dogs. For the stray dogs, for the stray cows, which goes around in the street. And I remember my father's side grandmother also, she will also feed any stray dog. She will get them. Somehow she will become friends with them and feed them. If they have some skin disease, she will take them to the hospital. Whether it is the sadhus or pets or beggars, my house was always open. My mother was a typical village lady waiting to feed people. So whenever I ask, I wanted to take food for some sadhus, she will immediately pack and give. She will never have a second word. She will never grumble, grudge, nothing. She will immediately pack and give. She will only ask, Swami, what do you want? You want idli or you want rice? Idli means breakfast, rice means lunch and dinner, both. That's all. That is the only two menu. That is a standard menu. In any middle class house in the village, this will be the standard menu. She will ask, what do you want? And whatever I say, she will pack and give. I have seen Arunagiri Yogeshwara eating with me. One day I told him, please you come to the house, my house. And he laughed and said, you come to the house, place where I am staying. House where I am staying. The moment he said, I know, wow, it's such an opportunity. I said, come on, take me. You only never took me. I told him, come on, take me, take me. You never took me the house where you are staying. Take me to your room. I thought inside that cave only he is staying. I know in Tiruvannamalai temple there are so many caves, and I have seen the cave size of where 1,000 people can sit. Please understand, in Tiruvannamalai I have seen the caves, such huge, large size caves, 1,000 people can sit. That size caves I have seen, with water facility and lighting, the natural lighting and water. I have seen the caves. So I thought maybe this cave will lead to his cave where he is staying. And I also know in Tiruvannamalai temple there are many underground paths, subways. So I asked him, take me to the place where you are staying. He said, come on, let's go. He entered into that cave by bending, and I remember he just held my hand and pressed. Please understand, now I wanted to put this on record. First time when he pressed the hand, I lost body consciousness. All these days I was with him, I never lost body consciousness. First time I lost body consciousness. So, from this moment, whatever I am describing, I do not know whether physically I was part of that scene or I was taken out of my body and this experience happened. I am not able to be clear. Because the moment he pressed my hand to pull me inside the cave along with him, I lost the body consciousness. And even the scenes I remember after this were not like this worldly. He just walked into a cave and I also walked with him, and suddenly the cave opened and we came out and I saw a huge banyan tree, little bigger than our Bididi banyan tree. It was Arunachala hill, that much I can very clearly say. And the huge banyan tree. And maybe some 20, 30 sadhus were sitting around the seat of the Guru. The seat of the Guru was empty. They were all sitting down, meditating. The moment he walked in, all of them got up and stood and did namaskar. The way they bowed down, I know he is the Guru of that area, means Guru of that group. He went and straight sat on the Guru's seat. The way he went and sat authoritatively, I know he is the Guru. And all of them are his disciples, very elderly sadhus with a long beard, just like you listen and see in the stories. How the Dakshinamurti used to be sitting under the banyan tree and all his old disciples used to sit. That's exactly the scene. The scene happened in KAILASA, happening in Bididi. Was literally happening. I saw. The way he went and sat. Literally he sat like Dakshinamurti only. He just went and put his leg little this way, that's all. That's the way he sat. Where he put the left leg on the right leg and little closer he kept. Then usual posture of Dakshinamurti you see. This is exactly the way he sat. And he started answering some of the questions they all asked. They were addressing him with so much of reverence. And they all fell flat when he sat in his seat and did namaskar and sat up. I was the only small boy in that group, but I was looking around and seeing all of them. Maybe after some time, their attention turned on me and one person said, "Who is this person? He is the only person without kavi here, who is not a swami, sannyasi." That kind of it did not exactly meant I am not a sannyasi or a person without having kavi, something like that. Because I was with my school uniform. I remember very clearly that dark blue and light blue. Must be, because 11 means by the time I've already started going to the high school, 6th grade. So dark blue and light blue. In Indian villages, kids will not change they will wear the uniform even in the holidays. They may not go to school, but they will be always wearing the uniform only, same dress only. I still remember the half trouser of dark blue and shirt of light blue. That was the school uniform. And immediately that saw my Kundalini. I said, I may not be wearing kavi, I am also sannyasi only. And I saw Aruණagiri Yogeshwara laughed. Then he said, then why you are not wearing kavi? I asked him, you give me kavi. He laughed and he looked. Immediately I saw one sadhu brought kavi clothes. And I did not even have a second thought to remove and throw my dress. I just removed all my dress. Naked I walked near him without even having a second thought. And he himself tied that kavi cloth in my hip like a dhoti. He himself tied it. I still remember, just tied the cloth and hugged me. Gave energization, put his hand on my head. Naturally, the experience was just out of the world. I came and sat in the group. Now I felt one with that group, and group also felt one with me. They did not feel now I am an outsider. One good thing, still I have that cloth given by him. Still the cloth is there. Because the cloth is there, I feel the experience is either happened in the physical plane or a metaphysical plane which gets converted to physical plane. See, there are some metaphysical experience which disappears when the conversion into physical plane happens. But there are some solid metaphysical experiences. It becomes physicality when it comes down to the physical plane. Like Ramakrishna had an experience of Rama giving him the pot full of porridge. A mud pot full of porridge. When he came down from that experience, he had the pot in his hand. The pot was there. The pot did not disappear. Only the Rama's form disappeared, but the pot was there. That did not disappear. So I can say, this experience from the metaphysical plane, when it settled down into the physical plane, the items given remained. That is why I feel the experience has become physical biomemory in me. It remains as a physical bioenergy. And after some time we were sitting and discussing, and all those great yogis and sadhus, they were all talking for a few minutes, and then they all sat in silence for a few minutes. He was sitting gracefully. I neither felt like asking any question nor felt like talking. I can say from my observation that tree looked very real because the leaves were there, fruits were there, the bird's sound I remember, birds were there, and in the breeze, the tree was moving. So once it became little dark, late evening, he said, come on, let's go back to the temple. I said, okay. Again, he brought me back. While we entered the cave, again he was holding my hand. When we came out of the cave to the place exactly where we entered, there only he just left my hand. I saw when he left my hand only, I came to the physical awareness. So either he took my metaphysical body to his metaphysical space, or he took my physical body itself to that metaphysical space. In these two, any one is possible. Because the cloth is there physically with me, I feel it was physical happening, but because it was completely otherworldly, looked out of the world, I am not able to say it is only physical. I will explain why in the next continuously. That's all. Now my ecstasy is too much. The ecstasy is too much. That new kavi, oh God. I was running around here and there, showing everyone I got the kavi, I got the kavi, I got the kavi. He left me in the temple saying that you can go now, and he went away inside his cave. First person I ran was my guru, Mata Vibhudananda Devi, Vibhudananda Puri. Her name was Kuppammal, local name. I ran to her and showed, see, I have kavi, I got kavi. But I did not get the joyful response from her. She became too serious. I did not actually expect serious response from her. I thought she will be very happy. She became very serious and asked, who gave you this kavi? I said, why? She said, giving kavi means they gave you sannyas. Actually, she was waiting to give sannyas to me. And how did they give sannyas without asking your father and mother? Now your father and mother, your parents will ask only me. Who gave you the kavi? I got a little frightened. I told there is a sadhu in the temple. He gave me the kavi. Take me to him. She started telling, no, no one will give you kavi. You have stolen from some shop. Tell me that. Tell the truth. We will give it back to that shop. I will not tell your grandfather. My grandfather is well known in the city. Sorry, in that village. So everyone will be afraid of my grandfather, mother's father. I won't tell your grandfather, otherwise I will tell your grandfather you have stolen from some shop. I got more frightened. Oh God, what is this she is going to tell now? My grandfather I have stolen, I have not stolen, I only got it. Then I said, all right, I will take you to that Swami, come. He only gave me, I have not stolen in any shop. She held me in her hand. She really believed I was stolen in some shop. The kids, when they go here and there in the shop, they will steal little candy, they will steal little sugar. She thought I have stolen. I told her that no, I have not stolen. I never steal, don't you know? She has high regard for me, but I don't know why. She was also confused. She wants to verify directly. When I took her directly to that cave, and I started calling Swami, 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 he did not come out. Almost 9 months. I know him. He is around me. Never he missed coming out. He did not come out. That's all. I was shocked. One side I have to prove to her I have not stolen. Other side she is now making a big ruckus that I have been given sannyas without the parents' permission. I did not bother even about any of those things, but he is not coming out. That was too much. Then she just held my ears and started turning it. Tell the truth, where you have stolen, which shop you have stolen. That's why they will treat in the Indian villages, the kids will be treated. She's my guru, that is why I left it. I allowed her. I said, no, from this cave only that Swami came out. She dragged me and took near that cave and showed me, whom are you trying to cheat? Is this the cave? She pushed that stone and showed me. Only then I realized it was not a cave, it was a sealed, solid stone. Please understand. Only then first time I realized in that 9 months, it was a solid stone construction. It was not a cave. That is why I doubt whether Arunagiri Yogeshwara taking me inside was a physical or metaphysical. Because I realized it is a stone construction, not a cave. Shock for me. She said, now I have no justification because I am not able to get Arunagiri Yogeshwara. I said it's a cave, it is not cave now anymore. I just stood. She was just turning my ears. I told her, stop, stop. And I pulled her right hand. I still remember. I told her, I promise in the name of Arunachaleshwara on you, on me, I have not stolen this cloth, only Arunagiri Yogeshwara gave me. With that, I slapped on her hand. See, that is the usual way the kids will tell that, I swear. Swearing, I swear. That is the way I did that to her. In Tamil I said, அண்ணாமலையார் மேலையும் ஓம் மேலையும் என் மேலையும் சத்தியம் பண்ணி சொல்கிறேன், அவர் தான் இந்த துணி கொடுத்தாரு, நான் எங்கேயும் திருடலை. I told her, on Arunachala, on you, on me, I promise. I did not steal in any shop. Arunagiri Yogeshwara only gave. He used to come out of this cave only. When I put my hand and did that satya, I can say maybe this is the first energy darshan I gave. No, the power of that experience was so alive. Maybe first time the brain, my neuron activity mirrored in her brain. Suddenly all her doubt, everything disappeared. All her doubt, skepticism, everything disappeared. Suddenly she kneeled down. I saw in her ears, in her eyes, the tears. Her ears, whole thing is completely listening to me. She said, "Unmaile solriyada? Are you telling the truth?" I said, "Yes." Now she has come to the space of listening to me. She is no more the doubting old lady. She asked, how he was looking. I described to her from where he came out. From this cave only he will come out whenever I call, and he will go in. She asked, "Did you ask his name?" I said, "Yes, I asked." She asked, "What is the name?" He said. Now it's like my zone. Suddenly, with all my confidence, I said, he said, "His name is Arunagiri Yogeshwara." That's all. She fell at my feet. She literally fell at my feet. I was shaken because she is my guru. She fell at my feet and she was weeping profusely with tears. She said, then she got up and again she was kneeling down, said, "Really da? Unmailevada?" I remember I put my hand on her head also and said, "Satyama Pati. Un thala mela satyama solren." Means, promise, I swear on your head. It is truth. That's it. Maybe I can say it's a second energization for her. She said, "Hey, we are all meditating for years and doing tapas just to see him once. You really saw him? He gave you the kavi? You spoke to him?" Now she is a complete theist. She is completely able to receive the experience I was telling. Even now I use this technique. If some of the disciples are arguing, not listening, I will just touch them. That's all. After that they will listen. They will come to the space of listening. Their energy will change, will become positive. That is why these guys who want to run away, they will never meet me. They know if they meet me, they will not be able to run away. They will disappear without meeting me. She cried, and she could not handle herself. She just left me and went away to the place where she is staying, to her house, which was actually like ashram. She gave that away to Tiruvannamalai temple. She first wanted to give it to me. When I said, "No, what am I going to do? I am not going to be physically staying here in Tiruvannamalai." Then she gave it away to temple. Now temple owns that property. Now, I have a big issue. He is not coming. I felt I breached the word he told me. He told me never to tell anybody. I feel because I told Kuppammal, he is not coming, he is angry. So I shouted, screamed, "Swami, please come. Don't leave me like this." I will not do this mistake again. I will not tell anybody. Please don't be like this. But I could not see him coming out. One side when I remembered, she told me, Kuppamal told me, he is directly Mahadeva, Shiva. Living here in Arunachala. Ramana Maharshi talks about him. Great Siddhas have seen him. One side that was making my body just explode in joy, bliss. He himself came and gave Kavi to me. Other side, now he is not coming. So that was just squeezing my heart. If I have to describe exactly what I was going through, in Bhagavatam there is a beautiful story. One Gopika wants to go and see Krishna middle of the night. He is sitting in the forest and playing the flute. That sound is coming to her bedroom. Husband is not there. So she runs secretly to go and see him and come back. But the moment she came to the main door of the house, she saw the mother-in-law sitting and combing the hair of the daughter-in-law. Sister-in-law, sorry. Mother-in-law sitting and combing the hair of her sister-in-law. Even now in any Indian village, if you go and see, if you see 10 houses, in 5 houses you can see this scene. Mother sitting and combing the hair of the daughter on the doorstep. I thought, oh God, from the time of Bhagavatam we have not changed. 5,000 years tradition. Sitting on the door frame and mother combing the hair of the daughter. And removing that lice. This is almost like a 24-hour job. If they don't have, in those days no other entertainment, na? Only this hair combing. You comb my hair, then I will comb your hair. So beautifully Vyasa describes. I have to tell you the exact scene. The Gopika runs. The main door frame, the mother-in-law is sitting and the sister-in-law is sitting and she is combing the hair. Seeing that scene, she just stands in this door frame itself, her door frame itself, and holding the door frame with one hand. One side, when she listens the music of Krishna's flute, all the extraordinary, ecstatic memory of the time she had with Krishna and the memory of Krishna, she is in bliss. Next moment, this sister-in-law and mother-in-law are sitting like buffaloes. Because both of them are there, she cannot go out. They will ask, hey, where are you going in the middle of the night? When husband is also not there, alone. So if she steps out of the house, her character will be questioned. And they are also hearing the music of the flute. I don't know, from that time I think this mother-in-law and sister-in-law never get your devotion and understand what you live and what you go through. Anyhow, whatever it is. Because mother-in-law and sister-in-law are sitting, she is not able to go. Because she is not able to go, the pain of separation was other side. Vyasa describes the pain was like intense burning, and that bliss of our memory of Krishna was intense joy. This both happening again and again. Because of that pain, she burnt away all her incompletions. Because of that joy, she exhausted all her good karmas. Because she exhausted both, she just became enlightened and fell on the ground, liberated herself. Got liberated. This is the exact story I have to describe what I was going through at that moment. One side, now I know Mahadeva himself came. I am holding that kavi. I am touching that cloth again and again. He himself came and gave the kavi. The joy, ecstasy, pride, bliss, all that. The other side, the pain, he is not coming. The fear, he may not come at all anymore. I may miss him. That is too much. When these two happened, whatever the remaining little bit of good karmas I had got burnt by the joy and bliss, knowing that he himself lived with me and initiated me. Little bit of whatever bad karmas were left, they got burnt by that fear, whether he may not come at all. This bliss and joy and pain burnt both the karmas. I just dropped. I can say, by crying, I just slept away there itself. I should not even use the word slept. I fell into some state. I got lost. Anyhow, after some time, I think it was a late night, I was sleeping in the temple. I don't want to say sleeping, lying in the temple. The temple watchmen, they will come and wash the temple. Any festival day, they will come and wash the temple in the night. So usually, I will also help them. How to help? How I will help them? They will put the tube in the tap, and they will be having the broomstick and washing the floor. And we boys who are volunteering, we'll have to just hold the tap and walk behind them, pouring water. That's the voluntary service we used to do. So, that watchman, temple watchman, he woke me up, saying, "Hey, Samir Bhaiya," that is the way he will call me. Wake up, hold the pipe for me, I have to clean. And they are going to put the deity to bed, go and have the Garbha Mandir darshan and come back. Somehow that day, I think some festival. I think it was January 1st. But still I am not able to completely corroborate with other things. Anyhow, so the deity was put to bed a little late. He said, go and have darshan in the Garbha Mandir. They are going to close the Garbha Mandir. They are going to put the deity into the bed. Then come back and hold me the pipe. Hold the pipe for me to clean the floor. I said, okay, and I rushed. I was in that same space and state. I ran to the Garbha Mandir. I saw no priest was there, but Garbha Mandir was open. Those days, very few priests were in the temple. Many times, Garbha Mandir will be open and no priest will be there. The moment I entered the Ardhamandapa, the hall of the Garbha Mandir, to have darshan of the deity, the moment I looked up, I saw Arunagiri Ishvara sitting on the Shivalinga. He was just sitting on the Shivalinga. I could not control myself. I screamed, "Swami, are you here?" Why you did not come when I called? I was talking all this and I was rushing near to touch him. Even though we were not supposed to enter the Garbha Mandir, I don't think I have entered the Garbha Mandir, but I rushed towards him. I don't remember whether I entered or not entered. I was not in that mood at all to follow the rule that I should not enter the Garbha Mandir and all that. I just want to touch him. I ran, stretched my hand to touch him. He also stretched his hand. The moment my hand touched his hand, exactly that moment, I experienced, I saw clearly, he is me, I am him. It was just pure oneness. Pure oneness. That unclutching has happened exactly at that moment. After that, neither I missed him, nor I saw him separately. That is the exact moment, experientially, the unclutching. The pure Advaita happened. Whatever words you may use, Advaita, Aham Brahmasmi, Tattvamasi, Shivoham, the experience of that pure oneness happened as it is to stay once for all. I bless you all with all my integrity, authenticity, responsibility and enriching and causing. Let you all experience the ultimate, pure Advaita, the oneness. Shivoham. Shivoham. Ananda.
Nithyananda Dhyana Peetham, Nithyananda Nagar, off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08026 7727999999 www.nithyananda.org www.
Today's webinar subject, Unclutching. Few basic truths about life. Few basic sacred secrets about life. What is life? What for life? More and more you try to seek answers for these questions. You become seeker. More and more you try to answer these questions for others. You become philosopher. But these questions remain untouched forever. Because each one has to discover the answer inside them for these questions. For the outer world comforts, you don't need to reinvent whatever is already invented. You can use the same thing. But for the inner world enlightenment, you need to discover your religion individually and independently. These questions, what for life is, what is life, what for life? These questions raise the intensity of life in you, brings authenticity to your living. I discovered answers to these questions inside me. But I will not do the mistake of giving you answer. I'll give you the process through which you can discover the answer within yourself. Please understand, if I give you the answer, it will not be your own answer. Any philosophy given ready-made, like a teaspoon feeding, is not going to become part of you, is not going to be enlightening you. It may be a philosophy. It may be a bookish knowledge. Maybe you can be like a librarian sitting with it, but it is not going to become part of your life. My answer to this question, what is life, what for life, will no way be useful for you. You need to find your own answer. I can only give you the process. The process I am offering to all of you to find answers for the basic questions of life is unclutching. Understand this word unclutching. This word does not exist in Oxford Dictionary. Please understand, this word is my contribution to the English language itself. For the English language itself, this word is my contribution, because this word does not exist in Oxford Dictionary. It does not exist. One day early morning, like intuition. Suddenly, this word has flowered in me as a Mahavagya. Mahavagya means the ultimate truth, the ultimate statement. Each Mahavagya is the punch dialogue from one Upanishad. It is a punch from one Upanishad. Each tradition have their own Mahavagya. There are so many Mahavagyas. Aham Brahmasmi, Tattvamasi, Prajnanam Brahma, Brahmaivahamasmi, Ayamanma Brahma. In Saiva tradition, Saiva Sampradayas, Shivoham. There are so many Mahavagyas. Please understand, this word, unclutching, is the ultimate spiritual truth. This process, unclutching, can directly upgrade your very consciousness. Today, through this webinar, I'll present unclutching as a technique, method to upgrade your consciousness, raising your inner space. When you upgrade your consciousness, raise your inner space, become more authentic, hundreds of good side effects happen, like you become healthy, you become wealthy, you become a leader, you become more intelligent, you become more balanced. Thousands of things happen in you as the side effect of upgrading your consciousness. Today, I'll present unclutching as a powerful process to upgrade your consciousness. Understand these three words, then you will be able to catch the truth of unclutching. Clutching, disclutching, unclutching. Clutching, disclutching, unclutching. Clutching means, holding, getting attached. Disclutching means completely getting disconnected, breaking. Unclutching means moving back to clutch any time when it is needed. Understand? When you shift your gears, you need to unclutch. Disclutching won't work. Disclutching means it can be breaking. Even if the gearbox breaks, if the gears break, if the shaft breaks, disclutching can happen. But after the disclutching, the possibility for clutching again may not exist. Here, with unclutching, you move out. But to unite again, whenever is required, continuously you are clutched to your body, to your mind, to your emotions, with so many things. Now, I can say even with your Facebook identity, Twitter identity, even with your Twitter name, you identify yourself, clutch yourself. With Facebook identity, you clutch yourself. You clutch yourself with thousands of things. the ideas your mind creates, the idea of joy, idea of pain, idea of pleasure, with so many things you clutch, unclutching, even if it is practiced sincerely in a very small level, brings so much of awakening in you. Please understand, even very little level, if you can practice unclutching, it brings so much of awakening. What is unclutching? Let me describe just in few statements. I have described about unclutching for hundreds of hours in my various discourses. Everything is available in the YouTube. I sincerely recommend all the seekers to spend little time in YouTube in my channel Live Bliss Foundation. You can hear hundreds of hours of my descriptions and discourses on unclutching. I have given thousands of definitions of unclutching. Even in the Twitter, I have defined 55 definitions of unclutching. Now I will give you a very simple, straight process of unclutching. When a thought rises in you, without supporting it, encouraging it, entertaining it, or being entertained by it, relaxing from it. Please understand. When a thought rises in you, without entertaining it and without being entertained by it, without encouraging it, without being excited by it, just relaxing. If you start relaxing from the thoughts which are rising, you will experience freedom from the identity which you created. Please understand. Experiencing freedom from the identity you created means healing thousands of wounds you are carrying inside. Millions of possibilities for pain, suffering you are carrying inside. Constantly, you create shaft of thoughts with thoughts of pain, joy, pleasure, shaft of thoughts. Please understand. The center, each block is an independent thought. First you have pain, then joy and pain mixed, then pain, then joy, pain and joy mixed, then pain, joy and pain mixed, joy. Kind of a different thoughts. Please understand, in the center, each block is considered as one thought. I am trying to visually describe. Each block is one thought, each block is one thought. By putting all these blocks continuously, you create the shaft. You can name that shaft as a mind or ego or identity, whatever you want you can call it. Your inner shaft, your mind is made up of many independent thoughts. But unfortunately, You don't have awareness to look at your mind as it is. Buddha says very beautifully, original mind is nirvana. Mind as it happens is already unclutched. But unfortunately, you pick up from the independent thoughts and create your own short view about yourself. Very narrow idea about your life. You don't look at your mind as it is happening. You don't look at your life as it is happening. You either try to believe your whole life was pain, or sometime you try to believe your whole life was joy. One of the biggest achievement I feel pride and happy is whenever I look back about my past, I don't have any idea about it. I neither feel it was always joyful, nor feel it was always painful, and no feeling at all. Please understand. If somebody comes to me and asks, Swamiji, give me one gift, the best thing you have in your life. If somebody asks for it, I will choose only this. Gift of not feeling your past as a chain of joy or chain of pain. Because I do not feel my past as a chain of pain or chain of joy, I just know my future is also free just like my past. But unfortunately, every human being tries to develop an idea about their past as pain or pleasure. When you talk to others, you try to create a shaft. Sometime, if you are in that sad mood, you say, from the birth, I was abused. You tell all your stories. Continuously, you connect the pain memories, pain thoughts, and feel your life as a pain. Please understand, one of the biggest danger in the life is when you believe something and repeat it again and again, that becomes your reality. I can give you one small example. If you can walk 3 kilometers without gasping for breath, for 10 days, go around and tell all your friends, family, everybody, strongly, authentically, I can walk up to 10 kilometers without gasping for breath. First 2 days you will feel it is a lie. Try 10 days. Repeat the same thing. You know you can only walk 3 kilometers, but go on repeating. I can walk 10 kilometers. Tell your friends, family, everybody, just brag. It's very easy. See, after a month, you will really be able to walk more than 8 kilometers. Your capacity drastically increases. Please understand, whatever you repeat again and again and again becomes your reality. That is why, again and again I am insisting, don't repeat your life as a pain. Don't write your biography as a long pain shaft. No, because if you repeat your life as a long pain shaft, you will project the same pain shaft on the future also. When you look deep, you will see each pain you claim happened in your life is an individual incident. When you connect all of them and see, you create tremendous suffering for yourself. Stop connecting and creating that shaft. Stop continuously creating pain shaft or pleasure shaft in your life. Unclutching is a powerful, self-sufficient guide to your enlightenment, to upgrade your consciousness. Please understand, unclutching can be self-sufficient guide to your enlightenment, to upgrade your consciousness. Unclutching not only changes the way you perceive the reality, it transforms the reality itself. Please understand, not only it changes the way you perceive reality, it changes reality itself, because it is a very powerful process, touches the source where the perceiver and perceived both come out. There are many methods, techniques which works only on the seer, not the seen. Unclutching, it's a technique which works on the source from which seer and seen both comes out. Whenever I talk about unclutching, traffic jam happens in my throat, because so much need to be told, so much needs to be added. Unclutching is the ultimate meditation technique. It can directly upgrade your consciousness. Please understand, purpose of the human life is to upgrade your consciousness. Temples, rituals, religions, sacred books, everything is just for upgrading your consciousness, raising your consciousness. The very reason of your human body, existence of your human body, is to raise your consciousness. See, when your consciousness raises, automatically you become leader of your life, Lord of your life. You become God for yourself, Ishvara for your life. Becoming Ishvara of your own life is the basic necessity for every human being. You need to become Lord of your life. You need to raise your consciousness. Unclutching liberates you instantaneously. Immediately. This one process is enough. It is self-sufficient for whether you are a beginner or professional seeker or about to get enlightened. Unclutching is a complete technique for you. If you have problems related to your health, unclutch. If you have problems related to your wealth, unclutch. If you have problems related to your mind and the mental health, unclutch. If you have problems related to your relationships, unclutch. If you have problems related to your emotions, unclutch. If you have problems related to your consciousness, again the solution is unclutch. I'll give you the 9 levels of unclutching. Unclutching from the outer world, like problems and difficulties related to name and fame. Devotees, disciples, please note down in your book of heart. 9 unclutching. Please note down in your book of heart. 9 different levels of unclutching. First, unclutching from your outer world means when you have problems related to name, fame, money. If you unclutch, please understand, I am not saying you need to lose that money, name and fame. No. You will lose the problems and suffocations and stress, sufferings created in you because of money, name and fame. When the problems, suffocations, stress is removed, suddenly you have a pure inner space where you can create whatever you want in the outer world. Understand? Biggest asset any human being can have is free inner space, extra inner space. Whenever I give energy darshan to people, I just give them few hundred more acres of inner space, that's all. Extra inner space, just like Google gives storage space. Extra inner space is the ultimate wealth. Wealth is not the billions of dollars you have, or the relationships you have, or the bungalows, properties you have. The real wealth is extra inner space you have. The space you have inside, free space, in which you can do your creativity, you can do your creation. That extra free inner space is the real wealth. When you unclutch from the difficulties, stress, sufferings, suffocation created by money, name and fame, you achieve that ultimate wealth, extra free inner space. Second, unclutch from the outer world identities. The identities you carry, social identity, professional identity, racial identity, national identity. Sometimes you think you identify yourself based on your religion, your country, your race, your caste, your community, your creed. Please understand, this racial identity, national identity is responsible for millions of people dying every year in the planet Earth. World's worst terrorist on the planet Earth is racial and national identity. Please understand, largest number of deaths on the planet Earth is caused by racial and national identity. The moment you feel you belong to certain geography, you are ready to sacrifice your life for that geography. People die, especially youngsters. Millions die in the war fields. and without any guilt, without any even second thought, people kill people just because their national identity. Identity you create because of your geography. I tell you, most uncivilized act is killing people because of your racial and national identity. It is so unfortunate still human beings have not evolved from that low conscious of killing people, destroying people because of racial and national identity. Same way, the racial identity is responsible for all religious and communal terrorism. Unclutch from social, professional, racial, national identities, you will see so much of peace, joy, bliss happening in you. Universal intelligence awakens in you the moment you unclutch from low-level identities. The moment you unclutch from racial, national identities, immediately the universal intelligence awakens in you. Third, unclutching. Unclutching from thoughts, verbalization and visualization happening inside. Please understand. Unclutching from thoughts means the verbalization and visualization happening inside. When you look in, the verbalization happening, the visualization happening in you are all thoughts. Unclutch from both. Continuously try to unclutch from both. You will see extraordinary powers expressing in you when you start unclutching from your verbalization and visualization. You will become yogi. Understand? Living as a yogi is life. Unclutch from verbalization and visualization. Whenever you remember the verbalization happening in you constantly, the words moving, or the visualization happening in you, the ideas happening in you, unclutch from that. Even the boredom, feeling bored, restless, is also one more thought, one more verbalization, one more visualization. Unclutch even from that. And fourth level of unclutching. Unclutch from your emotions, pain and pleasure. Let me tell you from my own experience. When I fell from the horse during the horse riding and fractured my hand, just all I need to do is unclutching from that pain. I could see very clearly body was healing at least 5 times more faster than normal speed of healing. I tell you, I really felt so joyful. I felt so happy for my body. Wow, what a body to live with. Body which does not give you pain, friend who does not give you doubt, wife who does not give you instability, are all rare blessings.
body which does not give you pain is such a joy to live with that body. I know I don't have pain because I received the blessings of many yogis and did many techniques, but when you see that literally in your life as experience, I felt, oh God, what an achievement. I felt such big relief. I tell you, when you unclutch from pain and pleasures, not only you are free from it, even your health improves drastically. Fifth, unclutching. Unclutching from the inner world identities like parental conditioning, ahankara and mamakara. Ahankara means the idea you project about yourself to others. Mamakara means the idea you believe about you as you inside you. See, always the idea you project to others about you will be more than what you are. Mamakara, the idea you believe about you in the inner self is always lower than you. Idea you project on others, an idea you project on yourself. This ahamkara and mamakara, your whole life is nothing but the fight between the ahankara and mamakara. Means the identity you project in the outer world and the identity you believe as you in the inner world. Unclutch from inner world identities, both the identities. Unclutch from the identity you project to the outer world, unclutch from the identity you believe as you in the inner world. Sixth level of unclutching. Unclutch from the biomemories. Means the very patterns you are carrying. Pattern of depression, pattern of pain, pattern of irritation, patterns of suffering, patterns of your own ideas. You need to realize the truth. You are not even orphan. Orphan means what? You are alone. Everybody else is your enemy. Here you don't need to realize that you are alone. There is no enemy. You are alone, but there is no enemy. If you are alone, how can there be enemy? Only if there is somebody else, there can be enemies. If you unclutch from the patterns to the extent till you realize there is no patterns in reality. In reality, you are alone. In reality, you are just existing. Kevala. Next, unclutch from body. Unclutch from body itself. Please understand. When you unclutch from your body, thousands of disorders you create by yourself, like arthritis, blood pressure, all this completely disappears. The seventh level of unclutching is unclutching from body. And eighth level of unclutching, unclutching from the idea of time. Unclutch day, night, morning, evening, midnight. Go on unclutching. Unclutch from the idea of boredom, feeling restless. Unclutch from the idea of time. I tell you, time is the greatest myth you are carrying in your life. That is the worst conditioning you are carrying. Actually, there is no such thing as time. Sun rises and sets, moon rises and sets, stars move, planet moves, life moves. That's all. Where is time? You rise, live, disappear. That's all. Where is time? Time is one of the myth like a clothes. You forget human body does not come with clothes. How many of you remember? I tell you, none of us remember. Human body comes to planet Earth without clothes, goes out without clothes. We think human body comes with clothes and goes with clothes. Just like a cloth, class is the illusion which has become part of your biomemory. Time is an illusion which has become part of your very consciousness itself. So unclutch from the idea of time. Ultimately, the 9th level of unclutching, unclutching from the very idea I. Unclutch from that very idea I. In every level of unclutching, in every aspect of unclutching, you will experience some new free dimension of you. You will experience some extraordinary experiences or expressions. I tell you, all the auspicious things of life and beyond life is achieved just by this one process, unclutching. Just by this one technique, unclutching. Just this one technique, unclutching. These 9 levels of unclutching. The 9th level is unclutching from the very idea I. The I. The very idea I is the source of everything you experience, you perceive. Unclutching from that very source, the idea of I. You can start in these 9 levels, any one level. Because of the benefits and experiences you will have, simply you will move to next level and experience all 9 levels. Just like 9 levels of unclutching, I wanted to introduce 3 kinds of unclutching. Unclutching from the luxury activities, like activities may not be required for your life, which you do as a luxury, playing video games, luxury activities. Second, unclutching from existential activities. Means for your existence, you start doing many activities like going to your office, your profession. When I say unclutch, I don't mean you will stop those activities. Your body will be performing those activities. The sufferings and the stress caused by those activities will not be there in your body. That's all. In your being. Third, unclutching from the survival activities. Even the basic survival activity like a food, eating, sleeping, unclutching, even from those things. When you unclutch from the survival activities, please understand, I am not saying you will stop eating, you will stop drinking. No. All I am telling you is, you will live in unclutched space. Your body may continue the activities necessary for survival. Unclutching is the greatest life solution. Unclutching liberates you from all types of addictions. Unclutching is the most simple and ultimate technique. How much ever you hear about unclutching, unless you experience it, you will not know about it. I sincerely urge, inspire, encourage all of you to experience unclutching at least 20 minutes a day in the beginning level. From today, sit unclutched at least 20 minutes a day. You will see within next few days, unclutching helps you so much. It frees you from so many sufferings. It makes you matured so many ways. It upgrades your consciousness so much. You will start spending more and more time in unclutched space. Ultimately, your whole life will be in unclutched space. Unclutching makes you a leader, because when you unclutch, trillions of cells in your brain are awakened. Your highest inner potential energy, dormant cosmic energy, awakens to its peak. Unclutching is inner awakening. Unclutching is samadhi. Unclutching is meditation. Unclutching is inner guru. Unclutching is God itself. Unclutching is a subject. Subject need to experience this subject. In ordinary life, objects are experiencing the subject. In unclutching, subject need to experience the subject objectively. Subject need to experience the subject objectively. I'll lead you into the experience of unclutching now. After the experience, I'll answer few questions, your questions, the experiential doubts. Now, please understand the process. Now I am initiating all of you into unclutching as a technique, as a meditation technique. Sit in a relaxed way. You can sit in the chair or on the floor. Be comfortable, that's all. Anything is okay. Be comfortable. Sit in a relaxed way. Close your eyes, and any thought rises in your inner space. Decide you are not going to support that thought. You are not going to destroy that thought. You are not going to encourage that thought. You are not going to create a new thought without creating, maintaining, destroying. Sit, understand? When you don't do the job of Brahma, Vishnu, Rudra, you become Parabrahma. When you don't do the job of creation, maintenance and destruction, you become one with existence. Now, just sit. Sit in a relaxed way. Close your eyes. Unclutch from every thought. Don't miss a single thought in your inner space. Don't be unconscious. Unclutch from every thought. When thought rises in you, just decide, I am not going to support it, encourage it. I'll just unclutch from it. I'll just distance myself from it. Just a simple will. I will unclutch is enough. The thought will lose power over you. After a few seconds, again some other thought may come. Unclutch from that thought also. Slowly, 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 after a few minutes, except the thought of unclutching, nothing else will be there. Unclutch from that thought also. Unclutch even from the technique of unclutching. When you unclutch honestly, authentically, automatically your Kundalini energy raises, your Kundalini is awakened, and your body may levitate. Whatever happens, let it happen. Unclutch from everything. Just be unclutched. I initiate all of you into unclutching. Let the unclutching happen in all of us. Don't miss even one thought in your inner space. Unclutch from every single thought and every single idea. Do not create or maintain or destroy a thought. Just be unclutched. I sincerely recommend all of you, if you are a beginner, at least spend 20 minutes per day in unclutching. If you already tasted unclutching, intensify the quality of unclutching and increase the time of unclutching in your life. Due to time constraint, I am not able to answer many of your questions today, but I have answered hundreds of questions, all possible questions related to unclutching, and all those answers are available in our Life Bliss Foundation's YouTube channel. There is a separate playlist called Be Unclutched in our YouTube channel. You can spend a little time with those answers. That will clear many of your doubts. Unclutching is the purest form of meditation. Unclutching is the purest samadhi. When you are unclutching, you save yourself from thousands of problems, self-created sufferings, and you save the country from the crime cost. When you unclutch, you are neither violent towards yourself nor violent towards others. When you are not violent towards yourself, you bring peace and bliss to you. When you are not violent to others, you save crime cost of the country. So, Every 5 minutes of your unclutching saves $1 for your country's crime cost. And I have a statistics I can give you. Minute for the Peace website, which I inaugurated today, gives you the clear statistics. When you meditate for a minute, how much of crime cost you save, how many violent crimes you stop when you unclutch. You bring the best things to your life, and you bring the best things to your country. You bring the best things to your society. You bring the best things to the whole humanity. So I invite all of you to meditate, unclutch, save the planet Earth. Studies done on crime reduction around the world show that each minute of meditation reduces the cost of crime by 20 cents and reduces the incidence of crime by 0.0015%. So based on these calculations, our group of people, 3,000 people sitting with me every day meditate morning, 40 minutes, saves $17,000 in crime cost and prevents 12 violent crimes all over the world. Please understand, every day we are saving $17,000 and 12 violent crimes. We are stopping 12 violent crimes by our morning satsang and meditation. Now already all of you saved $17,000 in crime costs and prevented 12 violent crimes. So please meditate every day. Enter your meditation minutes in the website minuteforpeace.org. Minuteforpeace.org. Enter into that website. I bless you all. Let you all be unclutched and bring all the auspicious things to your life and to others' life. Please understand, teaching unclutching to others is the best service you can do. This is the greatest contribution you will make and make the difference in others' life. So I bless all of you. Let you all achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, share, explode in eternal bliss. Nithyananda.
Paramahamsa Nithyananda, a rare living incarnation, is named among the world's 100 most spiritually influential personalities today. Paramahamsa Nithyananda has been placed alongside Dalai Lama, Nelson Mandela, Oprah Winfrey, Paulo Coelho and others by Mind, Body, Spirit, the world's top esoteric magazine from Watkins, London's oldest and largest bookstore. A yogi by birth, he has been expressing his power of enlightenment since birth. He has authored more than 500 books in Tamil and English. Translations of these books are available in 26 languages in Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Hindi, Sanskrit, Gujarati, Oriya, Bengali, Marathi, French, Malay, Polish, Portuguese, Italian, German, Danish, Spanish, Russian and Chinese. He is also an exemplary speaker with over 10,000 hours of profound life solutions through his discourses. Social services such as Annadan, free medical care, free educational services, with ashrams, schools, temples, hospitals established in more than 140 places around the world, offering exceptional services. A powerful spiritual healer who has healed millions of people of diseases from migraine to cancer. A Kriya Yogi who has formulated Kriyas for physical health and mental well-being, benefiting thousands. A living master who offers practical solutions for our everyday problems. He is the founder and spiritual head of Nithyananda Dhanapeetham, a spiritual powerhouse who has revived the sacred Vedic tradition by establishing Vedic temples in places like Los Angeles, San Jose, Seattle, Toronto, Ohio, Oklahoma, Phoenix, St. Louis, Malaysia, Brazil, Paris, Guadeloupe, Dallas, New York, New Jersey, Atlanta, Calgary, Vancouver, Singapore, and places in India like Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Tiruvannamalai. A spiritual guru for 10 million followers, an incarnation who transmits the highest spiritual energy through initiation, a contemporary yogi who has revived the Vedic science of yoga worldwide through thousands of yoga centers, an adept in Ashtamahasiddhis, mystical yogic powers, who has effortlessly awakened the Kundalini of thousands and graced them with spiritual powers, a dynamic young guru who is an inspiration for thousands of youngsters, India's most watched spiritual guru online, a beacon of spiritual light who has triumphed over the forces of religious terrorism and political persecution. Paramahamsa Nithyananda is an eternal Kalpataru, blessing the world with the boons of material abundance and spiritual enlightenment.
आनन्दानुभवास्वादं सर्वरोगनिवारकं वन्दे पापविनाशक्तं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतं नित्यमुक्तं निर्विकल्पं ध्यानलोकप्रदीपकं वन्दे शान्तमयं बन्धं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम् आनन्दगन्धसञ्चारं सर्वोपाधिविनिर्मुक्तं वन्दे ज्ञानालयं नाथं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम्.
Let you all achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, share and explode in eternal bliss. Nithyananda.
Nithyananda Dhanapeetham, Nithyananda Nagar, off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bangalore, 562109. Contact 09742203311. www.nithyananda.org. www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
All the thoughts moving inside you, inspiring you to live the way in which you are living, inspiring you to think the way in which you are thinking, inspiring you to be the way you are. You are not aware, but constantly we believe we are aware. That is the first illusion. That is the first illusion. The second, whenever I say this point, people get frightened. People feel frightened. Oh God, already I have enough suffering. Now he is adding one more suffering and one more fear that I do not know where I am heading. Understand? I am not adding suffering. I am just helping you to experience, open up to the reality. One more thing. Opening up to reality, even though it feels like suffering in the initial level, will always lead you to the joy and bliss, because Sat by its very nature is Chit. Sat means the truth. By its very nature is Chit, means power, consciousness. And Ananda, bliss. By its very nature, Sat leads to Chit and Chit leads to Ananda. Even though in the initial level it feels like a little more responsibility, little more load. Now itself already many of your mind would have decided, no. What he says may be right, that I am not aware of everything happening in front of me, but I can't become aware of everything happening in front of me. Oh, living in the present moment, being aware of whatever is going on, that and all is not for me. I tried many times, Swamiji, you don't know how many techniques I tried. Understand, we are not that dumb as we think. We are not that dumb as we think. We have huge possibility, huge potentiality. Maybe the right initiation has not happened. The right click has not happened. So don't close the file. No, I tried many times. You don't know how many gurus I went and how many techniques I tried. There are many people. I call them professional seekers. Their profession is seeking. Anywhere, any board, any Swami, any Guru, any saint, any Baba, any Mahatma, any Amma, anybody, they will be there. Not for learning, just for judging. What he is teaching, let me see. People come to me and ask me, I know everything, Swami, just give me in essence what extra you can add to me. I tell them, please, sorry, I don't know anything extra to add you. I can only remove something from you. What you think as knowledge, I can remove that so that the truth can happen. Please do not come to the decision, no, he's again, I think, going to teach living in the present moment. I know, I tried many times, it does not work out, and even if it works out, sometime it goes away. No, I am not going to teach you in living in the present moment. Because you are living, why should I teach? Even if you are suffering about your past, you are suffering in the present. Even if you are worrying about your future, you are worrying in the present. So you are in the present. I am not going to teach you to be in the present. All I am doing is trying to take away some ideas which you think as your mind. The first truth is you are not aware of all the things which is happening in front of you. You do not remember your biography as it happened. That is the first truth. You remember only as you want it. People ask me. Many times I tell them, if your thought per second, TPS, I call it TPS, thoughts per second, if it comes down, you will have clarity about your past and future. They tell me, what? About past? Already I have clarity. Why should I have clarity about my past by bringing the TPS down? Now itself I know my past. No. Please understand, you don't know your past. You don't remember, recollect the past as it happened. You recollect only as you want it, not as it happened. Just a simple example here. See, if your life was filled with different kinds of incidents, joy, suffering, guilt, joy, pain, depression, sad, different quality of incidents. You do not look at the life as it is. Usually what we do, I use the word we because sometimes people think that the word you means too condescending. That's the reason I use the word we. The problem is, in the public place, you can neither use we nor use you. If I say you, somebody feels condescending. If I use the word we, if you also have the same problem, how can you teach me? That is the big problem. Anyhow, because I don't have any other word, better to use the word we. What usually we do, some joy, some suffering, some guilt, some joy, some pain, some... This is our life, different thoughts, different experiences. Usually, you collect only all the suffering related incidents and create a shaft, create a connecting idea and think your life is nothing but suffering. Understand? You collect suffering, guilt, pain, depression, suffering. All these kinds of thoughts, connect them, and you think your life is a long chain of suffering. Your life is a pain shaft. I've seen people, the moment I ask, how are you? You are from where? First thing everybody invariably starts, you don't know Swamiji, nobody has suffered like me in the life. This is a common introduction for their biography. Even my enemies should not suffer the amount of suffering I went through, Swamiji. Even in that, they want to be in the top. Even in suffering, they want to be in the top. Not second. Nobody has suffered like me, Swamiji. You don't know. Even in that, we have to be in the top. And not only that, see, not just they tell this to me, they believe strongly this. They forget the joyful incidents which happened in between. The joyful incidents, joyful memories which happens in between. They collect only the negative things, connect them and create a shaft. I call this as pain shaft. Pain shaft. Very rarely, sometime you create a joy shaft, but very rare, not only number, even the quality will be very rare. You collect the joyful incidents and create a joy shaft. Means you feel life is joy. But most of the time, you collect all the painful memories and incidents and create an idea, life is pain. Understand? If you create the shaft, life is pain, the problem will be, you will be just waiting for more and more painful incidents to be added. Anything you believe, you start believing, you will collect more and more experience and argument to strengthen that belief. Once you believe your life is a long pain shaft, that's enough. You will be just waiting to pick up only the painful incidents and elongate that shaft. You will be just waiting. You will never be able to remember or respect the joyful things happening in your life. You will continuously wait. Next, when is pain, when is pain, when is pain, and you will add. You will be waiting, meditating for pain. You will be meditating for pain. I have seen people just waiting to add that, elongate the pain shaft. Just waiting to add how the pain shaft can be elongated. One important thing we need to understand, believing that life is a pain shaft or believing the life is a joy shaft, the continuous incidents of joyful things, life is continuous happenings of painful things. The moment you believe life is a continuous happening of painful things, unconsciously you will try to strengthen the belief, but consciously you will try to break the pain shaft. Understand? Unconsciously what you will be doing? You will be continuously collecting more and more painful memories and incidents to strengthen your belief, strengthen the idea. But consciously you will be trying to break. Big problem is, neither you can break the pain shaft, nor you can add to the joy shaft, because both shaft does not exist. It is just your memory. Please understand. The reality happening is this main line. Different memories, incidents continuously flowing, and that is also not connected logically. That is why I have given gap between Every thought, different shape, different size, it just comes and disappears, just it's happening. If you think your life is big pain shaft, a chain of painful incidents, then you will pick up only the painful things and add. I have seen people carrying the memory, a very huge memory. The other day, one guy came to me and said, Swamiji, I'm going to divorce, please bless me. I said, usually we bless only for marriage, not for divorce. Can you tell me the reason? Let me analyze. The other day I was reading an article, I don't know how much it is true. 33% is divorce rate in Bangalore. I don't know how much it is true. I pray that it should not be true. In the West, 59% single homes. Understand? And 47% of the people die without having a close friend or a relative to receive the body. Body is taken by some professional organizations, undertakers, professional undertakers. It is just too much. This guy came and asked me, I'm going to divorce, please bless me. I said, first let us analyze why you are going to do. Then we will try to sort out. He said, that and all you don't know, Swamiji, you just bless me. I said, I cannot bless as you want. Only if I am convinced I can bless. And it's not like something I have and you can take it without my will. You can't steal blessings, fortunately. He said, the actual reason, the immediate cause was, she brought coffee and it spilled on the cloth, that's all. I asked, don't you see clearly it is not enough reason for divorce? Why don't you realize? Why don't you understand? He said, you don't know, Swami. Today she will pour coffee, tomorrow she will pour acid, you don't know. No, he said he actually told me, you don't know, today she will pour coffee, tomorrow she will pour acid. I said, why don't you be little logical? Why don't you be little truthful? How can you connect coffee and acid? Sometimes it feels same. How can you connect coffee and acid? Don't you see the gap is too much? You are creating too much of ideas in your head. You are creating too many things. He said, no, Swamiji, you don't know. Last 10 years, how much I suffered with her, you don't know. I told him, do not just create a pain shaft. Just come out with incidents. Then we can analyze, look into it. Don't create a pain shaft. Pain shaft will stay only if you are unconscious. Please understand? Your opinion about life as pain shaft or joy shaft will stay only as long as you are unconscious, not when you are aware. I told him, just come out. Incident by incident, let us analyze. He started telling me, in South India there is a habit, during marriage, in a small pot they will put a ring, and the bride and bridegroom, both of them are supposed to try to pick up that ring. Whoever gets it, it's theirs. It's a small game. These are all done in those days. Only during marriage the bride and bridegroom will see each other. So it's like a technique for zeroing down the distance. Just to zero down the distance, this kind of simple plays are done. This guy is saying, Swamiji, even during that play, she scratched my hand with a nail. Now see the file he is carrying in his head. I was really surprised. From there he started telling me, after 2-3 minutes I told, stop. Much worse than police record. Much worse than police record. I said, I think you should not ask divorce, she should ask. Living with you, she should ask. Now this is what we are doing continuously. Sometime about others, sometime about ourselves. But constantly we create a pain shaft or joy shaft. One important thing we forget. Neither we elongate the pain shaft, neither we can break the pain shaft, nor we can elongate the joy shaft, because it does not exist. It does not exist. Just try to elongate the joyful moments. Try to hold on. If some joy happens, try to hold on to that experience. It won't stay. Not only that, try to reproduce the same ambience, same people, same place, same thing, everything, even the same temperature again. You will not have that same joy. Addiction means believing that joy or ecstasy came due to some object or person or situation, and trying to reproduce the same thing again and again, even though the same joy or experience does not come back again. Understand? This is the definition of addiction. Trying to elongate the joy shaft by recreating or reproducing or again bringing the same persons, situations or incidents or the happenings in your life. If you try, knowing that same joy is not coming, is what I call addiction. Anything. Some people are addicted to partying. Some people are addicted to smoking. Some people are addicted to drinking. Some people are addicted even to newspaper reading, especially the violent things. You do not know how much of violence we are swallowing. Understand? The more and more violence you swallow, you will become aware only if the violent pictures are moving in front of you. Means the projector light which is inside you, the awareness that you exist, will come to life only when the violent thoughts crash in front of you. Because whatever you cherish, it's like alarm clock. You tell yourself, oh, I cherish this kind of thoughts. When those kind of thoughts are coming in front of my mind, please wake me up. It's an automatic alarm clock. If you are enjoying lustful thoughts, whenever lustful thoughts crash your system, you will come to the awareness, I exist. If you are enjoying violence, whenever the violent thoughts come in your system, you will come to life, that I exist. If you come to life, that I exist, the thoughts will get strengthened and empowered. If you empower a particular thought again and again, when those thoughts crash your inner space, you will come back to life. It will become vicious circle. This is what I call vicious circle. You empowering negativity and negativity bringing you back to life. You empowering again the more negativity and the more negativity bringing you to life and excitement. That is why if you start cherishing violence, please understand, if you start cherishing violence, you don't have to reach hell, you are in hell. Even if you reach, you won't find any difference. You won't find any difference. See, I am not talking about getting the informations about life, some accident, some murder. These are all knowing about life, to be safe. That is not I am talking about. Many times we enjoy violence, reading tabloids and seeing violent things in the media. especially reading tabloids. It's called letters, they call it selling violence. Very strong words are there. I don't want to use those strong words. Selling violence. The other day I was reading an article, very scientifically, with the scientific data and statistics. They say, in any city, if the boxing competition or boxing programs happen, what do you call in India? Same boxing. Fighting. This kind of programs happen, the public programs. I think in India it doesn't happen. In the West it is very common. Boxing fighting happens, within 30 days, the crime rate of the city goes up by 30%. You'll be surprised. Same way, the other study, if a group of people meditate sitting in the center of the city, within 30 days, 67% crime rate comes down. It's done by one of the leading organization teaching meditation, Maharishi Mahesh Yogi's TM group. They have done this research in so many cities and proved it. Anyhow, see, they can afford to have this boxing, these violent programs because they have an infrastructure to control the society, to manage the society. There is no county, there is no village without police station. If you just call 911, in USA, within 3 minutes, you will see a cop standing in front of your home to take care of you, attend you. We can't afford to copy, duplicate, bring the same violence in our society. Our country is running because of Ramayana and Mahabharata, not by any law enforcement force. With all our infrastructure, we can maintain only a small percentage of our country. Our country runs by cosmic constitution, the eternal cosmic constitution. We call it Sanatana Dharma. So we can't afford to break it. I want all our intellectuals to understand. Please understand. The Indian intellectuals should understand. We can't afford to break our dharma. We don't have a replacing infrastructure if we dump our dharma. We don't have something to replace and maintain the social balance. If we are going to dump our dharma, we are swallowing too much of violence. Too much of violence, too much of these tabloid ideas. I've seen. See this, if you see the people who read these weekly tabloids, these idiotic things, you will see very low level consciousness. They will be constantly attracting accidents in their life, suffering in their life, because they are just waiting for painful incidents that gives them excitement. Kind of a very beautiful example by Ramana Maharshi. The dog will try to bite the dry bone, biting. The bone will poke the mouth. From its own mouth the blood will come out. The dog will think that blood is coming from the bone and drink the blood, enjoy that blood. Exactly same thing happens in you when you swallow violence, when you eat violence, when you are digesting violence. Save yourself from violence. Understand, not just by the physical violence, even the psychological violence which is constantly getting added into the society, into our system by too many sources. If violence excites you, you will be waiting for that kind of incidents in your life. If pain excites you, if you believe life is pain shaft, you will be waiting for that kind of incidents in your life. and strengthen your belief. Understand? This is an important truth. The depression or low mood which you experienced 10 years ago, the depression or low mood which you experienced 9 years ago, the depression which you experienced 8 years ago, the depression which you experienced 1 year ago, they are all independent experiences happened in your life because of independent incidents. 10 years ago you would have been in depression because you don't have son. 4 years ago you may be in depression because you have a son. It is independent incidents causing independent experiences. But in the inner space, for the sake of convenience, you archive all the sufferings in one file for easy remembrance and easy reference. When you archive them all in one file, by and by, you start thinking, you connect all these depression experiences and come to an idea, my last 10-year life was depression. No. All 10 different depression experience happened in you, happened due to different reason, different time, different experience. But when you connect all of them and see, you come to an idea, last 9 years I was in depression. The moment you come to an idea, I was in depression last 9 years, now you created an enemy who does not exist. Now you start fighting with him. I have to come out of depression. What to do? The moment you create a shaft, last 9 years you were in depression. Now you know for sure, next 9 years you are going to be in depression. You will say, yes, last 9 years I was in depression. Then naturally tomorrow morning I am going to be in depression. How can I suddenly come out? How is it going to happen? I am going to be in depression. Passive agreement with your enemy. Understand? First thing, you create an enemy who does not exist. Second thing, you already made a passive agreement with your enemy. You won the game. Then how do you think you will not attract depression? You created an enemy who does not exist and already created a passive agreement with him that you won the game. Then naturally then you say, no, Swamiji, I am in depression, please do something. My presence cannot help, only your presence can help you. Your presence only can help you. Nothing else can be done. Same way, the pain. People come and tell me, Swamiji, last 20 years I have knee pain. No, it cannot be. Please understand, it cannot be. I am not disrespecting you or adding more suffering to you by saying all problems are in your head. No, I am not disrespecting you. I am just telling you the truth. All problems are in your head. Please understand, I am not disrespecting you by saying, I am just stating the truth. The knee pain which you experienced 2 years ago, the knee pain which you experienced 1 year ago, the knee pain which you experienced 2 months ago, the knee pain which you experienced 2 hours ago are independent experiences. When you connect them and see, you stop the possibility of self-healing. Please understand. You stop the possibility of self-healing. Whether you believe it or not, medical science proves your body constantly updates itself and replaces itself once in every 365 days. Even your brain cells are replaced once in 365 days. The intestine is replaced once in 47 days. Every organ is replaced within particular number of days. If you are carrying a particular disease for quite a long time, it means you have a strong belief it is a continuous shaft. It is a continuous experience. Your unconscious belief, something is a continuous experience, forces your mind to bring the same pain and disease back. For example, once in 47 days, your intestine gets replaced completely. Understand? I am not saying, Ayurveda is not telling. If Ayurveda says, you won't believe. Medical science is telling. The logical, allopathy medical science is saying, once in 47 days, your intestine cells are completely replaced. If you are carrying any disease related to more than 47 days, even the new system which you created with a mental setup, I have this problem, so I have to have this problem. Strong belief, you have this problem, naturally you will say, if new intestine is given to you, no, this is not mine, bring mine. This is not mine, bring mine. Have you heard the story in those days? At a young age, one woodcutter was there, he was cutting a tree near the river, and his axe fell in the water. One goddess appeared, and she brought a golden axe and asked, is it yours? He said, no. Then she brought silver. She asked, is it yours? He said, no. Then she brought his axe, made out of iron. She asked, is it yours? He said, yes, it is mine. Then she is very pleased and she handed over all the three. You would have heard the story. Understand, in that story, it is okay. But I wanted to tell you the extension of the story. Now second edition has come. Same hunter was cutting the tree on the same river. He was being assisted by his wife. Suddenly, by mistake, the wife fell in the river. And the goddess appeared, brought a beautiful woman. Young, beautiful. Then the wife. And I asked, is she your wife? This guy said, yes. And goddess got very annoyed. And she got angry. How dare you, greedy fellow? Last time with the axe, you told the truth. But now with the wife, you are telling the lie. He says, no, you don't understand my problem. Last time you asked, first gold, then silver, then my axe. When I said it is mine, you gave all three. Now again, if you give three women to me, what will I do? I know with one what suffering I am going through. That is the reason I took precautious steps. I just wanted to stop with one. Anything is okay, but just send one, not second. Anyhow, just like how the goddess is asking, something better than yours, is it yours? Same way, every time, the Parashakti is asking, is this your new body? She is creating new body, the nature, the self-healing energy which resides in you. That is what is Parashakti, your mother's part, understand? The energy which is inside your body and rejuvenates yourself is the part contributed to you by your mother. It's from your mother, Parashakti. Your mother is a representation of the cosmic mother. So when cosmic mother comes and says, is this new intestine is yours? You say, no, bring my old one. Your mental setup is such. We strongly believe the depression or disease is a shaft happening inside us. It is not. It is not. The depression you experienced 10 years ago, the depression you experienced 9 years ago, the depression you experienced 8 years ago are independent, unconnected incidents, experiences. When you connect all of them and see, You created a pain shaft, depression shaft. Oh, my life is depression. Now, you are ready to get defeated by the unknown enemy. One important thing, this is a very basic truth. Neither you can break the shaft, nor you can elongate the shaft, because the shaft does not exist. All you can do is just be aware that it does not exist. You created it. Understand? For the sake of convenience and easy reference, you put all the depression incidents in one file and kept. By and by you started believing all of them are existentially connected. No. They are not existentially connected. All your different experiences. One more thing. The moment you believe all your depression is connected and you are a depressed being, the small joyful things happened in between will be forgotten by you. You will not even remember them. Understand? You will not even remember them. That is what I am saying. Not having clear picture about past. If you have a clear picture about your past, it will become a solid experience. It will not be a load. It will become a strength. Undigested past is a load. Digested past is a strength. We don't digest our past. It stays on us like a load, like a headache. Here, when you connect all the painful incidents and create a pain shaft, you create an enemy who does not exist and start fighting with him. You see, understand? I am repeating some of the words again and again because suddenly you might have changed the channel for the sake of people who are tuning in just now. CNN I have seen, they read the news, suddenly they'll say, welcome to the people who are tuning in just now. Headlines once more. That's the reason I am reading the headlines again and again. If it is little boring, please bear with me. I am repeating so that it can enter into the system. Somebody asked Buddha, why are you repeating the same thing for 40 years? He says, if you would have heard first time, why do you think I will repeat second time? The shaft does not exist. Basically, you are an independent, illogical, irresponsible. No two thoughts are responsible for others' existence or disappearance. Understand? No two thoughts are responsible for other thoughts' existence or disappearance. Illogical, independent, irresponsible, unconnected, unclutched thoughts. But you are afraid to live with such an undefined frame of mind. You are afraid to live with undefined mind. So you try to define. Trying to define is the first problem. When you try to define, you have to create some shaft, either as pain or as joy. Understand? Even with your spouse, you live maximum 6 months. Maximum 6 months we live. Within 6 months, we create an idea about that person. After that, you live only with the idea which you have about that person, not with the spouse. Anything the other person does, you will look through that idea only. 6 months you will come to an idea, oh, this is the punishment given to me by God. Or, I don't have to go to hell after death. Some idea. You will see continuously whatever she or he does through that scale, through that idea, through that mirror, through that glass. You don't live with the person. You live with a concept. Same way, about your mind, you have an idea, whether pain shaft or joy shaft. You live with that shaft, not with the experience. In experience, joy, pain, everything, so many things are coming up. So many things are happening. One more thing. Between every thought, there is a gap. Understand? It's like a fish tank. Water bubbles are coming in the fish tank. Between every bubble, there is a gap. Because the gap is too small, you think it's a stream. It is not stream. Between every thought, there is a gap. There is a gap. It is just independent, illogical thoughts moving. The problem is, when you can't live with that, when you don't want to live with that independent, illogical movements, you create an idea, pain shaft or joy shaft, and struggle with it. You create an enemy who does not exist and fight with it. Fight with that person. You can have only one thought at a time. Am I right? You can have only one thought at a time. The moment some other thought is coming in your inner space means the earlier thought has lost its power or influence over you. Am I right? Please come with me. Every statement. Fortunately, you can have only one thought at a time. The moment a new thought has come inside your system, the old thought has lost its power or influence over your system. For example, the moment you decide to stand up and leave, you renounce the thought of sitting and listening. The moment you renounce the thought of standing and leaving, you decided to sit and listen. It's like the moment you stand up, you renounce the thought of sitting. The moment you decide to sit down, you renounce the thought of standing up. Any thought which comes in you newly replaces the old thought. The old thought loses its power or influence over you by new thought. Am I right? One person came and asked me, Swamiji, I am haunted by death fear. I have so much fear about losing my wealth and about my death. Give me some solution. Please remove my fear. I told him, please have a cup of coffee. He said, what do you mean, Swamiji? I said, just think of having a cup of coffee and have a cup of coffee. He said, what is there? How can that help me? I told, the moment you are able to think of having a cup of coffee or decide to have a cup of coffee, the fear, death fear which is haunting your inner space has left your inner space. Am I right? Unless the death fear which is haunting his inner space leaves his inner space, he cannot think of having a cup of coffee. Am I right? So naturally, a simple thought to have a cup of coffee can remove the so-called powerful death fear. That guy said, no, Swamiji, it looks too simple. But the death fear comes back, what should I do? If it comes back, I have one more cup of coffee, that's all. No, you don't understand how seriously I am talking. You are playing with me. I said, I am not playing, just simple thing. Understand? Just simple understanding. Fortunately, you can have only one thought at a time. The moment a new thought comes, it means the old thought has lost its power over you. Otherwise, new thought cannot come inside. Otherwise, the old thought cannot be replaced. If the old thought is so strong, it will just multiply and sit on you. It won't leave your inner space. The moment a new thought comes, it means the old thought has lost its power over you, it has left you. Only because of that, a new thought can come inside. So the moment you can have a thought to have a cup of coffee or a cup of water, the so-called death fear has already left you. He is not able to understand. He said, no, it cannot be so simple. I am really having fear, Swamiji. It comes back. I told him, now you know the method how to replace the death fear once, then do the same thing again and again, that's all. He said, no, it comes back. Once I can drink cup of coffee, next time what to do? Have a cup of buttermilk, that's all. No, it comes back third time. Have a cup of water, that's all. Understand, any thought which comes inside your inner space newly replaces the old thought, even if it was worst fear, even if it was worst depression, even if it was worst suffering, even if it was worst attachment, even if it was lust, anything it can be, anything it may be. The new thought happening in you proves your inner space is now replaced by a new thought. The old thought has lost its power over your inner space. Any thought which can lose its power over your inner space, why are you afraid of it? Why should you be afraid of it? Constantly we are carrying the fear that we will not be able to conquer our fear. We are carrying the fear we will not be able to go beyond our attachment. We are carrying the fear we will not be able to go beyond our suffering. Understand an important thing. This is what I call click, the initiation. If a thought can be replaced, if a thought can leave your inner space once, it means it can again and again removed as many number of times as it comes. That's all. People tell me, no, how many times I can replace? What is there? Every time when it comes, have a cup of water in front of you, sip once and keep it. Just play with your mind, tease your mind till it stops. Tease your mind till it stops. It may look very funny. No, it looks too simple. How can this be done? I may look like a mad person. Nothing wrong. Looking is perfectly alright than being. Looking is nothing wrong than being. Understand simple truth. If a new thought can replace the old thought, then naturally no thought can occupy and possess and torture your inner space eternally. This is what is the click. This is what is the basic truth. Just one thought, a cup of water. The thought to have a cup of water can replace the so-called powerful death fear from you. It can be replaced. It means what? All you need is cup of water to conquer your fear. All you need is cup of coffee to conquer your lust. But mind says, no, it is not that easy. No, Swamiji. It comes back, what to do? It again comes back. If it comes back, you also again come back. You also again stand up. Understand? If you can replace 10 times, the 11th time thought will not come. The frequency will come down. The frequency will come down. Fortunately, you have a pure inner space which does not get corrupted by the flowing thoughts. An important thing. You have, fortunately, a screen which does not get burnt by the burning scene. If you project a burning scene on the screen through the film, will the screen be burnt? No. Same way, fortunately, you have an inner space, pure inner space, which does not get corrupted, polluted, or get possessed by a particular idea or a thought. Understand? This understanding deeply can completely liberate you from all the sufferings you create for yourself. It can bring tremendous self-healing into you, tremendous freedom to you, and tremendous courage and confidence. See, now, if any fear arises in you, what you need to do? Cup of coffee. Cup of coffee. And one more thing. Immediately mind will question, no, if I handle all fears like this, what will happen if my property is taken away? Who will maintain my family? Don't bother. You have an innate intelligence, which I call prarabdha, powerful enough, capable enough to manage your life using your body and mind. All you need to do is stop creating the sufferings which you are creating. That's all. Please be very clear. Life does not happen because of you. Life happens in spite of you. Life happens in spite of you, not because of you. Come back and clutch again and again. Do not clutch the thoughts and create meaning. Give meaning to it. Unclutch again and again. Come back and rest. You may say, how to unclutch? I don't know. I don't think I can unclutch from my mind. This very thought, I don't think I can unclutch from my mind. You already unclutched, because this new thought can come only if the old thought leaves you. Fear can come only if the lust leaves. Lust can come only if the fear leaves. You can have a thought to have a cup of water only if the fear leaves. You can have a thought to have a cup of coffee only if the suffering leaves. The moment you are able to think that I should have a cup of coffee, already the so-called suffering has left. If that is sitting inside your inner space, how can you have a new thought? You can't. Understand? Handle your enemy one at a time. If you think, no, it's a long story, you don't know, Swamiji. I tried 1,000 techniques. I can teach you many more techniques. Nothing works. And my mind is not that simple as you think. Maybe your mind is simple, that is how it worked. Please understand, even in foolishness, we are not in peak. That's one of the important truths we need to understand. All of us have a very clear idea. We are in the worst ignorance. No, it is not. Just a simple one truth. If a simple thought of having a cup of coffee can come inside, means any serious thought, it may be pain or suffering or anything it can be, it has left me. That is why the new thought is able to come. That is why I have inner space to entertain a new thought. So as long as you have freedom to entertain a new thought, you have an inner space to entertain a new thought, be very clear, you cannot be possessed or tortured by any suffering, any depression and any pain. Because you can just bring one thought, new thought. The moment you bring a new thought, what happened? The old thought has left you. Unless it leaves, you cannot bring a new thought. So be very clear. Your power to bring new thought itself proves you have power to drop the old thought. Instead of looking at the ability to replace, you are looking at the ability to bring it back. You have both. If you are constantly looking at the ability to bring it back, you will create suffering. Oh, it comes back, it comes back, it comes back. If you are constantly looking at the ability to remove, you will feel liberation. Understand? What you mother, that you hatch. The hen mothers the egg and gets the chicken out, hatches the chicken. Chicken comes out. If you are mothering the thought you can replace any suffering, you will bring that into reality. If you are mothering the thought, no, whatever I replace will come back, you will bring that in your experience. If you are mothering the thought that it is going to come back, it will come back. If you are mothering the thought, it is going to go out, it will go out. Where you put your awareness, where you put your attention is the important thing. Understand? Your very ability to get a new thought shows you have ability to discard a old thought. Any thought can be discarded by any simple thought. This simple understanding is more than enough to unclutch and to rest. One important thing. Whenever any fear, any unsolvable problem comes, all you need to do from today is have a cup of water. That's all. And just say, that's all. Your mind will get little perturbed and shaken. Understand? Your suffering can rule you just because you are afraid of it. Have you seen in this underworld dadas, when they get created, they too will have fear, deep fear. But just your fear towards them will empower them. Same way, your mind too has fear about you. But your fear about your mind, your fear towards your mind just empowers your mind. Your mind also sometimes feels, oh, what is this? But you are more afraid of your mind. Then naturally what happens? Your mind gets empowered. All you need to do, understand, this is the initiation. Anything, one more thing, even once if you can replace your depression from your inner space, have confidence. I've replaced. I can do it again. That's all. If 10 times it comes back, let me do it 10 times. That's all. The very clarity I am going to do. Understand, there is a very beautiful story in Buddha's life. Buddha says, whenever I sat in meditation that I am going to get up after a few hours, I never became enlightened. Once I decided, if I am not going to become enlightened, I am not going to get up from this seat. Idam asanam sushyate sariram. Very beautiful Sanskrit sloka. Let this body dry up in this very place. Till I became enlightened, I am not going to move. Buddha says, the moment he created this strong clarity, authentic sankalpa, will, he says, next second I became enlightened. Next second he became enlightened. All you need to do, when you replace your suffering, if you are thinking, no, 10 times today I can replace, 11th time if it comes back, tomorrow only I have to try, then nothing will happen. Decide, till it stops coming, I am going to replace. That's what I call courage, dhira. And once you have replaced means, you can start laughing at it. I was afraid of you for so many years. I was getting shaken by you for so many years. I was getting frightened by you for so many years. All it takes to push you out is a glass of water, a cup of coffee, nothing else. A thought to have a cup of coffee, a thought to stand up is more than enough to remove the worst suffering from your inner space. Whatever can be. It looks too simple. That is why the problem is, because it looks too simple, people come and tell me, no, Swamiji, it cannot be so simple. I think you missed somewhere, Swamiji. Really, people think, hey, he's too young, maybe he knows only few things, that's what he's teaching. That is the problem. Understand, truth is simple. Truth is simple. There is a beautiful traditional song, oh, so difficult to be a devotee of Shiva. Ramana Maharshi sang a very beautiful song. He says, no, so easy, the enlightenment science. So easy. I tell you, it is neither difficult nor easy. Even if I say it is easy, there is little difficult. It is not even easy. It is constantly happening in you. Don't you understand? Every moment a new thought is replacing the old thought. Why are you afraid that you will bring your old thought back? It's like trashing your emails and bringing it back from a trash can. You just bring it back from trash. Just now you trashed it, you deleted, and it has went to it has gone. Now you again go into the trash and try to bring that email back. Relax. Constantly, your thoughts are getting replaced. This itself shows nothing can possess your inner space. Nothing can overpower you. Nothing can overrule you. You have independence, intelligence to replace any suffering. You have freedom to replace any fear. You have freedom to replace any negativity. Understand? It's a very simple truth. Very simple truth. This is what I call unclutching. If you can understand this one truth and connect with this, if this one truth clicks, this can destroy the root of ignorance, the root of mind. Nothing else is needed. Nothing else is needed. And one more important thing, nothing else can work. Please understand, nothing else can work. Anything you try to do by creating new thought, creating new idea, people come and tell me, Swamiji, I want to escape from my suffering. Should I chant some mantra? I tell them that will become one more suffering. No, really. I have seen people chanting Ramakrishna, 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 Ramakrishna. And in between, hey, have you purchased the vegetables? What happened to the market? Did you bring the accounts? Ramakrishna, 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 Ramakrishna. Understand, many times, when you try to repeat something, you create a new shaft. People feel offended. How can you say mantra japa does not help? I am not saying it does not help. Of course, let me tell you openly, it does not help. I just thought I will be socially polite, but let me be open. The satya is much more important than being socially polite. Understand, I tested it in my life. For 10 years, not with one mala, I will have 2 mala. If I finish 1 mala, 1 round, I'll push 1 bead. By that 108. By the time I finish this mala, I would have chanted 10,008 times. I have done enough. I tell you, that only creates one more guilt. You are not able to do mantra continuously. Because by the time you move the next bead, already one thought has come. If somebody records what happens inside your system, Ramakrishna, move the next bead, Ramakrishna, move the next bead, Ramakrishna, move the next bead. That's what is going on inside. That is what is going on inside. Oh, I think I chanted too many times. Let me count. I know, because I have done it. Not only that, I have always seen people, when they close and with closed eyes, they will start counting the beads. After some time, slowly they will touch with the other hand and see how long it is going to take. Is it going to take 5 more minutes or 3 more minutes where that bead is there? Let me tell you, it's from my experience. Understand an important truth. Do not try to create one more shaft. Just realize the shaft which you believe exists does not exist. That's all. That's all you need to do. That's all you need to understand. And rest in that unclutched awareness. Nirvigalpa Satya. Let me explain exactly what is unclutching. When you sit for meditation, when you sit silently, you will see so many thoughts coming up. Do not connect all of them and give a meaning to it. The moment you give meaning to the words, either you will try to suppress or you will try to execute. Either you will try to go behind them or you will try to suppress them. Understand? Creating a thought is Brahma's work. Maintaining a thought by going behind it is Vishnu's work. Trying to destroying a thought is Rudra's work. If you stop doing all these 3 work, you will become Parabrahma. That's all. Creation, maintenance, destruction. Relax from all 3. Relaxing from all 3 is what I call unclutching. Let me give you one more detail or a very strong truth. When a thought arises in you, instead of giving meaning to it, just unclutch means just relax to the source. When a thought arises, if you start giving meaning to it, what you will do, either you will try to do what the thought says, or you will try to suppress. Hey, don't come. Wait, I am going to meditate. Don't do both. Instead of putting your attention towards the meaning of the sound, just see the source of the sound. That's all. Then your mind will say, no, I am feeling bored. I am feeling bored is one more thought. Why are you clutching? You see, how will you have the idea that you are feeling bored? The boredom which you experienced 10 years ago, the boredom which you experienced 9 years ago, the boredom which you experienced yesterday are independent experiences. Why are you connecting all of them and giving that idea boredom? Only when you connect all of them and give the idea that this is what is boredom, now you will think, yes, I am having the same experience, I am having boredom. Do not connect and clutch and see. Just see. If your mind says, I am feeling bored, just say, what is boredom? Let me not give some meaning out of my past clutching. Let me see, what do you mean by the word boredom? Let me see how it feels like. Let me see how it feels like. Attend your enemy one thought at a time. If you think all thoughts put together is your enemy, you empowered your enemy. Always understand, when you work with your enemy, divide and rule. If you think all your enemies are gathered together, you will start having all unnecessary fears. Your enemies are not that intelligent as you think always. This is one of the important sutra. Understand? Even in your life. Your enemies are not that intelligent and cooperative, understanding as you think. Just like you, they'll also have problem among themselves. Your mind if you think your mind is your enemy, do not empower it by saying it is a one single huge organism. No. Handle it one thought at a time. One thought at a time. Because in your hand you have only one weapon. Means you have only one thought. One thought is one weapon. With one weapon, one thought, how will you handle 10,000 thoughts? No, you can't. So break your mind also. Tell your mind, come one at a time. We will face to face. We'll see face to face. Face every single thought. Unclutch from every single thought. Your mind will say, no, half an hour I unclutched. Now again thoughts are coming. The unclutching happened 30 minutes ago, the unclutching happened 20 minutes ago, the unclutching happened 10 minutes ago, are totally different individual experiences. Why are you connecting all those unclutching and feeling that this unclutching and that unclutching is same? No. This moment, what is happening in me is an independent experience. A very subtle truth. Please understand. You need to put your whole attention, your whole energy, your whole awareness. Only then the click will happen. If the click happens, you are blessed. Because this very single click can be used as a key for so many difficulties and problems in your life. It will revolutionize the way in which your mind functions, the way in which you make decisions, the way in which your fears threaten you, your desires drive you crazy. The whole thing will be reorganized. The whole thing will be revolutionized. If you know any big idea or goal which drives you crazy can be replaced just by a thought of having a cup of coffee, will you have respect for that goal? Will you have respect for that ideal? Suddenly you will see what all you thought as goal does not have any more power over your inner space. You say, no, that and all is really needed for life. I don't want to leave this, I don't want to leave that. You may try to catch here, there. But what to do? Even if you try to catch, it is leaving, it is slipping. How long you will try to catch a river which is flowing? You can't. Suddenly you will see a non-moving, immovable, the authentic self arises in you. That is what I call living enlightenment. Living enlightenment. Understand? An authentic being which does not need your mind to operate your body is what I call living enlightenment. Your being does not need your mind to run your body. If your mind is constantly staying inside you, it is just because of your fear. What will happen to me? How will my body run if my mind leaves me? You do not understand. If your mind leaves you, your life will happen in a much better way, in a much more intelligent way, because your mind is culprit. Your thinking is problem. Your dilemma is suffering. Your movement is depression. When you sit, if thoughts are raising, just remember, let me unclutch. Just unclutch. I am not going to empower this thought by following or by fighting. Let me unclutch. Again in 2 seconds, one more thought will come. Again, let me unclutch. After a few minutes, you will see continuously you are repeating the thought, unclutching, I am unclutching, I am unclutching. Then unclutch from that too. The moment you remember, you immediately unclutch. Unclutch from the very idea about you. Understand? You have two identity. The identity which you carry and show to the outer world as you are. See, how you wanted world to know you. And the identity which you project to the outer world, that is called ahankara. And another one identity which you carry in you, which you believe as you inside your heart, which you feel as you inside your heart, this is called mamakara. Your whole life is nothing but the fight between ahankara and mamakara. How you want to project you and how you believe as you. What you want to project you and what you believe as you. Your whole life is nothing but the fight between these two identities. Ahankara, how you project you, will always be much more than what you are. Superiority complex. Mamakara, what you believe as you, will always be much lower than what you are. Inferiority complex. Your whole life is nothing but the suffering between this inferiority and superiority. Tug of war. Whether the thoughts are related to inferiority or superiority, neither give life nor suppress them. Just unclutch. Just unclutch. Now the fear, important fear comes. If I constantly unclutch, who will run my life? Understand, your prarabdha with which you created your body, that's what I call biomemory. Your biomemory is intelligent enough to run your body and maintain your infrastructure and expand your wealth. Trusting this truth is what I call bhakti. When Krishna says, Ananyas chintayanto mamye jana pariyubasade desham nityabhiyuktanam yogakshemam vahamyakam. Whoever resides in me, remembering constantly me, their needs and comforts, I myself bring and see that things stays with that person. Understand? This assurance he gives for the people who have the fear of unclenching and relaxing. I tell you, just try for 10 days. I'm not saying try for whole life. Try for 10 days. Try unclenching for 10 days. If your balance sheet does not increase, forget about me and my technique. Forget about. You will see it straight away adds to your life. Nothing will be reduced. Nothing will be taken away. Your clarity, your profession, your relationship, your health, everything will be added. 10 days, try this unclutching. Constantly unclutch. Whether you are eating, sleeping, driving. Of course, while you drive, don't close your eyes. Constantly try to unclutch. If it does not improve your life, then forget about it. Don't bother. I tell you, you will never miss it. I have seen how it just transforms your life. Don't have these hypothetical fears. Mind exists based on hypothetical fears. If you look into the hypothetical fears, mind will disappear. Mind will disappear. Do not entertain the hypothetical fears of your mind. Just try for 10 days. When I say this, I am responsible for these words. Understand? I know it is getting recorded. I am responsible for what I am talking. Just try 10 days this unclutching. I assure, I have seen, it only adds your health, adds to your wealth, adds to your well-being, and adds to your relationship. Only your fear creates an idea. No. If I do, who will pay my bills? Who will run my life? run your life in a much better way when you are unclutched. You pick up a few thoughts here and there, like a conveyor belt. If the conveyor belt is going on, you pick up whatever you need and create a shaft. Same way, either you pick up all sufferings and create a pain shaft, or you pick up all joyful memories and incidents and create a joy shaft. If you try to elongate joy shaft or break the pain shaft, both is impossible because the shaft does not exist. It is imaginary. Third important thing, fortunately, every new thought proves the old thought has lost its influence over your inner space. This proves no suffering can overtake you. Eternal hell does not exist. Understand? The eternal hell is a foolish concept taught to you to torture, frighten you. Because even here, nothing can be eternal. It just moves. It just moves. There's a beautiful one-liner. You can't step into the same river twice. Because by the time, second time you put your step, river has moved. I tell you, you can't step into the same river even once. Because by the time you put your foot and it reaches the ground, water has moved. Constantly, the very replacement, new thoughts appearing shows you have an inner space which gets replaced, which gets rejuvenated, which gets refreshed, which is untouchable, which is pure, because the inner space is pure. You are able to have new thoughts. The new thoughts happening proves the old thoughts have lost its influence over you. So do not be afraid of depression, suffering, fear, desire, anything. Do not be afraid of internal enemies. Let you be liberated from the internal enemies. And the last essence, ultimate thing, do not be afraid of unclutching. A small example, in the north, they will have a strange way of catching the birds. Trap. Strange kind of trap. I have seen in my wandering. I spent my 10 years in walking all over India, begging and eating and sleeping under the trees and meditating. I've seen in north, they will have a trap to catch birds. I think I have a small stick. They even brought a bird to give you a visual. I've seen how they trap the birds. Understand? Like this, they will put a stick and hang it between the trees. That's all. You'll be surprised. How can this trap a bird? Understand? When this is hanging, the bird will come and sit here. Bird will come and sit here. When it sits, just because of its own weight, what will happen? It will become like this. It will become topsy-turvy, upside down. This poor bird, it starts thinking, if it leaves, if it relaxes, it will fall and die. I have seen, for hours the bird will be hanging. The poor guy will be fluttering, will be trying its best, shaking the wings, but he will be hanging, thinking, if he relaxes, if he lets go, He will fall and break his head and die. Have you heard any time a bird falling and breaking his head and dying? No. Fool does not know if he lets go, he can just fly. He can be liberated. Understand? I have seen the bird will be hanging. This hunter fellow, he will slowly come after 2-3 hours. He will come and just pick up that bird and put it in the cage. How that foolish bird is thinking, if it lets go, he will fall and die. Same way, we have the fear. If we let go our mind, if we unclutch, we will fall and our life will become mess. We will disappear. Understand? There is no history, there is no record. The bird which let go, which opened up, has fallen and died. Same way, there is no record. A person who has unclutched has lost something in his life. Just like how that bird, one more thing, that bird feels that stick is a security. It hangs on to it. But poor guy, the hunter comes, not only he loses the stick which he thinks as security, he is eternally prisoned. Same way, what you think as security, your mind and life, if you hold on to it, what happens? Yama is the hunter, death is the hunter. When he comes, not only what you think as security will be lost, they eternally put to the death, lost the truth. Understand? Just like that bird, in a very foolish way, we are hanging on to the stick, the mind, with the fear. If we let go, what will happen, what will happen, what will happen? Sometime I have seen some birds which are flying, they will come and poke this bird and tell, hey, let go. I had the same problem. When I relaxed, I just started flying. All it takes is just 2-3 minutes to balance. See, the bird will be topsy-turvy. When it leaves, maybe 2 seconds it will start falling and it will just turn and start flying. That 2-3 second chaos, courageously facing the 2-3 second chaos is what I call tapas. When you unclutch, there will be some revolution in your life, day-to-day thinking, decision making, in your daily routine, in your lifestyle. Courageously going through that revolution, going through the transformation which happens in you is what I call tapas. Understand? Rarely the bird which was stuck like this in the trap but had courage and let go, opened up, it comes back and says, tells the bird which is hanging, hey, let go, relax, listen. I was like you. When I opened up, I never fell and broken my head or died. I only became liberated. I only became free bird. Come on. Understand? If the bird lets go, if the bird relaxes, it will be enjoying its freedom. Same way, if you let go, you will become Paramahamsa. You will become Paramahamsa. Let me tell you, I was hanging. Now, just because I have seen this in my experience, let me tell you, with that courage, with that authenticity, with that truth, with that satya, please understand, when it comes from the experienced inner space, even if your logic is fighting, don't bother, you will have that experience. When it comes from the truth, it will reach your true self and being. All you need to do, just let go. You will become Paramahamsa. You will become Paramahamsa. Let you live enlightenment. Life lived in an unclutched way is what I call living enlightenment.
How can you leave everything and survive here in this world? You need to make efforts, you need to leave have your livings and everything, and how can you do that?
This is nice. The same question. When you drive, do you plan every step? Do you raise a word?
There is a practice of driving, so it's over driving. That means
Same way, you are trained to be alive.
no, alive is one thing, but you need to earn your living.
Please be very clear.
You need to do efforts.
Alright, do you know how to breathe?
Yeah.
You are programmed for breathing.
Yes.
Let me be very clear. Again and again, Vedic rishis, not only Vedic rishis, I can tell you from my experience, again and again they also say, if your body is trained to program, if your body is programmed to breathe, do you think it is not programmed to make your living?
Can I be just sitting here and have my bread and butter?
First thing, you will not be able to sit like that. Try to be unclutched. You will have an intelligence which is simply making your body to move and work. Let me be very clear. Always, the moment I say the word unclutched, you think it's laziness. No. Because you have a deep hatred towards working, you try to go towards the opposite direction of resting or laziness. See, the moment I say unclutched, you think just lying down on the bed. No. One more thing, you can't lie down on your bed. Try to unclutch. Suddenly you will see so much of creativity expresses through you. So much of intelligence happens through you. You will not become lazy. Let me be very clear. When you unclutch, you will not become lazy. When I say, you see that bird, same bird, understand, if this bird has got little intelligence and flies, relaxes and balances and flies, now this bird knows how to escape from this clutch, this trap. Then the same trap will become a hammock for bird. It can come and just swing. It can come and sit and swing on that same hammock. The same trap will become hammock for the bird. Same way, when you unclutch from your identity and fly, now you know how to handle your identity. Your identity will not be prison anymore. It will become a hammock for you. Don't think if you unclutch, you will not do your profession. You will not do your job. If you are a doctor, if you unclutch, don't think you will stop doing your doctor's profession. No. If you unclutch, only one difference will be there. You will not have that constant irritation which you carry in your life from morning till night. Now, if you are a doctor, you will carry a constant irritation whenever you have to work. Whenever you receive a call, especially in night time, you know the amount of irritation which happens in you. Not only with the doctor, any profession. As on now, you will be carrying a deep irritation, vengeance, arrogance. That is what will be expressing in your body language, in your words, in every step. That is what is expressing in our body language, in our words, in our questions, every step. If you have little intelligence, if you can be little, I can tell you, try this simple experiment. Just 10 days, try to be unclutched. Surely in 10 days, I don't think you will lose your job. Will you lose all your wealth just in 10 days? Surely you must be having savings for 10 days. Just 10 days, try to be unclutched. Suddenly you will see, not only you are not able to be lazy, the tremendous energy which you are wasting in just worrying and psychological worrying and the irritation will become creative energy. You will not work hard, you will work smart. Understand? Just the person works hard and just being work smart. are doing hard work is a pure myth because of clutching. Hard work means understand what is hard work. If you do a simple work, before doing that, if you plan psychologically 10 times and worry will it happen or not 10 more times, and after doing it, if you talk and brag about that 10 more times, it will become hard work. That's all. Hard work is nothing but, understand, hard work is nothing but doing a small simple work, talking about it 10 times, planning about it 10 times, worrying about that whether it will happen or not 10 times, after doing it, bragging about it 10 times. That is hard work. That's all. Otherwise, whatever you talk as hard work is a pure myth out of arrogance. Again and again people ask me, be very clear, I am not sitting quiet. I am not a lazy Swami or a lazy monk who is in Himalayas. I travel per year 100,000 miles and I run 800 centers in 24 countries. Let me tell you honestly, just because of unclutching, so much of creativity and power is coming out. As on now, you waste 90% of your energy in psychological worry. When I say 90, I mean 90. I mean 90. When your ego is hurt, you try to defend your philosophy. Let me be very clear. Do not defend. What I say, just because your ego is hurt, have little intelligence and look in, you will be a new being. Just take 10 days, not more than that. Just 10 days. Drop your idea, hard work myth. You feel you are important only if you feel you are doing hard work. You do not understand, in the initial level, you have to convince your boss that you are doing hard work. By and by, you yourself get convinced you are doing hard work. That is the ultimate myth. Let me be very clear, we are not doing hard work at all. That's the first understanding we need to understand. We go on telling our kids, I did this for you, I did that for you, I am doing this for you, I am doing that for you, so that we can create a guilt in them and exploit them, make them do what we want. One father and the son came to me. Father goes on saying, I did this for him, I did this for him, I did this for him, he is not obeying me, Swamiji, please tell him. Son asked, Swamiji, who asked him to give birth to me? He did something else as a byproduct, I happened. So after giving birth, he goes on saying he did this, he did that, he did that, he did that. Let me be very clear, we do not do anything for anybody, not only for others, even for us. Hard work is a pure myth. Let you understand this simple fact and try just for 10 days. 10 days try to be unclutched. You will see the amount of energy, creativity coming out of you and expressing through you. You will see not only you are not able to keep quiet. See, keeping quiet is tamas in Sanskrit, laziness. Doing hard work is rajas, restlessness. Doing smart work is sattva, pure intelligence in Sanskrit. Be very clear, just unclench. You will not work hard, you will work smart. Thank you. From moment to moment, in spontaneity, we need to understand one more thing. This technique of be unclutched, it does miracles in your being, in the body level, or in the mental level, or in the being level. when you understand the truth, by your very nature, you are unclutched. The tremendous quantum transformation. You take a quantum jump. The transformation happens in quantum, not step by step. Just on jump. You take a quantum jump and experience the truth awakening in you. You will have an intelligence which is simply making your body to move and work. Let it be very clear. Always, the moment I say the word unclutched, you think it's laziness. No. Because you have a deep hatred towards working, you try to go towards the opposite direction of resting or laziness. See, the moment I say unclutched, you think just lying down on the bed. No. One more thing, you can't lie down on your bed. Try to unclutch. Suddenly you will see so much of creativity expresses through you. So much of intelligence happens through you. You will not become lazy. Let it be very clear. When you unclutch, you will not become lazy. When I say, you see that bird, same bird, understand night time, you know the amount of irritation which happens in you. Not only with the doctor, any profession. As on now, you will be carrying a deep irritation, vengeance, arrogance. That is what will be expressing in your body language, in your words, in every step. That is what is expressing in our body language, in our words, in our questions, every step. If you have a little intelligence, if you can be little, I can tell you, try this simple experiment. Just 10 days, try to be unclutched. Surely in 10 days, I don't think you will lose your job. Will you lose all your wealth just in 10 days? Surely you must be having savings for 10 days. Just 10 days, try to be unclutched. Suddenly you will see, not only you are not able to be lazy, the tremendous energy which you are wasting in just worrying and psychological worrying and the irritation will become creative energy. You will not work hard, you will work smart. Understand? Just the person works hard, unclutched being works smart. First thing, if 10 days try to be unclutched, you will see the amount of energy, creativity coming out of you and expressing through you. You will see, not only you are not able to keep quiet, see, keeping quiet is tamas in Sanskrit, laziness. Doing hard work is rajas, restlessness. Doing smart work is sattva, pure intelligence in Sanskrit. Be very clear. Just unclutch. You will not work hard, you will work smart. Thank you.
स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दं कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं हरिषड्वर्गजेतारं नित्यानन्दगुरुं भजे.
The infrastructure which comes out of the ecstatic feeling which you are carrying without hurting yourself is what we call kshetra. Understand? Kshetra is not a city. Kshetra means the whole citizens, the whole group is in ecstasy, working out of ecstasy. That is why those great temples which are built are still standing. It creates kshetra. But if you are doing the same work of creating infrastructure, see the whole thing of human beings kept in the mood of unfulfillment and constantly they are taught you are not complete is a business done by the so-called visionaries of the society to drive these guys crazy to create bigger and bigger infrastructures. That's all. Don't you see the whole fun? Either you listen to the great truths of the masters who came out of the inner world and achieve the truth, or listen to the foolish visionaries who are constantly hurting themselves and filled with irritation and ego and power game and forced everybody to feel unfulfilled or dissatisfied, so that they will be constantly running to work and create more and more bigger and bigger infrastructure with which they can satisfy or fulfill and show their ego as a strong. I'm breaking the whole pot. I'm breaking the whole truth. Understand, that is the source from which constantly you are fed the idea that you are not complete, you are not full, you are not as you are supposed to be, and you are not total. These ideas are taught to you so that you will be constantly made to run, to create bigger and bigger infrastructures. Beautiful definition of Kshetra. Kshetra means the cities developed by the Vedic masters. That is why in India we took care, never the leadership was given to a king who is egoistic and constantly mad after expansion of infrastructure. It was all policy decisions was always under an enlightened master, Rajaguru. All policy decisions was under Rajaguru, enlightened master, because he knows how to plan, and he was constantly taking care. Only the fulfillment was expressing. Here, Mahadeva says, as you see many suns in water, from one sun, so see bondage and liberation. So many suns are seen in the water. When you look at the root, you will see only one sun. The source is one. Clearly understand, bondage and the liberation, both words are just relative. They are only relative. They are not ultimate truth. If you think you are in bondage, you need to be taught you are liberated. There is a beautiful example you need to understand. One guy who was standing in the corner of the room, facing the corner, two walls in front of him, corner, he is facing the corner. Suddenly he got into the idea, he is in prison, he is caught. He is hitting this wall, he is hitting that wall, I am bound, I am in prison, save me. God save me, oh Guru save me, oh this save me, oh that save me, release me, liberate me. Master, all he does is, from the behind, shouts, fool, turn. The moment he turns, suddenly he realizes, third side there was no wall. Third side, there was no wall. And he tries to escape. He tries to run. God, I am free, let me run and escape. Master says, fool, relax. You have never been in bondage. Why are you trying to escape? Run. Look around. Then he realizes, not only third side there was no wall, there was no gate anywhere. It was just two small walls meeting in one corner. He himself voluntarily went and started fighting with that walls. Neither the walls bound him, nor they invited him. He went and started fighting with the walls and started thinking, believing he is bound. He is in bondage. Understand, Bondage and liberation are relative. They are only two words, relative words. There are so many beautiful truths, revelations can happen in you when this idea awakens the non-mechanical parts of your brain. Understand one more important example. I always love to tell this story. This example, you are always afraid of unclutching or remembering that you are liberated. You wanted a clear mental setup so that your moral standard and life standard, internal and external lives will be same, smooth, as you think, what you think as order. No. In Indian villages I have seen, they will catch these monkeys if they enter into the city and leave them back in the forest. They have to catch them without poisoning them. So they will keep a small pipe inside which their hands can go. They will keep that pipe, and the other side they will keep a small sweet. This monkey will put the hand in the pipe and catch that sweet. After it catches the sweet, it will try to take the hands out, it will not come out. It will try its best to take the hand out. This fool does not understand, if he lets go the sweet, hands will come out. He will not let go the sweet. He will not leave the sweet. He will be holding on to that sweet or that item, the fruit, and he will be trying to take the hand out. Just because of his own closed hands, he will not be able to take his hands out of the net. And this fellow will be playing and pushing and pulling like this for hours. And that guy who put the net, the hunter, will slowly come and catch the monkey and put in the cage and take it away. We don't understand. Just if you leave the hand, your hands can just come out, come off. There is nobody who is binding. There is nobody who is putting you in bondage. Another one important story, wonderful story. I've seen in Indian forests, hunters catching birds. They'll catch the birds. There will be one small stick hanging in a rope. The stick will be very balanced, just like this, equal, this side and that side, the same weight and length, the stick will be. Like, there will be rope like this tied, and the stick will be hanging. When birds come, they'll try to sit one side. The moment they sit one side, suddenly the tip and the stick will become topsy-turvy, upside down, because of one side weight. It will become just upside down. It will just become topsy-turvy. Understand, the moment the stick has become upside down, the bird which is holding will completely get imbalanced and shaken. Now this guy starts thinking, if I leave, I'll fall and break my head and die. If I let go the stick now, I'll fall and break my head and die. He will be just hanging, trying to flutter his wings, trying to shake, trying to move, trying to bring that stick to balance, trying to straighten that stick. No. Nothing will happen. Never it will happen. All our practice, trying to create silence and balance through wealth, or peace and balance through some other practice, everything is equal to the trials and the things which this bird is trying to do. Fluttering the wing, balancing. The fluttering the wing can be having more cars and houses. Trying to balance the stick can be more like some japa or meditation or some spiritual practice, some techniques. Trying its best, nothing will happen. This guy will be hanging. Slowly that hunter will come and catch the bird very slowly and put it in the cage and go. All you need to understand is you are never in bondage, you will never fall and die, just let go. If the bird just opens, it can fly. It can just fly. The hunter is death. Till death comes, you are hanging, swinging, trying to balance the stick. All you are fluttering. You always think, if I let go and become so easy, I may die, means I may fall and break my head, means I may lose my wealth, I may lose my mind, I may lose my balanced life, I may lose this, I may lose that. No. There is no history anytime a bird falling and dying. Same way, there will never be a history if you relax from all the things you are holding, you will lose your wealth or health or life or miss anything. You won't miss anything, whatever you have. At the most, when that bird lets go that stick, it takes 2-3 seconds for the bird to balance and start flying. At the most, you may need 2-3 months to balance and start flying. That 2-3 months, having the patience and balancing is what I call tapas. That is what I call tapas. Living enlightenment. Understand, we are all hanging. Just open up. Let go. Whatever you are holding in your mind as bondage and whatever thought you think as bondage, whatever you think is associated with bondage or suffering, as you think, let go. Let go. You may think, I may have to let go my job. Don't bother. Let go. You will never miss your wealth. The moment you are balanced, you will start working out of your creativity. You will start expressing out of your strength. You will start expressing out of your joy. It is not that the person who is flying is not working. No. Paramahamsas are not lazy. They express the honest freedom and creativity. Having the trust that you can express that creativity and strength is what I call bhakti. You need only Atma Bhakti. Means having the trust towards yourself that you can also express that creativity. You can also express that freedom. That is bhakti. And opening, letting go the stick is tyaga, and balancing and flying is courage. That's all need to happen in our system. Anything, if you feel there is nothing really I am holding on, then wonderful, listen to these words. It will go deep and do the work of awakening the non-mechanical parts of your brain. If you still able to find out you are holding on to something, then relax. If you are holding on to something, relax. If you have nothing to hold on, then imbibe, listen to these words, let the process happen. Understand, all you need to do is just let go and fly. You will be a Paramahamsa. Thank you.
स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दं कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं हरिषड्वर्गजेतारं नित्यानन्दगुरुं भजे स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दं कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं हरिषड्वर्गजेतारं नित्यानन्दगुरुं भजे स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दं कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं हरिषड्वर्गजेतारं नित्यानन्द कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं हरिषट् स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दं कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं हरिषड्वर्गजेतारं नित्यानन्दगुरुं भजे.
Mahadeva is giving very powerful technique. Understand? You can practice this in your everyday life. This is a meditation technique. It's not a teaching. Please do not understand this as a teaching. If it is a teaching, then you will start practicing little by little. You will fix a goal. This is the goal of my renunciation. And from today I will practice little by little, little by little. No. If you take this as a teaching, you will mess up and miss. No. It's a technique. It is a technique to be done as it is. I have seen many people taking this kind of techniques as a teachings. Big difference between teaching and technique. Teaching means lifestyle. Technique means the experience which changes your lifestyle. Teaching is like a coat. You can just put on one more coat and brag about. Technique is your very being. It will change it. It will transform it. Here, he says, when some desire arises, consider it. Whenever a desire arises in you, just see. Don't judge as a right or wrong. See. Give the desire enough inner space. Once you see it, suddenly, before even your mind argues, unclutch. Don't allow any of your arguments. Don't allow mind coming out in the other door and saying, no, little bit. What will happen to this? What will happen to that? No. Don't even allow the mind to come up with some arguments. Understand? Shiva is speaking to a different kind of personalities and different kinds of people. The today's technique is for a true seeker who is serious about enlightenment. I have seen different kinds of seekers who are very happy only to talk about it, never to work for it. Who are little courageous to take one or two steps but not to go with it. Very few guys, courageous ones. I call them Dhira. Dhira means courage to travel, courage to live it, courage to leave everything else. Today, Mahadeva is talking. Mahadeva is giving techniques for that kind of intelligent, energetic, courageous people. He gives techniques for all kinds of people. First level, who are just interested in talking, but not doing about it. Second level, who are interested in talking and taking one or two steps, but not more than that. And the true seekers. He gives techniques for every level. But this is the technique for the people who are tired of being cunning. If you are tired of being lazy, if you have suffered enough with your dilemma, if you have suffered enough with your mind, then this is technique for you. If somebody is, people come and tell me, Swamiji, what you teach is really wonderful, amazing truth. But how to practice? I am not so mature to practice these great truths as it is. Then I tell them, suffer a little more and come back. The truth as it is. The truth as the truth just transforms, just makes you completely a different being. Whenever some desire arises in you, consider it, see it, witness it, understand it. Suddenly, before your mind is ready with arguments, unclutch from it. It's a very powerful technique. Very powerful technique. When you suddenly unclutch, a quantum jump will happen in you. If you are announcing step by step, you will never achieve the reality, enlightenment. No. You will never achieve the reality, enlightenment. No. Step by step, never growth happens. Enlightenment is either now or never. Complete yes or complete no. Never happens step by step. Never point by point. Never like a degree. No. Never like a gradual process. Powerful technique which you can use it every day. Even when you sit morning, if you feel the hunger or thirst, desire to drink water, food, just sit with the desire. Consider it. Don't say right or wrong. Just unclutch before your mind brings up any argument. You may ask, then I should not eat or what? That is secondary. When you are really hungry, when it goes beyond unclutching, you will simply eat. That is different. But this unclutching can surely reduce the number of times and the quantity which you eat. Any desire, whether it is about anger, desire to express your anger, or desire to express your lust, desire to express anything, or desire for some object, just sit, consider the desire, and suddenly, before even your mind is ready, unclutch from it. Unclutch from it. Shiva is giving so many wonderful methods for so many different kinds of beings. The today's technique is for powerful, intense, courageous seekers who are tired of their same way of living, who are really tired of dilemmas, who have suffered enough with their mind, who have lived enough, and who understand the cunningness of their mind. This technique is for them. This technique is for those courageous few living beings. Suddenly decide, when you consider a desire, suddenly decide that you will unclutch over and do not allow the arguments, and just be with that unclutched space. See what happens to you. See what happens to you. Maybe now for a few minutes we can sit effortlessly and try how we are able to practice this, how we are able to internalize this. Understand, this technique is not even to be practiced every day. No. This is supposed to be practiced effortlessly, internalized effortlessly. Suddenly at one day, you will unclutch from the very desire of holding on to this body. You will just unclutch. Now, close your eyes for a few minutes. I'll guide you how to consider
the desires and how to suddenly unclutch from it before your mind brings any argument. Please close your eyes. Sit in a relaxed way. If some desires are arising in you, maybe desire to open your eyes or desire to move your body, any desire, just see that desire. Don't judge. There may be so many desires. Do not witness. Do not judge. Do not say right or wrong. Do not suppress. Just see. Don't say, don't think your desire is right or wrong. Just see it. Let your eyes be closed. Let them come. When desires arise, let them happen.
Let all the desires arise in you. Don't suppress them. Don't judge them. Don't say they are right or wrong. Just let them happen. Consider. Let them happen. Suddenly, before even your mind recognizes, unclutch from all the desire and relax. Do not argue. Do not logically decide. Do not decide based on right or wrong. Just unclutch from all the thoughts. Let your eyes be closed. Just unclutch from all the thoughts.
Anything comes up, just unclutch. Just disconnect. Don't judge. Don't say it is right. Don't say it is wrong. Just disconnect. Unclutch. Nithyanandam. Relax. Slowly, very slowly, you can open your eyes. Try, whenever you are caught by strong emotions or strong desires, just sit with it. Don't judge. Don't say right or wrong. Consider it and suddenly unclutch from it without even allowing your logic to question, to come up. When you unclutch, you will see the truth in you. Next few days also we'll have every day evening programs. We will see the different meditation techniques and methods by Mahadeva, Shiva. This book is the ultimate book. Each day, new dimension, new techniques, new methods open up. So, try not to miss it. Let you all experience, achieve, and radiate eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. सदाशिवसमारम्भां शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. Understand? When Patanjali says, he says, for a long time, without interval, without interruption, practice so that you can firmly be grounded. He doesn't mean, actually, when he says this long time, he is not depressing you. People come and ask me, this long time word is misunderstood and responsible for all the confusions which is there in the yoga world. Almost every interpretation has given a meaning, different or wrong meaning to this word. The moment you say long time, they say 12 years, 9 years, 7 years, 10 years. But I am not asking you to practice for long time means 10 years, 7 years, 6 years. No. Decide you will live, you are going to practice eternally. You will achieve it now. You will achieve it now. Ability to convince your inner space you are going to do this forever is what you need to learn through this sutra. Let me give you the translation again. Committed and intense practice of unclutching makes one firmly established in a higher state of awareness. Dirghakala and Nairantarya means long time and unbroken. Mind is a great accountant. He can play all accounts game with you. And Patanjali is aware of that. That is why he wants you with the right words. He is warning you with the right words. Please understand. Any practice you do, decide with this one attitude. People ask me, this is a FAQ. Again and again people ask me, how many years I should unclutch to get enlightened? How many years I should unclutch to get enlightened? Unclutching is the ultimate technique for enlightenment. Whenever I say, continue to unclutch, continue to unclutch, continue to unclutch, they ask me, Swamiji, is it 1 year or 2 years or 3 years? How many years I should unclutch to become enlightened? Understand, decide you are going to be unclutching forever. The moment you decide You are going to be unclutching forever. You will be unclutched this moment. Because your mind knows this is going to be its routine. See, your mind thrives with changes and or hope for a change. If your mind knows for sure, I am going to be unclutching as long as I am alive, it will decide, better let me die now. Then why to be, if it has a hope after 12 years of unclutching, you don't need to practice unclutching. Then it knows, oh, after 12 years there is a change. Because it thrives on change. It thrives on different things. That is why so much of desire for entertainment. So much of desire for entertainment. Even enlightenment, you think it's a change. That is why you want it. So much of desire for entertainment. People go on, try to find some entertainment because it's a change. Even inside entertainment, different. Every 3 minutes you change a channel. In 15 minutes you go one full round and come back. Because mind thrives on change. Mind thrives on change. When you know there is no possibility for change, suddenly you will see it just dies. It disappears. It leaves. When you are decide there is not going to be any change, suddenly, in an unexpected way, mind is killed. If you decide strongly you are going to unclutch forever, this moment you will be unclutched. This moment you will be unclutched. In a very unexpected way, mind will disappear. I have a story for you. A man goes into a bar and admires the stuffed lion's head mounted on the wall. What a great trophy, says the man to the bartender. That guy says, I would not call it great. The damn lion killed my wife. This guy asks, oh, is it so? You were on a safari in Africa, or you were on a safari somewhere, or hunting in the forest? Bartender says, no, it fell on her head. Understand, many times death comes in an unexpected way. If you decide that you are going to be unclutching forever, the death to the mind comes unexpected way, this moment. And suddenly mind settles all the accounts. See, if it knows it is going to be here forever, it continues to use the credit card. And using the credit card is the best way to be here. And the moment it knows, no, it's not going to be here, it suddenly settles all the accounts. It starts unclutching, relaxing, settling. Committed and intense practice of unclutching makes one firmly established in a higher state of awareness. I can say, in the world there are different kinds of knowledge. There are some kind, just by listening to that knowledge, you will have benefit of it. There are some kind of knowledge, if you have access to it whenever you need, you will have benefit out of it. Some knowledge, just by listening, once understanding, you will have benefit. some you need to again and again work with it. You need access to that knowledge to have benefit. There is some knowledge, only when you practice you will have benefit. Spiritual knowledge is the third type. You need to practice, live, practice, no other way. People come and ask me, is there any shortcut, Swamiji? I tell them the one and only shortcut is practice, practice, practice. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. The shortest way is being straight. Practice, nothing else. If you want the transformation, practice is the only way. How much ever you hear, how much ever you talk, how much ever you discuss, nothing can be done. Only one way, practice. And clearly telling your mind you are going to practice eternally. With unclutching, as long as you have a hope, you can stop unclutching at certain point. Your mind will continue to exist, waiting for that point. The moment you decide, no, I am going to unclutch forever, suddenly your mind disappears. It loses its power over you. I have one more story. 2 accountants are in a bar when armed robbers burst in. The robbers line the customers up against a wall and proceed to take their wallets, watches, etc. The first accountant slips something into the second accountant's hand and whispers, "Here is the $50 I owe you." When you know it is going to be taken away, you settle the accounts by yourself. Your mind is also the first accountant. When it knows nothing can be done, it has lost all its grounds, it just settles all the accounts. As long as it has a hope, it can flow, it flows. When there is no hope, it just settles. So all you need to understand is this one truth, only this one truth. Today I don't want to add too many ideas. I want you to understand this one truth. Dirkakala Nairantarya means eternal, unbroken. Decide today, eternally, forever, I am going to practice unclutching. There is not going to be any gap, whether I am walking or talking or sitting or whatever I may be doing. I am going to unclutch from whatever is happening inside me. Whether I am walking or talking or sitting or sleeping or dreaming or daydreaming, these are the 5 modifications of the mind: right knowledge, wrong knowledge, and imagination, sleep, memory. These are the 5 modifications constantly happening in you. Whatever modification may happen inside me, I am going to unclutch. That clarity, that understanding, if you bring it, suddenly you will see all your negativity will lose its power over you. See, your depression has a power over you as long as you believe it can come again and again to you. If you are very strong, let the depression come. How many times let it come? I am going to unclutch. Suddenly it loses its grip over you. It loses its grip over you. If the depression knows it can really put you in depression, it again and again repeats. If it knows you are going to unclutch again and again, how many times it tries, it struggles, you are going to unclutch. Suddenly it will stop trying. Nobody wants to fight losing war, including your depression. Your whole life is nothing but a war between you and your mind. It's a war between you and your mind. So the moment you know, the moment you are aware, the moment you are awakened to this one truth, understand, please understand this one truth. Decide whatever may happen, I am going to unclutch. I tell you, that moment is what I call enlightenment. If you decide that this moment, whatever may happen in my life, I am going to be continuously practicing unclutching. Suddenly, then whatever is going to happen, I am going to practice unclutching. Then why should I have fear? Why should I bother about anything else? Why should I have any fear or any idea about anything? You will see, mind just unclutches. Mind just unclutches. So, I want you to fill with this one idea. I want to fill you with this one idea. I want you to be filled with this one idea. Decide today, from this moment, whatever may happen, I'll continue to unclutch. I am going to have the constant, intense practice. Dirghakala Nairantarya, committed and intense practice of unclutching. This very decision will unclutch you. After practicing is secondary. This very decision will unclutch you, will solve everything. The moment you take this decision, your mind will start moving, saying, no, 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 if that depression comes, you can't unclutch. If this fear comes, you can't unclutch. If this desire comes, you won't be able to unclutch. It will tease you. If you say, no, I am going to be unclutching constantly. Whatever may come, I am going to be unclutching. Then it will create the fear of death. What will happen? If you die, you think you will unclutch? Who will pay your bills? Who will pay your insurance? Who will pay your this? Who will pay that? If you take a strong understanding, if you bring firm understanding, no, whatever it may be, I am going to unclutch. That one strong will, suddenly mind unclutches. Patanjali explains beautifully the next sutra, a deeper method, a deeper layer of this same understanding. Next sutra is about vairagya, the conscious withdrawal. He beautifully describes the deeper layer of this technique. The conscious withdrawal from the objects of the senses at the body, mind and spirit. He explains about the conscious withdrawal for this eternal unclutching. We'll see about this idea tomorrow. Go to the deeper layers of this idea tomorrow. Let you be filled with this one understanding that decide that committed and intense practice of unclutching makes one firmly established in a higher state of consciousness. Only that makes you established in a higher state of consciousness. Many people think they are professional seekers, they don't need to practice. I have seen. No, I practiced all kinds of techniques for 10 years, 20 years. Nowadays I don't practice anything. I just read and go around and listen to some things. Understand? Just because you are senior
Don't think. Without practice, things can happen. Maybe in the outer world it will happen. If you are a senior lawyer, you don't have to do anything, just have few juniors, they will do everything. If you are a senior accountant, you don't have to do anything, just your juniors will do everything. It will work in the outer world, not in the inner world. I have a story for you. An accountant goes into the pet store. I'll read it out for you. I don't want to miss a word. An accountant goes into a pet store to buy a parrot. The store owner shows him 3 identical parrots on a perch. The parrot on the left costs $500, says the owner. Why does that parrot cost so much? Asks the accountant. It knows how to do complex audits, says the store owner. The guy asks, how much does that middle parrot cost? Asks the accountant. That one costs $1,000, owner replies. He says, it can do everything the fine first one can. Plus, it knows how to prepare financial forecasts. Accountant asks about the third parrot. It costs $4,000. Accountant asks, so what all that one can do? The store owner says, to be honest, I have never seen him do anything. But the other 2 parrots call him as a senior partner. Maybe in the outer world, if you are senior, you don't need to do anything. But in the inner world, practice, practice, practice. Even in our mission, I have seen these guys, the moment they become an organizer or a senior devotee or think that they have become senior devotee, they don't do any meditation. It's okay. Now I have to only teach. Understand, the senior accountant works only in the outer world, not in the inner world. So whoever you may be, practice has to become eternal. Actually, when you decide the practice is eternal, suddenly the whole thing gets unclutched and practice ends there. When practice ends, there will be nobody to practice. As long as there is somebody inside you to practice, practice. As long as there is somebody inside, something going on inside, unclutch. Only where there is nothing, then there is no unclutching. When the unclutcher disappears into unclutching, unclutching ends. Till then, unclutching continues, continues, continues. So, continue your unclutching till the unclutcher disappears into unclutching. Let you all achieve this truth and live, radiate, living enlightenment, Jivan Mukti. Let you all achieve and radiate the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you.
illogical, unconnected and unclutched. Because the gap between two thoughts is too small, the neutral space between the two thoughts is too small, you think all the thoughts are connected and it is in the shaft form. It is not. By your very nature, every thought is independent, illogical, unconnected and unclutched. Between every thought you experience a neutral space. When you change the gear, whether you go from neutral to 1 or 1 to 2 or 2 to 3 or 3 to 4 or 4 to whatever gears you may change, but every time you have to come to the neutral space. Only then you can go to the next gear. Even if you want to go from 2 to 3, you have to come to the neutral space. Only then you can go to 3. Same way, between every thought you experience a neutral space. You experience a neutral space between every thoughts. Between every thought. That neutral space, that silence is what I call peace or bliss. The peace which exists, the bliss which exists already in you, between every thought, the gap of the thought, the gap between the thoughts, that neutral space is the peace, is the bliss. When you understand you are unconnected, independent, illogical and unclutched, by your very nature, you will start experiencing the neutral space in you, neutral space which exists in you. You will start living from moment to moment in spontaneity. We need to understand one more thing. This technique of be unclutched, it does miracles in your being, in the body level, or in the mental level, or in the being level. In every level, when you understand the truth, by your very nature, you are unclutched. The tremendous quantum transformation. You take a quantum jump, the transformation happens in quantum, not step by step. Just on jump. You take a quantum jump and experience the truth awakening in you.
The brain is the organ which controls our whole physical being. Once our brain has been imbalanced, it will then transmit that imbalance throughout the whole body. Thought forms are pure energy that have the ability to influence people and everyday events in life. According to science, our brains generate an electromagnetic field which may be measured by such instruments as an encephalograph. This electromagnetic field is generated by the brain every time we think, and as our mind is never still, we may be compared to perpetual power generators. Fear produces nervous disorders. Anger produces headaches and violence. Confused thoughts produce congestion and ill health. Depression causes cancer, tumors, mental diseases, and lowering of the immune system, causing death through own willpower. Our thoughts generate intricate energy patterns which can be detected by sensitive equipment and seen by clairvoyant individuals. These energy patterns are known as thought forms. Surprisingly, thought forms are shaped by the thoughts themselves. Each of us creates hundreds of thought forms every hour and release them into the environment. Although we cannot see them, the thought forms have as real an existence as any other form of energy. Most people can sense others' thought forms, and a continuous energetic exchange happens between people, about which we are usually unaware. This also explains why we sometimes take a sudden liking or dislike to a certain person directly on meeting them. We just catch their vibes. Unclutching is a guide for equanimity and enlightenment. Thoughts are like bubbles in a fish tank. Just as bubbles in a fish tank rise from the bottom, our thoughts also rise in the same manner. When one bubble comes and reaches the surface of the water, the next bubble starts and the third bubble starts. Because the bubbles are rising at high speed, they look like a continuous stream. But our mind is not a continuous stream. There is always a gap between two thoughts. Like the bubbles, we also experience a neutral space between two thoughts. This neutral space between two thoughts is our original state, the pure silence. It is a state of pure consciousness, the state of God. Since the gap or the neutral space between two thoughts is too small, we think all thoughts are connected and form a shaft. But there is always a gap between two thoughts. In the forest of northern India, the hunters trap the birds using a trap. They tie a rope between two trees. The rope is the shaft that we create by connecting two thoughts. In the middle of the rope, they secure a wooden stick. The stick is our mind. The rope is tied at the midpoint of the stick. When a bird comes and sits on the stick, the bird's own weight turns the whole stick upside down. It turns topsy-turvy. The moment it turns upside down and loses its sense of balance, it feels totally shaken and tightens its grip on the stick. It simply holds onto the stick as if its life depends on it. Similarly, we connect thoughts and form a shaft out of it and live in the fear that if we drop our mind, we might be lost. We might lose our identity. Because it is hanging upside down, it thinks, if I unclutch from this stick, I will fall and die. It's similar to the fear that if we start trusting that we are unconnected, unclutched, independent and illogical thoughts, we might be lost. If the bird lets go and relaxes, it may flutter to balance for a moment or two. When it leaves the stick, maybe for a few seconds, it will fall, but then it will adjust itself and start flying. In the same way, We hold on to whatever we think is our identity and security, our education, our mind, our life, our relationships, or our bank balance. Ultimately comes to remove the stick that is our identity. Just like the bird, we don't realize that if we drop our mind, at that moment we can become a Paramahamsa. That very moment we can be liberated. In Mundaka Upanishad, there is a story which explains there is a huge tall tree, and in the tallest branch of the tree, there is a golden bird sitting unclutched from everything in bliss, like Dakshinamurti. In the lower level branch, there is a small bird which jumps from here and there to various branches eating fruits. When it eats a bitter fruit, it feels bad. Whenever she eats the bitter fruit, she sees the bird which is looking above silently like Dakshinamurti and feels, why I should not be like that bird. But unfortunately, when the same bird, when it eats tasty fruit, it forgets the bird sitting above it. In the same way, she keeps battling between branches, eating bitter and tasty fruits again and again. One day, as a small bird flies up higher, and as it reaches near the golden bird, it realized that he and she are the same. There is no difference between them both and realizes her original state. The small bird realizes that she also can be in the same state of the golden bird and become a Paramahamsa. This moment, trust yourself. Don't bother about losing your identity. Just trust yourself and let go of your identity. You will immediately become a Paramahamsa and be liberated. All you need to do is to trust that you're unclutched. Dropping the conclusions you can't be transformed is unclutching.
You see, you have 4 levels of organs. Listen very carefully. 4 levels of organs. Organ which is seen by everyone, like a hand, leg. Even these are organs as per yogic physiology. We call it anga, because no other English word I am using the word organ. Then internal organ, kidney, liver, intestine, brain for some people, heart for very few people. That is a second level, internal organ. Then third, intra-organ. That is vak, the 7 chakras, third eye. How many of you are understanding, able to catch up what I am saying? Then, the fourth item, this is the main important thing, extraordinary organs. It grows literally like organ. Listen, lightsaber. How you show, you have that light and play. Literally like that, from your hand you grow 10 feet tall light beam. From your eyes you grow 10 feet, 20 feet light beam. You can physically see, understand. When it becomes strong, you can even physically show to others. Listen carefully. Organ, hands, leg, your eyes, ears. Internal organ, liver, kidney, intestine. Intra-organ, 7 chakras, vak, third eye. Extraordinary organs.
The extraordinary organs you have to grow. Growing that extraordinary organs is a conscious process. Two steps are involved in that growing. One, unclutching means removing all these clusters, coming to the restful awareness, nirvikalpa samadhi. Second, operating our mind based on integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching as a thought current. Understand? Integrity, when it becomes your thought current, this four principle is the foundation of the whole Vedic software, agamic software. Listen carefully. Thinking in the language of integrity, authenticity, responsibility, and enriching. Continuously, even internally, is a methodology to grow these extraordinary organs. These extraordinary organs only are used to pass a command, sankalpa, will, and manifest, play with nature, expressing this ashtakanma power, stambana, mohana, vasya, vidveshana, uchchadana, agrushana, marana, means agitating, stopping, mesmerizing, making it obey, or destroying it, any of this. These powers you can manifest on the nature. Panchatattva means air, water, fire, earth, and space. Just by gestures. Just by gestures. Listen carefully. Your thought current develops your organs. I can give you 1000 evidence for this statement. Your thought currents develops your organs. Continuously, if you think in the language of integrity, for example, even if you missed class by 1 minute, internally declaring to yourself, oh, I am completing for this non-integrity, and I am declaring to myself that I am getting back to my integrity space and making sure I will not do this missing integrity again. Constantly thinking in this language of integrity grows your aura. Understand? Your aura gets constantly abused by your non-integrity behavior. Your non-integrity behavior makes you behave like a completely confused mad. It is like you try to pull your shoes and fly. Where will you fly? thinking in the language of integrity. Every time you miss integrity, coming back to completion, understand, completion is your conscious cognitive decision. Oh, enough. Now I am deciding I'll be integrated. When you get into this software of integrity and constantly being integrated, not because somebody is watching or not, but because you are watching. Understand? Beware of your thinking because you are listening. Beware of your thinking because you are listening. The higher self in you is listening what you are thinking. That higher self is the decision maker whether to grow your aura body or not. If you feel integrity is a successful thought current, you will feel so much of joy, your aura starts growing up. You can throw it and make sankalpa, anything you want will become reality. Ability to throw your aura and make what you want as reality is called Ashtaganma Siddhi. Ability to throw your aura and make what you want as reality is Ashtaganma Siddhi. These two steps, unclutching and thinking in language of integrity, means even while you are talking, never use negative words. I am using because I am talking to public who are not initiated. You guys are practically not going to talk to anybody other than who are not initiated. Am I right? At least while you are talking to initiated people, stop using negative phrases even while you are talking. If you see all my early discourses, you will never hear this I. It will always be Sami, 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 Sami. Even when I am talking about me. Because I am talking to mass uninitiated people, media, I have started using their language. Of course, language does not disturb me or corrupt me. My integrity is being level, so. But for all of you, you need to even in the language level pick up integrity. Even in your thinking level, integrity needs to be kept alive. Every time you miss integrity, completing it and coming back to the space of integrity. Whether it is delaying class, or a word you gave it to somebody and did not fulfill, or you committed to do certain volunteer work and did not complete, in every level catching you and completing you grows your aura intensely. How many of you are getting what I am saying? Non-integrity reduces your aura size smaller than your body. That is what I call sickness. Integrity expands your aura size larger than your body. That is what I call bliss, exuberance, excitement. When that aura becomes thicker and thicker and thicker, it becomes Ashtaganma Shakti. Understand? Listen carefully. It is Shakta Agama only teaches thinking. Vedanta teaches no thinking. Agama teaches thinking is irrelevant. Depth is only relevant. Only Shaktagamas teach methodology of thinking. This science is from Shaktagama, Nigamas. Listen carefully. I'll repeat once more. 2 steps required. Unclutching in your inner space. Thinking in the language of integrity for your operation. How many of you are able to understand what I am saying? This is a perfect siddha, perfect integrated being. Shaktis of Ashtaganma manifests in you. Within 24 hours of you start thinking in the language of integrity. Because cleaning Ganga does not need any effort. You just need to stop polluting, that's all. Listen, if you stop polluting, it takes 27 hours for Gomukh water to reach Ganga Sagar. That's a speed from Gomukh, a drop, reaches the Ganga Sagar in 27 hours. Because Ganga has an undercurrent, the thought current, not the above will not be fast. The under thought current is very strong in Ganga. It takes only 27 hours for Ganga to reach. So it means 27 hours, if you don't pollute, she will flush herself. For any normal human being, 3 state going and coming out only takes to flush yourself. Means once you need to go to Jagrat, Swapna, Sushupti, you are flushed, over. Back to Jagrat, you are flushed. You understand what I am saying? See, if you fall into dream once, deep sleep once, come back to waking state, you are flushed, that's all. Nothing else. Like a Ganga, you start thinking in the language of integrity now, and then fall asleep. It can be even daytime, no problem. You need to dream once, means go to the space of dreaming once. When you come back again to the waking state, you are flushed. After that, you just should not pollute again, that's all. You should just continue to think in the same language of integrity, that's all. How many of you are getting what I am saying? Just like Ganga, if you stop polluting, she will flush herself in 27 hours. If you start talking in the language of integrity now, within 24 hours, you will be flushed. Once falling into waking state, deep sleep state, dream state, you are flushed. Only thing, you should stop polluting it further. Practically, if I speak, within 3-4 days, you can stop polluting completely. Because day 1, you may still be left with some blind spot. But by day 3, you will not have it. This, what happens, like every finger will start growing extension, energy extension. You will feel like a balloon growing. Thought current and your ability to feel your organ is very closely connected. That is why when you are fresh, you feel all the fingertips. When you are dull, you feel only this area. How many of you understand what I am saying? Bringing extraordinary freshness to your existence happens by integrated thinking. Please listen. It is one of the most important sacred secret. Akshara is Shakti. The syllables we use and the organs' energy is connected. That is why in Sanskrit the Anganyasa, Karanyasa is done by invoking certain syllables on certain parts of body. Akshara means non-perishing energy of the syllables, and your organs are connected. For example, the Bhuvaneshwari is the goddess of the whole universe, my Ishtadevata. It is through Bhuvaneshwari. She is the first energy, gave darshan, and the formal initiation I received from Arunagiri Yogeshwara is Bhuvaneshwari Vidya. That is what formally I received from him. Tirumoolar, a great saint, describes the Bhuvaneshwari Vidya. In that only the Brahmanda Bhuvana Yoni Mandala is described, which is given in the Sadashivoham. We have a manual. I have a whole manual translated in Tamil, in the practical Tamil. Listen carefully. That Agama gives, it is actually essence of 4 Agama. That gives the technology of installing sacred sounds on your organs. I am going to install those sacred sounds on your organs, and the Tirumoolar even says, uttering those bija aksharas and stitching the skin with a lemon. In those days it used to be practiced as a technique, lemon piercing. But unfortunately nowadays the lemon piercing guys do not know these syllables. They do it like a ritual. Originally it was done with that bija. You see, the master who has mastered this science will utter the bija and insert the needle. Utter the bija and insert the needle. So the muscle memory gets the taste of the bija. Bija will be such powerful, muscles will feel the sweetness. But now I don't need to put the needle. You will feel the needle is being put and the taste will happen. I don't need to physically put the needle. All these 700 bijas I am going to recite and instill it in every part of your body. So, your organs get integrity. All of you are understanding what I am saying? See, every in course of our actions day, many time we miss integrity and organs get polluted. That is why the Anganyasa and Karanyasa. To cleanse yourself again back. Mantramaya Sharira. Mantramaya Sharira means only the mantra should be vibrating as your core existence. This body is like a gunny bag covering. You are that mantra frequency. This is the original book. It's called Tirumandira Malai Munnooru. In introduction, Tirumolar says, a great saint, 4 agama. The essence of 4 agama is translating in Tamil. In this, the whole 700 sounds he beautifully describes. Dhanadanya Tambanam. The page I opened is Dhanadanya Tambanam. Maram Kaikamal Mandirika. Mandirangal. Means if you utter those sounds standing in front of a tree, it will never ever give fruits. You can just program the tree not to give fruits just by the sound. And same way, there is an agrushana. If you utter those sounds, it will shower like if it is supposed to give 100 mango, it will give 10,000 mango. Like this programming, plants, animals, water, fire, earth, all those elements. This whole thing is called Bhuvana Vidya. Bhuvaneshwari Vidya or Bhuvana Vidya. Basically the Nigama component of Hinduism. Nigama means, see, you need to know little fundamentals of Hinduism. Devi, when she merged into Shiva, he becomes Dakshinamurti, and whatever he gave to the world is Veda and Agama. At one point, when Kalabhairava, means Sadashiva became Kalabhairava and cut the head of the Brahma, and that Brahma's skull got into the hands of Sadashiva, after he received food from Annapurani, he got merged into Devi. Into the Devi space. That is the time Devi reveals the truths to the world. That is called Nigama. Understand? This is the translation of the Nigama part of Agama. Talking to yourself and others in the language of Agama. Integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching. All your thought current aimed at only towards manifesting integrity, manifesting authenticity, manifesting responsibility, manifesting enriching. End of the day, your whole functioning is only for these 4. When you align yourself to this thought current, breaking this old thought current is going to be done by me by installing these sacred sounds in your body. There is a beautiful long 700 verses. Tistambanakanmam means making the fire not to burn. Means it will be there, you can put your hand and play with it, but it will not have any effect on your skin or body. Like this multiple power manifestation methodologies. I want you guys to learn thinking in the language of integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching. Means all your actions should be aligned to this, and anything not aligned to this, you will not do it. That's all. All your actions should be aligned to this. Anything not aligned to this, you will not do it. That is sannyasa. Understand? Purifying hands is karanyasa. Purifying organs is anganyasa. Purifying everything is sannyasa. Karanyasa means purifying the hand, installing the divine energies in the hand and purifying. Anganyasa means purifying the parts by installing the divine energies in those parts. Sannyasa means installing the divine in everything and purifying. That is what is the Vrajama mantra meaning. Vakpani badam me upastam me viraja vibhapma bhoya saggum swaha antaratma me sudyantam. So sannyasa, purifying everything. Actually exactly that nya dhatu means flowing with the cosmos. Nyaya. So from that dhatu only that nyasa evolves. Flowing with the cosmic shakti is nyasa. Nya means then from that only the jnana dhatu and the nyaya. The whole thing evolves from that. Flowing with the ultimate. Now let me talk about this connection between integrity and sound. Matruka. See, the sounds you constantly create decides your existence. Deha means in which you feel your astitva is deha. It is not that you always feel your existence in this deha. While you are in the dream, in which body you feel your existence? That is your deha. In my case, I always feel my existence in my divinity. That is why it is Divya Deha. Divya Deha, constantly staying in this Deha, makes this as Divya Deha. So your existence is the words you use within you. Now, teaching you to use powerful words within you is integrity. When I am teaching you to use powerful words within you, I am stopping all the pollution of Ganga. When I am installing these mantras into your body, I am just sending a heavy rain and flushing the whole Ganga of the past pollutions. Clear? When you think with the Agama software, anything you think will go on becoming reality, because the Ashtakanma Shaktis will start manifesting in you. Actually, today I gave a thorough compilation. Start as Vedanti, grow as Shaivagami, conclude as Shaktagami. Vedanta is the state of Sadashiva. Saivagama is the space of Sadashiva. Shaktagama is the manifesting powers of Sadashiva. The essence I am repeating, few statements. First, unclutching. Understanding unclutching is your foundation. Gives you the complete restful awareness. Second, all the extraordinary organs are grown if you think in the language of integrity, authenticity, responsibility and enriching. This proper integrity based thinking. Third, to flush out the old toxic method, I'll install these 720 sacred syllables in your body. And no more blind spots. Don't miss it again. The whole science is clear? Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Samarambam Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respect. See, for last few days, after the Paramashivatva, after Paramashivoham, few days I took to be continuously in Samadhi, intensely, and even did Nirahara Samyama, and for some days dry fasting without even water. And it helped really a lot to download many things. I'll share with you all the things I downloaded in last few days. Whatever Paramashiva revealed. Understand? A ruler tries to make legally right as existentially right for all of you. Listen, a ruler, politicians, legal authority, rulers, they try to make what is legally right to look as if existentially right for you. Even though they know that is not existentially right, it's only legally right. That is why politicians are bound to be hypocrites and corrupt by the system. They are trying to convince you about something which they are not convinced and they cannot be convinced. Same way, the moral policing people, they try to make what is called moral as existentially right. Understand? Whatever they think morally right, they try to make you feel existentially right. Again, there will be tremendous hypocrisy. Then, there is one group, what they think logically right, they try to make you feel it is existentially right. We call them scientists, rationalists. Listen carefully. Each group tries to make what is their right to look like as if it is existentially right for you. That's where the whole problem starts. Scientists try to make logical as right for you. Politicians try to make legal as a right for you. Moral policing people, social leaders, they try to make moral as a right for you. Understand? Rationalists try to make rationally right as existentially right for you. Only Paramashiva makes truth, Paramasatya, as right for you. Understand? To solve any problem, to get into the ultimate possibility of anything, you need to get into the root of the problem, source of the problem. If you just collapse all of us and get into the root, we are nothing more than just bunch of pat. Listen. I'll repeat. Lawyers and politicians try to make what is legally right as existentially right for you. Scientists try to make what is logically right as right for you, existentially right for you. Social leaders try to make what is morally right as existentially right for you. Rationalists try to make what is rationally right as existentially right for you. But only Paramashiva makes the Paramasatya, the truth, as existentially right for you. Listen. Some of the Paramasatyas, existentially right, what Paramashiva has revealed to me, I am revealing with you all now. All of us are just bunch of patterns. This universe itself is a huge thought current. All of us are bunch of patterns. This universe is a thought current. And the bunch of patterns we carry need to be just vibrate and in tune with the thought current called universe. The universal thought current. Understand? The bunch of pattern which we carry, if it vibrates with the universal thought current, we live enlightened life. If it doesn't vibrate with the universal thought current, we live a failure life. Or we move towards delusion. Paramashiva's fourth phase, which liberates you from delusion. Understand Paramashiva's 5 phase? One is creation, another one represents maintenance, another one represents rejuvenation, another one represents liberating from delusion, pulling you out of delusion, and the 5th one represents complete liberation. Listen carefully. If the bunch of patterns you carry vibrates with the universal truth, you live enlightened life, liberated life. The bunch of patterns you are, if it is not in tune with the universal truth, you are in delusion. That's all is the life. Fundamentally, you need to know your bunch of pattern, only then The tapas will not be painful. Understand? If you think you are pattern, every pattern you need to complete will be so painful, angry. It will generate so much of anger and vengeance on a person who is asking you to get out of delusion. It will turn towards Guru and God. Poor fellows. They suffer too much from you to give you the real reality. Actually, politicians escape very nicely from you. Everyone who tries to make their truth to your existential truth save themselves from you. But the person who really tries to make the existential truth as existential truth for you only suffers a lot from you. That's the most unfortunate, funny thing. Understand? Because Paramashiva never picks up weapon to hit you. You throw all your anger on him and his representative Guru. Listen. The existential truth is your bunch of pattern. If you remember that, raising yourself to vibrate with the universal truth will be too easy. Deciding to raise yourself to vibrate with the universal truth is tapas. And if you understand and remember continuously your bunch of pattern, tapas will be too easy. Because you know, you don't need to change, your patterns only need to be changed. But if you start cognizing you are your pattern, then you feel the pain. Oh, I have to change. I am being asked to change. I am not accepted as I am. Fool. Even you should not accept you as you are. You are a mess. If you think you are patterns. But actually you are not a mess. If you understand the patterns are separate from you. You are just bunch of patterns. Those patterns can be easily changed. Unclutching from patterns and understanding patterns are yours but not you. Patterns are yours but not you. Liberates you. Liberates you. Patterns are yours but not you. Understand? Whenever Paramashiva makes you vibrate with the existential reality, Paramasatya, it is always an intense joy, excitement, bliss, energy, health, all the auspicious things and auspiciousness. All your patterns loses power over you. You just need to remember your patterns are yours, not you. So you can easily discard them. Align yourself to the cosmic truth. Radiate yourself with the cosmic truth. All the powerful cognitions I have revealed are the cosmic truth, universal truth, ultimate reality, existential truth. Constantly align yourself, vibrate yourself to the powerful cognitions of Paramashiva. Complete with all the patterns which are not in tune with the Paramasatya, ultimate. That's the best way of living enlightenment. Even the idea impossibility is just a stupid pattern. If you penetrate one pattern, you will see all the other patterns lose power over you. I tell you, only once if you do Nirahara Samyama, you will realize the most fundamental pattern, foot pattern itself, you are able to break. You are able to run riot on foot pattern itself. You will have so much powerfulness, you can play with any pattern. Running riot on foot pattern is Nirahara Samyama. Running riot on possessiveness pattern is Aparigraha. Running riot on grabbing pattern is Asteya. Running riot on non-integrity pattern is Satya. Running riot on violence pattern is Ahimsa. Running riot on sexual patterns is Brahmacharya. When you run riot on your patterns, you become Rudra. When you run riot on your patterns, you become Rudraganya. Understand? Person who runs riot on their patterns, knowing that patterns are not you, it is just yours, becomes Rudra and Rudraganya. Yogi and Yogini. Embodiment of Paramashiva and Parashakti. I am going to continuously give you my reality, ultimate reality, Paramasatya, the vision, and go on creating sampradayas, sanghas, organizations to spread those visions with this clarity and context. Today, whatever I share with this truth, just to spread this truth, based on this truth and from this context, yoga, kriya, jnana, power manifestation, enlightenment, science, everything can be shared to the world. This sampradaya, just to spread these truths, I am creating and launching an organization called Paramashiva Sena. Just sharing this truth with the world in multiple ways. So officially I am launching an organization called Paramashiva Sena. If you go to our digital nation, kailasa.org, the page is already available, Paramashiva Sena. You can get involved. This organization is specifically dedicated to leading the world to enlightened Hindu civilization, helping the society with offering free sattvic organic food as per the Paramashiva's words, sharing the yoga from the source Paramashiva, science of power manifestation, reviving Hinduism, preserving the ancient scriptures and rituals, establishing temples and gurukuls and worldwide, creating enlightened Hindu communities, reviving all this and reaching out this science to the world is the only purpose with which this Paramashiva Sena will function. You can enroll yourself to get involved and be part of this conscious movement all over the world.
kailasa.org/Paramashivasena. Now it's projected in the screen. kailasa.org/Paramashivasena. You can, I give you a few minutes. You can go and enroll yourself, register yourself, then I'll continue the satsang. Trying to tell you is, this Paramashiva will liberate people from delusion, all delusions. Many delusions are put on you by various deluded people by themselves. They are deluded by themselves, but they put the delusion on you. Paramashiva will be the antidote for all delusions, will continuously liberate you from all delusions. So with this, I'll come back with more and more revelations from Paramashiva soon. With this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhatvaida Saivam, Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Thank you for the introduction and inviting me. The last statement is a little controversial. People ask me, this "Are you God?" question is the question from time immemorial. All the masters are asked. This question is a very tricky question. People ask me, "Are you God?" I again and again tell them, I'm not here to prove I am God, I am here to prove you are God. So, whether I am or not is no way directly related to your life. But one thing is sure, we are all, everybody carries that glimpse, carries that truth inside us. We heard in the introduction about the Kabir's verses, beautiful verses. When you are awakened, we really feel we are God. It's not egoistic statement. Please understand. It is not egoistic feeling. Being focused is the side effect of dynamic consciousness. Being focused in the world does not mean that this is the only reality. In the dynamic consciousness, you will have your inner space experiencing this world intensely focused. At the same time, you will be experiencing the truth which is beyond this world, what we call God or divinity or whatever it is. I'll try to share few truths, satyas. We will analyze it with our questions. We'll try to internalize it by questioning. Then we may be able to enter into a meditation technique to experience the truth. First few things I want to present in front of you. The Satya. In Vedanta we have 3 steps. Shravana, Manana, Nididhyasana. Shravana means listening. Manana means contemplating or questioning, internalizing. Nididhyasana means living it, expressing it. Few basic truths. We carry 2 identities. One,
the identity which we project to the outer world, how we want the world to know, how we want to present ourselves to the world, how we want the world to remember us. We call this in the word ahankar. Second, mamakar, the identity which we believe as we inside our heart. The identity which we want to project to the outer world and the identity which we believe as we inside us. This we call mamakar. The whole life is nothing but the fight between this ahankar and mamakar. The identity which we want to project to the outer world and the identity which we believe as we. The big problem is people who think the identity which we want to project to the outer world is the reality, they become materialistic. They spend their whole life to fulfill that identity, to make that identity into reality, to make that personality into reality. I think in your profession you will see this kind of people enough. The people who want to prove the outer world identity as a reality. The second group, people who start believing the identity which they believe inside as reality, they only became, I can say that kind of a religious people or yogis, constantly chiseling themselves, constantly trying to develop themselves. The identity which you project to the outer world will be always much more than what you are. It will always be much more than what you are. You will try always to project something more than what is. And the identity you believe as you in the inner world will always be lower than what you are. You will all continuously condemning, criticizing, judging you. It will always be much lower than what you are. One group who believes the identity which you project to the outer world, the ahankar, they become materialistic. The other group who believe the mamakar, the identity which you believe as you, that as a reality, that people, they become kind of a religious people, or we can say that yogis, continuously chiseling themselves, continuously working on themselves, continuously trying to develop themselves. Very few realize the truth. Neither the identity which you project to the outer world is a reality, nor the identity which you believe as you is reality. People who realize both are not reality, both have no base, they experience the true liberation. I call them as Paramahamsas, or people who live enlightenment. Please understand, people who seek enlightenment never live enlightenment. Seeking enlightenment is completely different from living enlightenment. Seeking enlightenment means continuously trying to chisel the mamakar, the identity which you believe as you in the inner being, trying to develop it. I have seen people working on their personality for 30 years or 40 years, repeating some mantra or some technique or some method or some reading or some form of spiritual exercises or the self-development techniques, some form. See, in the spiritual exercises there are two things. Portable knowledge, which gives you kind of a feel-good feeling, which is used in the modern days in the training seminars and self-development programs. Now, thousands of kinds of yoga, self-development programs have come up. In US, yoga is a $6 billion industry. I was surprised. $6 billion industry in US, yoga. Because the portable knowledge can be easily packed and sold. The self-development techniques. There is another one, the second part, non-portable experience. Yoga is not just replacing anasana or metasana. The meditation is not just to replace your antidepressant medications. It has its own depth. It is much deeper than physical and mental well-being. It has its depth. That depth only I call as non-portable experience. See, the first group never bothers about spirituality, the materialistic group. People who believe only the ahankar as reality. The second group, who believe as mamakar as reality, they go on using continuously some methods, techniques. They call that as a portable knowledge. Of course, this gives you a feel-good feeling. It really gives you a feel-good feeling for 2 days. If you do some kind of kriya or pranayama or yoga and all these things, wonderful, nothing wrong. It gives you a feel-good feeling for a few days. But I feel the spirituality, the traditional knowledge, the research and development which went on in this country for last 10,000 years in the inner science can contribute something more than feel-good feeling to you. Please understand, I am not against yoga or pranayama or all these things. These are all beautiful. But we have something much more which can contribute more to your being than a simple feel-good feeling. At least last 10,000 years in India, the research in the inner science went on. You can say millions of inner scientists and at least 1 crore inner science laboratories we have in India, more than 1 crore living ashrams and temples where this science is continuously practiced by at least 1 billion people. So this great technology, this great tradition has something deeper, more sacred to offer to us. It has something more for us. Understanding that ahankar is illusion is very easy because it is something to do with the outer world. You have to struggle. The moment you need to struggle to show what you want to show, you realize or you have the time and experiences to contemplate, sit and contemplate. I think what I am trying to project is never going to be fulfilled or it is never going to become reality. At some time, you will have the time or the experiences to contemplate, to look in. But if you start fighting with your mamakar, if you start chiseling your mamakar, start developing your mamakar, there is nobody to tell you that you are caught same race in the different direction. Trying to develop the identity which you show to the outer world and trying to develop the identity which you believe as you, both are going to end in deep suffering because both does not have base. Neither ahankar nor mamakar have a base. The moment you understand this two does not have any base, this two does not have hold over your inner space, suddenly you experience such a great freedom, the liberation or the restful awareness, what J. Krishnamurti calls as choiceless awareness. That awareness is the real gift from our tradition, from our great Vedantic tradition, the research and development which went on in the inner science. I can say this is the essence. First thing, both identities which you carry don't have base, they are not real. Second thing, how to go beyond these two, because the moment you come out of your sleep until the moment you fall into the dream state, continuously these two identities have a hold, have a say over you, have an influence over your being. How to unclutch from them? This is the word again and again we will be using, the word unclutch. Just like how you change the gears in the car, see, before changing any gear, you will have to unclutch. You will have to disclutch, only whether it's from first gear to second gear or second gear to third gear or any movement. You will have to completely disclutch or unclutch from the movement. Same way, any state you fall, from waking state to dream state or dream state to deep sleep state, any state you move within your inner space, you will have to unclutch. You will have to come to that zero zone. You will have to come to that neutral zone. You will have to come to that center space. I can say that center space which is continuously happening in you without you involving. If you can experience that center space with your awareness, suddenly you will see what I am calling as freedom as an experience. What I am saying as freedom means free from these two identities. In North, I have seen in the forest, in North India, forest, they hang a small stick to catch birds. Please bear with me. Visualize this as a thread. Like this, I have seen small sticks will be hanging in the forest. The hunters will put these sticks to trap the bird. You may think that how bird will be caught by this small thing. The birds will come and sit in one side. The moment it sits, because of the weight, it will become topsy-turvy, upside down. And the moment the stick is upside down, the bird will be hanging. The poor bird does not understand if he lets go, he can fly. He thinks if he relaxes, he will fall and break his head. And he will be continuously hanging. Maybe for 2-3 hours, the hunter will slowly come and catch the bird and put it in the cage and go. Just like that bird, we also have the deep fear. The moment we let go I and mine, the ahankar and mamakar, we may become mentally imbalanced or we may not be able to run our day-to-day routine. This is the first fear. Continuously people ask me, Swamiji, you say, relax from the identity, the two identities, the outer identity and the inner identity. You say relax from it. If we relax, how will we be able to manage our day-to-day routine? How we can think? How we can live our life? There is no reference, there is no record. Some bird relaxed and fell and broke its head. No. Just like that bird hanging with the stick, we hold on to our identity tightly, continuously, because our identity is our security. That is our security. Whether in the outer world or in the inner world, that is our boundary. That is our security. The big problem is, for security reason only we hold on to the identity in the initial level. But slowly, that boundary is practically like a boundary made for our bliss, our joy, our expression, our intense excitement. The boundary which we create as a security, that itself becomes a bondage or the prison for our joy, for our very being. All that bird needs is little courage to let go. Maybe the 2-3 seconds till that bird turns up and balances. It may have little chaos. It may have little difficulties. The courage to manage that 2-3 minutes is what I call tapas. That is what is tapas. That is what is penance. All we need to know, the identity which we project to the outer world and the identity which we believe as both has no base. Second, trying to relax. You see, when you understand that both have no base, both have no direct use to your life, it does not directly contribute. You can play the game in a much better way without these two identities. The whole game which you are playing now, the whole life, your whole day-to-day routine can be handled, managed, lived without these two identities coming into play, or without these two identities being remembered in your inner space as you. If this possibility is understood, I call that as a right listening, Shravana. And if you you are continuously contemplating and trying to live this freedom, I call that as manana, contemplation. If you are established in that freedom, that's what we call nididhyasana, living enlightenment. Just these few truths, little strong, maybe the truths which I expressed is a little strong or a straight truth. Maybe when we analyze it with the questions, with interaction, we may be able to understand or catch the glimpse of what I am trying to express. So instead of me continuously talking, I'll be happy to answer your questions. Whatever I wanted to express, when I answer, I'll try to share.
Emptiness. And prior to this emptiness, it's a kind of feeling of fear. Perhaps it's the bird hanging upside down. But how do you explain this emptiness? It's kind of
Frightening.
It's a kind of mask. It's a feeling of you begin to feel you're stupid.
I can say you get updated. Only when you get updated, you begin to feel that you are stupid. You understand? Only when your intelligence gets updated, you feel that you are past. You see, whatever you think, nothing but you are past. So whenever you feel that you are stupid, you are nothing, you are nobody, means what you think as you, what you think about you, your past, that is become irrelevant. Your past will become irrelevant only if your present is intense. If you are getting updated, if you are becoming something beyond what you think as you, only then you feel your past or your old identity is stupid. I feel feeling continuously your past is stupid is the best way to be in the present. If you have a deep respect or dependence on your past, you will never be able to live in the present moment. So the experience which you are going through, I think is worthy. Maybe in the initial level it's little frightening. It's little frightening. See, one thing, we again and again get confused between learning from the past and continuously living in the past. Learning from the past happens only when you unclutch from your past experiences. When you unclutch from your past experiences, guilt, suffering, pain, the essence of your past experience, the teachings which you need to receive from your past experience will become part of your being. When we are continuously clutched to the past, only the pain, suffering, guilt will be reflecting on our being. We will never pick up the lessons or we will never pick up the juice from the past.
Our careers and profession that we
Yes.
follow. Now, as you experience this emptiness, this feeling of utter stupidity, like there comes a time when you even feel like I'm speaking to you. There's a voice telling me inside there's no need to speak because the truth is here and now and in silence. It's not the words.
Yes.
There's a voice that tells you that. Now I reconcile that with my workaday life when I have to be a certain, I have to project a certain person. That person is not me. I know I am not that person. Rather, I'm witnessing that person.
Two things. One, you know you are not the person you are projecting. But you think you are the person whom you think as you.
Yes.
That is what I am saying. Mamakar is also a lie. You understand? Mamakar is also a lie. Now, unclutch from that being also, you will not have a struggle. See, struggle is between ahankar and mamakar. Either mamakar is working to project, make the ahankar reality, or the ahankar continuously criticizing the mamakar is not reality. In your case, mamakar is not working to fulfill the ahankar, but ahankar is continuously criticizing you are not reality. That is where the problem starts. No, witnessing state is not mamakar.
Witnessing state is beyond this both.
Swamiji, there's times when you feel that the work is being done to you, like you're a puppet. And that there
I
is
can say even that idea is nothing from Mamakar. When you are beyond this Ahankar and Mamakar, neither you have an idea somebody is working through you, nor you have an idea that you are working. Both the ideas will not be there. People ask me, how do you know you are enlightened? I tell them, first thing, the doubt whether I am enlightened or not has disappeared. Second thing, the idea I am enlightened is not there. Both will not be there. Neither you will have the doubt whether you are enlightened or not, nor you will have the doubt, nor you will have an idea that you are enlightened. You see, with your case, the moment you have an idea somebody is working through you, it's Mamakar. Mamakar playing the game. Actually, the Ahankar's game, you will again and again reminded because the society will remind you. The Mamakar's game, nobody will remind you. That is the most dangerous game. The most dangerous game is Mamakar. I can say, if I have to say based on the percentage, only 10% of the people in the planet Earth suffer with the games of Ahankar. 90% of the people suffer with the games of Mamakar, especially in India. The religious country, India is a great religious country. Whether you want or not, from the young age, you have to listen. Rama went to the forest, Ravana kidnapped Sita. You have to listen. It's your life. Ramayana and Mahabharata and all these religious scriptures. Here, our suffering is more Mamakar, not even Ahankar. It's more with the Mamakar, trying to continuously chisel you and trying to continuously develop the personality which is not there.
amount is there, will it not be, there's a cessation of activity itself?
No. That is the main thing. See, being focused will be the side effect of dynamic consciousness. The side effect of the dynamic consciousness will never be laziness. People ask me, no, if I just unclutch from both identities, will I not become lazy? I tell them, just sleep for 10 days. Nothing wrong. Have vacation for 10 days. Decide, I am going to unclutch. I am going to unclutch from both the identities. How many days you think you can sleep? How many days you think that a cessation of activity will happen in you? You have kind of a, you see, 33% of your body is sattva, pure silence. 33% of your body is rajas, restlessness. 33% of your body is tamas, deep sleep, the laziness. As on now, the first fear which will happen in you, I may become tamasic. I may become lazy person. Try to unclutch. That 33% of the laziness will be exhausted. It will disappear from your system within few days. Then what will you do? Then naturally, your innate intelligence, you don't have to be driven by fear and greed to live your day-to-day life. Maybe in the young age, some fear and greed is needed to drive your life. But now, the maturity means being driven by inspiration. But the problem is, we are never given that confidence. We are never given that courage. We can live just by inspiration. We always think either there should be fear and greed or I'll become lazy. It is not the case. It is not the case. We call in Sanskrit prarabdha. Prarabdha means the karma or the desires with which you built your body. See, your very body is built with certain desires, karma, the desire or need to have certain experiences. That prarabdha is powerful and intelligent enough to inspire you and to run your life. Sometimes you can see, for no reason, you radiate the excitement. For no reason, you radiate intelligence. Those few moments can become your whole life. It doesn't need to be a part-time of your life. It can become your whole life. That trust, and that's what I call bhakti. When you start trusting you, that your prarabdha is intelligent enough to play your whole life. When you start understanding, just by unclutching,
your very being can run your life. That's what I call Atma Bhakti, the devotion, trust. Maybe in the initial level, first few days, what I call the tapas period, you may have a little imbalance. I feel it's worth undergoing. It's worth just few days, just rest, decide whatever happens, let it happen. Yes. You see, two things. That is I can say, that is the question. Still, not only nobody can answer, nobody has answered. Not only nobody has answered, nobody can answer. You are asking like, how did I fall into the dream? If I ask, how did you fall into the dream yesterday night? Can you answer? You see, you know the possibility that you came out of the dream. You are able to come out of the dream, na? Then there is a possibility. But you can't analyze or understand how did you get into the dream. See, same way, you can come out of this dream, but you can't analyze and find out how did I get into this dream, because the logic which you have now is not capable of understanding. It is not bright enough to understand how did you get into this situation.
With your past experience of what you are projecting for the future, will it not lead to thoughtlessness?
I can tell you one thing.
I think your mind will become silent and it will lead to thoughtlessness, which is meditation according to for reaching that unclutching the. That is the part I was thinking.
Two things. First thing, the moment you think about the thoughtlessness or silence, you think that you will be in that same state and your body and your life will not run. Am I right? I want to tell you that it will lead to thoughtlessness. Then you start imagining that. Automatically it will lead, but I can say it will lead to a silence, it will lead to a kind of a peace in the initial level, but I don't say that is ultimate. Then something breaks in you, something happens in you, the regular thought or what you call as a thought or mind, everything is happening, your body moves, your day-to-day life happens, but you never come back as your old personality. Maybe I can use the word Sahaja Samadhi. You never come back as the old personality. You just live. See, maybe I can use this word. The psychological revolution happens in you. The cognition, how you receive information, process it, and give the answers. That whole process becomes different. I don't want to say that you will become thoughtless completely. You understand? The moment I say the word you will become thoughtless, you start thinking that I will become completely silent and I will not be able to do anything. My body will not move, my mind will not move. No, that does not happen.
Because we are unaware, that's why our thoughts keep on connecting it with the past experience of whatever it is. My question to you is how to become aware. You are saying that you disconnect your thoughts. I think automatically it keeps on happening, that you keep on connecting.
What I am saying, when in the initial level, you may have to sit in the beginning for some time and continuously unclutch. Then it will bring you a kind of a silence. You will settle down. Then after that, continuously whole day, when you walk, sit or stand or do anything, even remembering that idea unclutching. You see, the idea unclutching, this is what I call initiation. That idea is like a stick used to burn the dead bodies. In India, if you see the burning of the dead bodies, after burning, they will throw that stick also into that fire. Same way, this idea of unclutching will burn all other clutches and difficulties. Finally, this idea also will be put in the same fire.
It is actually a portable knowledge, and
in the beginning, I was not saying it is bad or anything. I was saying we have something more to offer.
But japa can be also one of the technique to
Yes,
discipline.
surely. It can also lead in the initial level. See, there are different layers in our being. Physical body which you are carrying. Yoga will help for the physical body. The second, the pranic layer, the prana happening inside you. Pranayama will help to work on that layer. The third, mental layer, inner chattering you are having. The japa, repetition of some word or idea, the mantra, can help you that layer. The fourth, emotions, some visualization can help that layer. We call it as a subtle layer, sukshma sarira. Then the deeper layers are like anandamaya kosha, or the deep sleep, karana sarira. Those layers can be helped by this method of unclutching. So different techniques or different layer helps. Different techniques can penetrate, can help you at a different level, different layer. What I am trying to say about this unclutching, when you try to experiment this unclutching, a very simple thing, all you need to do, remember that unclutching. Instead of giving meaning, connecting with the old thoughts and allowing that, see, when you create a thought, you are a Brahma. When you maintain a thought, you are a Vishnu. When you destroy a thought, you are Shiva. If you don't do all these three, you are Parabrahma. Unclutching is the method, it's like a self-purifying. As long as you are in the mental layer, now we are talking in the mental layer. This will be like a technique, like a mental layer. The moment you become subtle, actually if you try when you experiment with this technique, suddenly you will see, you don't even have to repeat the word unclutching, that very idea repeats. It becomes subtle. See, any technique which can purify itself, the moment when you become subtle, the technique also should become subtle by itself. Then it's a liberating technique. The technique which does not become subtle by itself, which stays as a grass, at one point, if it is not able to dilute itself, if it is not able to disappear, if it is not able to kill itself, if the technique is not able to commit suicide, it will kill you. Yes, maybe. But I can say, when you emphasize on the initial technique, in the initial thing, then that is where the problem starts. So let the emphasis be on this corner, this side of the shore. This side of the shore, let the technique commit suicide. When you grow, when you become more subtle, let the technique commit suicide, and let you become more and more subtle. Let the emphasis be on this side. I can say the difference between the normal mind and living enlightenment. See, the normal mind, it functions, it works, all of us know. And in between there is a space called silence. When you become thoughtless and actionless. Yoga, chitta vritti nirodha. When there is no thought and no action, complete chitta vritti happens. The chitta vritti nirodha happens. Cessation of the mind, that happens. The next thing happens is, I can give you this example. As and now, if we have 10-acre land, the 10-acre land is our mind. Everything is continuously moving, jumping, restless. But when you live enlightenment, when you come to that ultimate truth, it's not that the activity in the 10-acre stops, suddenly you have a 10 million acre. In the 10 million acre, the activity in the 10-acre is negligible. First state is 10-acre land and all 10-acre is restless. Second state, all the 10-acre is in silence. Third state, what I call Sahaj Samadhi or living enlightenment, you have 10 million acre, the 10-acre restlessness is there, the activity is there, but you are never touched by it. You are never disturbed by it. The day-to-day life is happening. Every day life is running. Every day your life is moving. See, the creation, maintenance and the decision making in your life is continuously happening. But the constant irritation which you carry now is missing. That will be missing. That's what I call living enlightenment.
This unclutching, in the initial level, you may need to remember as word. Then slowly, it will become like a concept. Then it will not even be a concept. It will be just a remembrance. It will become juice of your very being. Every moment, whether you understand or not, want it or not, you are unclutching. Unless you unclutch from the earlier thought, can the next thought come in? No. See, for example, the moment you decide to stand up, you renounce the thought of sitting. The moment you decide to come in, you renounce the thought of standing outside. The moment you decided to walk out, you renounce the thought of sitting inside. Am I right? Only when the earlier thought is renounced, the next thought can come inside your inner space. People ask me, Swamiji, I am suffering with the fear of death. What should I do? I tell them, have a cup of coffee. Now, it may look very funny. How can I have a cup of coffee and come out of the death fear? Understand, the moment you are able to have a thought that let me have a cup of coffee, whatever fear it may be, it has to leave your inner space. Am I right? Unless that leaves your inner space, you cannot have the thought, let me have a cup of coffee. You may say, no, but the fear comes back. Then have one more cup of coffee, that's all. See, if you know once how to get the fear out, apply the same thing second time. You may ask, how many cups of coffee I can have? The next time I have a cup of water, that's all. See, looks very simple. And just because it looks very simple, we are not able to trust it. Let me go a little deeper into this truth. Let me dive a little deep into this truth. Continuously, whether you want or not, you can have only one thought. You can have continuously, no doubt, but only one thought at a time. Let me make these few statements. If I am wrong, please correct me. If I am right, please internalize it. First thing, you can have only one thought at a time. Second thing, unless the old thought is moved out, pushed out, the second thought cannot come. Third thing, if somebody can push me out and sit here, he is surely powerful than me. If somebody can push me from here and sit here, he is surely more powerful than me. Means any thought which is coming and pushing the old thought out is more powerful. Means, see, any thought which is coming now is rooted in the present moment. And naturally the old thought is dead. You may be having a worst fear of death or worst greed or lust, whatever it is. The moment new thought has come, it is dead. The old thought is dead. It has no power over your inner space. It has to leave you. See, a cup of coffee can replace your worst fear of death. It happens in you. When it happens in your inner space, just see and understand. You may say, no, it comes back. It cannot be that simple, Swami. No, we live, we know. It's not that you live, I also live. Please understand, I am responsible for what I am talking. I have seen what I am talking. That's the reason I am talking to you. When a thought can come inside and replace the earlier thought, it means naturally this thought is more powerful. The problem, the only difficulty we have is you start thinking, no, it may come back, it will come back. If it comes, you see, once you know how to replace it, why are you afraid of it coming back? Why should we constantly concentrate on it coming back? Somebody came and asked me the other day, a young guy, Swamiji, I am filled with sexual fantasies. Please give me some solution. I told him, just sit half an hour and meditate on those fantasies. He came back and said, no, Swamiji, I am not able to concentrate on it. Understand, your very nature of the mind, your very nature, constantly you are replaced. In mythology, we say Shiva is a destroyer. He is not destroyer. He creates a new space. He creates a new space for many other things to happen. He is a rejuvenator, not destroyer. He creates a new space for many other things to happen. Understand, you are filled with Shiva energy, Shiva consciousness. In Sanskrit, the word Shiva means auspiciousness, causeless auspiciousness. Your inner space is filled with auspiciousness. That is why constantly the new inner space is created so that old thoughts can be replaced. The continuous flow of thoughts proves you are continuously unclutching. All you need to do is remember it. See, now you remember the pain shaft or joy shaft. Am I right? All your thoughts, you give meaning or you process. You live based on pain shaft or joy shaft. You see, your movements are happening either based on the idea of pain shaft or joy shaft. Let your movements happen by the remembrance of unclutching. That's all I am saying. Instead of acting based on the remembrance of joy shaft or pain shaft, act based on the remembrance of unclutching. That's all is the essence. See, when people ask me, no, if I am constantly remembering unclutching, how can I act? If you are constantly suffering with pain, you are acting. Are you not acting? See, even while you carry the remembrance of pain and suffering, you are acting. When you can act with the remembrance of pain, why not remembrance of unclutching? For a simple example, morning 8 o'clock you sit in your car and start driving towards your office. 9 o'clock you reach your office. Suddenly you remember, only after reaching the office, last 1 hour I was driving. How many of you experienced at least once this in your life? At least once. You would have experienced. See, then 1 hour you took so many decisions. Pressing the accelerator, changing the gear, stopping for red light. So many decisions. But you are not aware. When you can drive with unconsciousness, why not drive with a super consciousness? You can. Your day-to-day life is possible with the remembrance of unclutching. With the undercurrent of unclutching. That's what I call living enlightenment. One thing, this is the only thing you need. A simple courage to experiment in the beginning. Simple courage to experiment in the beginning. The undercurrent, you see, if you have a deep depression, do you stop going to the office? No. You may carry that, but your body moves. You are working. Maybe you may not be productive that much or you may not be efficient that much. That is different. But your body is living. You are actually, instead of living depression, I am saying live enlightenment. But when we live depression, we don't have all these questions. No, if I am depressed, how can my body move? We don't have questions. It became part of our life. Same way, in the initial level, you will have questions, how to live enlightenment. But the constant remembrance of unclutching will not interfere in your mind or body movements. It will interfere only in one thing. It will do only one change in you. You will not carry your constant irritation. That's all. That constant irritation is the product of the fight between the ahankara and mamakara. The identity which you show to the outer world and to the inner world. That fight, if it stops, you are living enlightenment. See, when I express with a simple word, that irritation. But that irritation is the source of all pains and suffering. That irritation is the source of the whole maya, the whole illusion, whatever you call. So in the initial level, remembering that word unclutching, slowly, you don't even have to wait for years. Within few times when you try, you will suddenly see, if your enemy means if your mind is in the mental plane, means with the words, very powerful, then unclutching also will be like a word. If your mind is in the emotional level, just some subtle memories are flowing, then unclutching also can be just a simple remembrance. If your mind is just neither words nor visualization, just something is flowing which you don't understand, very rarely you will experience that space. At that moment, You don't even have to remember unclutching. Just your very presence, you will see you are unclutched. If your enemy is mind. Based on the strength of the enemy, the technique also will change itself. That's what I call the Mahavagya. Mahavagya means the ultimate truth. The ultimate initiation will be such, it will change its position, its strategy, its space, and its strength based on the enemy's strength. All you need to do is add the simple truth, unclutching, and when you work with this technique, you will see by your very nature you are unclutched. That is why you are able to have new thoughts. That is why you are able to have new thoughts. See, any depression can be replaced just by one thought. Let me have a cup of water. Let me have a cup of tea. Over. Trash your emails. You again go back to the trash and bring them back. That is where the problem starts. That is where the problem starts. And you have a clear, very strong belief, no, whatever is said and done, even if I have thrown it, it will come back. It will come back. See, once you know how to throw that, even if it comes back, it's okay. Why are you afraid? Let us throw again. Let us throw again. Give more power to the gap. Empower the gap instead of the thought. Empower the ability to unclutch. Cherish the ability to unclutch. Live the ability to unclutch. Then living the thoughts. There is only two kinds of life. Living thoughts, enlightenment. Simple choice.
Scientists say that about 14 billion years ago, the universe started with the Big Bang. Then galaxies, stars, then solar system. About 5 billion years ago, Earth came into existence. After that, various life forms gradually evolved. First maybe plants, then simple animals, complex animals, chimpanzee, and then man. So, with this process of evolution, how do you relate consciousness? Has consciousness also been evolving along with the physical form? And if yes, then what exactly is the process of transformation of this consciousness from lower level to higher level? Is this enlightenment just the next step of the same process of evolution?
Two things. One, consciousness is not evolving. Second thing, when the system which radiates consciousness is evolving, the expression becomes much better. Please understand, this glass may not reflect the sun, but the mirror will reflect the sun. In mirror, you will see better expression of sun. That does not mean sun is changing. So consciousness is like a sun. It itself does not change, but the mirror, the glass can become mirror. The glass becoming mirror is what you call evolution. That is what is happening. That is what is happening. The you see, in the glass you won't see a better reflection of the sun. But in the mirror you will see. It is not because of sun. It is because of the mirror changing. Same way, your body is changing. The idea from which the consciousness is getting expressed, whether your body or mind, that is evolving. That is why you see better and better expressions. I can say, after the human being or after the human mind happened, the ultimate evolution is enlightenment. The ultimate expression of the sun is enlightenment. The ultimate expression of that consciousness is enlightenment. The possibility for that ultimate expression is there for the human mind and body. Human brain is wired for enlightenment. Human brain is wired to experience God. So if you experience that, you have achieved the peak, the ultimate, which you can experience. One more thing I want to tell you. Enlightenment is ultimate but not final. The ultimate is happening every moment. If ultimate happens and ends, that's what we call final. Here, it's ultimate but not final. Ultimate happens but does not stop. It is happening. Ultimate, continuously happening is what we call enlightenment. A little difficult to grasp by the intellect. Maybe you can understand with this example. Continuously Big Bang happening. A continuously Big Bang happening is what I call enlightenment. When you live enlightenment, this moment you will unclutch. Next moment you will unclutch from the idea you are unclutching. The next moment you will unclutch from the idea that you are unclutching from the idea of unclutching. Means continuously, see, unclutching is the ultimate. You unclutching this moment is ultimate. But that does not mean it's a final. You will be continuously unclutching. Continuously you will be alive. Continuously you will be fresh. Continuously you will be experiencing new inner space, but which is ultimate. See, if I say continuously you will experience, you will start thinking as if it is growing. No, it's not growing. What you can experience maximum, you will have it this moment. And that will be continuously happening. You always have an idea of graph. Either if it goes to peak, it has to come to valley. Or if it is growing, it is not peak. Am I right? That graph cannot grasp enlightenment. That graph is only for the outer world. It's wrong. Peak, the ultimate, continuously happening. You can't even call it as a straight line. No, it's not fixed. That's what I'm saying.
No, like you are saying this mind body is just expressing that consciousness, and once we are able to reflect it completely in a perfect manner, then that becomes enlightenment.
Yes.
But if consciousness, this means consciousness itself has no role in this process of evolution or whatever you may call it. So mind body.
No, I don't say no role. Yeah. I don't say no role. See, consciousness is the base. I don't say no role. I can say it does not have an active role.
Own totally. It is like a machine which is working on its own.
Two things. As long as you identify yourself with the body and mind, you will see it has no role. Consciousness has no role. And your experiences also will be like that only. It will not have any role. When you relax and become a little subtle, suddenly you will start thinking it has a role, passive role. And you will see it has a passive role. If you settle down completely, you will understand consciousness is the only thing playing all roles. You will believe it, and that will be the truth. See, the truth, you cannot, at least let me tell you from my experience, I cannot say the ultimate truth is truth for you. Ramakrishna says the whole world is illusion. Vivekananda goes and hits his head on the wall and says, no, I am having pain. There is a bleeding. How can you say it's an illusion? But Ramakrishna says when he puts his hand, his hand is just moving through the wall. It's a very funny incident. Any of you read his life? If you read the Ramakrishna's life, you will see this. And not only that, when he plays with that Kali's Murti, she is responding. But Vivekananda is playing, she is not responding. It's like a depth of experience. Please understand, in the dream state, the dream is completely true for you. In the waking state, this waking state is completely true for you. When you are awakened, there is a state that will be true for you. From that state only I can say consciousness only plays all roles. So all I can say, please come to my shore and see what I am saying. From your shore, from that side, what you are saying, does consciousness play any role? I only have to say, no, may not be. It's playing passive role. I will have to only use the other words. But to tell you the ultimate truth, the exact truth, consciousness is the only thing playing all roles. All the roles. When the mirror is becoming more and more powerful, capable of reflecting, it starts seeing the truth. It's like a glass, and next mirror reflecting. The third, not only reflecting, starts seeing the source based on the reflection. There are some mirrors, intelligent mirrors. Not only it reflects the sun, it starts seeing the source from where this light ray is coming. Where is the source? So different level. Maybe in the level from which you are questioning, where the question is raising, from that level I can say consciousness is playing passive role, but that is not ultimate truth. Maybe it's a fact, but not truth. Trying to use the truth in the day-to-day life without experiencing it creates rituals. By faking it, you can never make it. That is the important truth. See, sometimes by faking, people say that fake it and make it. No, it does not happen. At least in the inner space. Inner space, only if you make it, it can work. Only by experience, it can happen. In the outer world, by faking, you can make. You see, if it is related to ahankar or mamakar, you can fake it and make it. But if it is related to truth, by faking it, you can't make it.
With energy-based healing sciences, could you please throw some light on it, and we'd like to know more about it?
When you completely unclutch, you radiate so much of awareness and energy and intelligence. See, the energy cannot be produced, or it's not like something you create. It's continuously happening in every being. If you take a stand that you are a body, you will be on a matter. You will be in a matter plane of a physical matter, and you will be living like that only. Your desires will be very physical, grass. If you think you are a mind, you will live in the mental plane. Your desires, fears, everything will be related to mind, like a name and fame desire, fear of losing the identity, this kind of desires. If you are based on the physical plane, your desires and fears, everything will be related to that level. Like you will have the fears of basic, like a death fear, or the desires also will be related to body. In the mental layer, the desires and fear, both will be subtle. In the spiritual level, being level, there won't be any desire or fear. You will be radiating the energy continuously. In which plane you are, your existence, your presence will radiate that energy. So when somebody is established in the spiritual plane, deeply, the spiritual zone, there won't be any need for any sankalpa to do healing. Many people ask me, Swamiji, how do you do healing? Do you use any mantra? Do you use any technique? I tell them no. All I do is just relax. Just simple relaxation, unclutching. Simple unclutching and relaxing. Of course, because the enlightenment has happened, there is no need for me to do consciously an unclutching. Just the very being, it's happening. Just the simple unclutching, that radiates the energy. That's all. People feel the side effect of this energy as a physical healing or mental healing or any other benefits. But the core truth is what I spoke to you, the same thing. Unclutching is the same thing. There is no other separate technique or method. To tell you honestly, I don't believe in any other techniques or methods. Those things are a good thing to create a feel-good feeling in the initial inspiration. This unclutching, I can say the straight, strong method. Just a simple remembrance. Whenever a thought rises in you, do not give meaning to it, unclutch. Just remember the word unclutching. Maybe in the initial level, morning half an hour, or every day if you sit for half an hour or 10 minutes, it will give you a clarity, more and more clarity. And then after some time you don't need to sit separately. Whole day, whether you are sitting or talking or in the office or driving or watching or doing whatever you may be doing, that itself can be part of your unclutching, will be part of your life. And just see, you will not have a person to command you. You will not have a person to judge you inside. That's all is living enlightenment. Now, you have somebody who commands you. And person who commands you will naturally judge you. person who commands you, somebody is commanding you inside, you do it, and he is judging you continuously. That person will not be there. That is what is living enlightenment.
Then our diseases visit us because of our prarabdha and our past karmas. So if we are going to be healing ourselves in this birth by unclutching, as Your Grace said, then is it that we are writing off that part of prarabdha?
No, I would say that we are, see, karma itself is nothing but energylessness. Please understand, it's like a photograph. See, if a scene is exposed to film, the light and darkness gets impressed. If you expose the same film to the sun, what will happen? The whole thing will become blank. Means the full sun can't be captured. Full energy can't have karma. The lightlessness is darkness. Energylessness is karma. Wherever there is a less energy, karma comes to play. So, bringing energy does not mean you are, for example, when people ask me also, Swamiji, do you suffer our karmas? I tell them no. When sun comes, the lotus blooms by itself and the darkness disappears. Does sun eat the darkness? No. Just by the very presence that disappears. The very presence of an intense unclutching, I can say that is the right word. The very presence of a person who is completely unclutched heals. There is no such thing as I take the karma and burn. There is no interaction. There is no bargain. There is no business happens. Here there is no giving and taking. Just the very quality and the presence of the being does the job. That's all. The disease comes from the inner space. Disease comes from outer space. There are two things. As far as Ramana Maharshi concerned, he used the body, like how I used this kerchief, and put it here. Same way, Ramana Maharshi used the body. He saw that purpose is over, and he dropped it. When the cup falls from the hand and breaks, it gets disintegrated and goes back to the nature. Same way, he dropped the cup, his body, and it disintegrated and went back to the nature. Naturally, there should be some disease to disintegrate. That is what has happened. I don't think he suffered. See, surely the quality of Ramana Maharshi's cancer, the quality of ordinary person's cancer is different. So you can't call it as a disease. It's like a just body disease. You see, when you don't have the desire or the need to live in the body can be just dropped. He dropped the body. So I can't say that this is the same disease which ordinary people suffer. The quality itself is different. The person itself is different. Because Bhagavan himself healed so many people. He has healed so many people. So there is no reason why he should suffer. He has just dropped the body. From outside, when we see it as the body getting cancer and disintegrating and falling into it. That's all. So, same way Ramakrishna. How many cancers he healed? And somebody asked Ramakrishna, why don't you heal your throat cancer? Why don't you just put your awareness on the throat for 2 minutes, it will be healed. And Ramakrishna says, fool, I have already given my mind to Devi and it is not there with me. How can I concentrate on my throat? He says, just uses the very word fool. He says in Bengali, Boka. And I have given my mind, how can I bring it back and put it on my throat?
But the process of healing through meditation, one person healing the other one, that does take place. That does happen.
You see, using the power of the mind, you can do that game. But in my healing science, the healing science which I am practicing and spreading, does not need to use your mind. You see, there is in the Reiki, pranic healing and all, you can use some symbols, some color. It does help, no doubt about it. But in that, the karma exchange happens. Healer gets the karma. So surely, I think that is I can say the worst mistake. See, anything done using the mind, both person will suffer. The person who got healed also naturally he will get back the karma disease after that, because the mental setup is not changed, you see. The symptom is healed, but the mental setup which creates the symptom is the same. But in the case of the master's presence, which is not using the mind, See, I am not using the mind. It's a presence. So naturally, beyond his mind, the healing will happen. His mind also will be healed. Means the mental setup which creates the symptom also will be handled, which will be touched, will be healed. But usually when the simple healers like using emblems, symbols and colors, when they heal, they can heal only the symptoms. So naturally the problem is, one, the person will have the disease back again because he will create it again. Have the disease means not the same disease, he will create the disease again. Second thing, the person who healed, he will also have to suffer the karma. See, this game happens in a fourth layer, I can say emotional level. So it's very dangerous. I personally feel that it will hinder the spiritual growth of a person who is healing and the person who gets healed. It is better to sit with a person who does not have mind or who is enlightened, even if it takes little time. The problem is those healers will give an immediate result like a steroid. In my case, I can't give a steroid effect. It will take little time, maybe some week or some few days. But this healing does a big job, permanent job. Of course, if I start talking a little more deeply, it will be more like a promoting. I don't want to do that job. I just, okay,
When you told that you are here to all of us realize, common man, common persons like us realize.
There is no common person. Persons, that's all.
Persons as God, that Godness within. And now you are telling that cancer of common people are different from cancer of so-called.
See, I am telling, in their case, that is the truth. You understand? Please understand, I am here to make you realize that you are God, no doubt about it. But in the case of Ramana Maharshi, he realized he is God. Surely the other persons have not realized. Now if you realize you are God, like Ramana Maharshi, naturally your disease and the other person's disease will be different, that's all. You understand that, that where I use that word, the Ramana Maharshi and other things, that's a realized and unrealized. Here I am saying, I am here to make you realize, that is true, no doubt about it. See, Paramashivam did not have any disease. He just like that left the body. And if you read Paramashivan's biography, he just said very clearly, I think in half an hour I will be relaxing, please get ready. And he was attending a meeting. He was honored by the ambassador of Indian ambassador, some Sen, PG Sen or something. He was honored, and immediately he looked at the watch and said, I think half an hour more, I'll be done. And he just said, and all the people were sitting around him, his disciples were sitting, he lifted the hand and did namaskar and left the body. That is the way he left. So you see, to tell you honestly, you can't judge those people's activity, their activities. But I can surely say for one thing, if Bhagavan wants, he could have healed his cancer. That much I can be sure. I can be sure. Other than that, you can't judge their activities. And one more thing, in the cosmic wave, these are too minor for these masters. How you leave the body and all those things are just too minor. To tell you honestly, what really matters for me, how many people have become unclutched by me, that's all. Nothing else matters. Not the centers and ashrams. People tell me, 1,000 centers. Center means what? In the devotee's house they are running. What is there for me? And people, somebody comes and tells me, Swamiji, I believe you. I tell them, by believing me, you talk as if you have done a favor to me. It's not. You are doing a favor to you, not to me. No, I run in my house, I run your center. I tell them, it's not that you are doing a favor to me. You are doing some favor to you. So nothing matters. There is nothing matters. How many people are unclutched? That's all matters. See, when you walk on the planet Earth in an unclutched way, planet Earth is blessed. Just planet Earth is blessed. So, how many more people are going to bless the planet Earth by walking on it in an unclutched way? It's the only thing. Nothing else.
Paramashivam had cancer of throat. Then Swami Ramana also had cancer. Swami Chinmayananda also.
I can give you a big list of cancer and enlightenment. I don't know why.
Could there be any correlation?
I tried to do some research, but I did not find any correlation because there's a huge list of people, masters who left the body without cancer. No. Because
I try to see, I myself a kind of a person who constantly does this kind of researches and all these things. So I am not able to come up with any clear logic or a proof that cancer and enlightenment is some way connected.
This is a psychosomatic. Well, these great spiritual masters are all things. So then, little bit sometimes the question comes: why they suffer?
One thing, that's what I told you. They had pain but no suffering. That's the first thing. Second thing, you see, it's like dropping the body. You see, when you Ramakrishna says very clearly in 1886 January 1st, he says, "Today I dropped the will to live, carry this body anymore." Within 8 months, he left the body. See, when you drop the will to live in the body, when you drop the body, the easiest disease is cancer. And straight away it attacks and takes away the body. That's what I feel. Otherwise, consciously, I don't see any connection between the... cancer is related to Swadhisthana Chakra. According to Patanjali, cancer is related to Swadhisthana Chakra. Swadhisthana is the survival instinct. Swadhisthana Chakra. Spleen Chakra is the survival instinct. So, when these masters relax from the survival instinct, naturally the body is taken over by that disease and it disintegrates.
These enlightened souls having cancer at the last moment. Is it not better explained by the theory of karma? The only difference being that since they were the enlightened souls, they realized that this karma is there, this karma has to be suffered. I mean, without suffering they have to be suffered. So let that also pass through. Others,
maybe I can.
And the process they acquire more karma. They allow this to be passed.
Do you want a social answer or honest answer?
If it is just a social answer, if it is a public meeting, if you ask this question, I would have said yes, it must be, and left it. But I feel, I can honestly speak, it's a small group, and now I have to bring my experience into the scene. You see, there are some things which can be proved by somebody else's experience. There are some things which can be proved only by the personal experience. I personally feel an experience, there is no karma for enlightened person. There is no karma. And there is no karma in front of me. I am very clearly able to see. The games which I am playing, the possibilities are there. If I am getting into the car and driving, the possibility for accident is always there. But I am very clear, before itself, all the possibilities in front of me, just because my inner space is so vast, where all the possibilities can appear and disappear, there is no karma binding me. You understand? Did I explain? I don't know whether I... Maybe I can give you this one incident. Please be seated. Nisargadatta Maharaj. You heard of this Nisargadatta Maharaj? Great master. Very great master. Somebody goes to him and asks him, Bhagavan, enlightened beings do not have karma. Then how are you able to talk to us? He said, I am not talking to you. Then that guy says, no, you are talking to me. Is it not a karma? Then he says beautifully, I am just there in my pure space. Because you want to see me talking, you are seeing me talking. It's little strong. Because you want to see me talking, you see me talking. See, it's like nothing gets recorded in me, what I am talking, and nothing is prepared. A pure inner space, just what you are throwing, that waves and movements you are watching, you are witnessing. I can say, maybe put it in this way, There is no editing happening inside. There is no, you see, there is no interest to inspire you, or there is no interest to convince you. To tell you honestly, you may be from morning, last 2-3 hours of my act, you may be thinking I am interested in inspiring you, or I am interested in convincing you. I have to tell the honest truth. I am not interested in convincing or inspiring. It is just the overflowing joy, my overflowing excitement. I come out of my room and sit in the car. The overflowing excitement for no reason. Something I am sharing. The same overflowing excitement for no reason. Your question I am answering. It is just a overflowing excitement for no reason. If I am not sitting in this hall, if I am sitting in the ashrama, I will be same way, just excited, sitting with the brahmacharis or chatting something and doing something. So it is just a overflowing excitement. If there are no brahmacharis, I will be sitting with the trees in my room. And the same thing, there is no instinct or interest to do anything particular, an intense excitement towards anything and everything. Intense excitement towards anything and everything, not particularly directed to one point, is what I call consciousness. So you just see some part of me reflecting to you.
It was a far preconceived notion. So I have a Jainism background, and even in case of Lord Mahavira, we believe that when he attained the stage of enlightenment, he still had karmas to pass through.
No, that see, when the disciples write biography, they will write like that. And one more thing, see, when disciples write biography, they have to make Guru God. The problem is how I experience myself as God and how he remembers me as God is a big problem. He wants me to have 4 hands, and he wants me to have do all kinds of magics and everything. But in my case, you see, even intuition is a lie. What is intuition? Purified intelligence is intuition. See, when you have the intuition, it's not that against your intellect you will have some decision you will follow. People ask me, Swamiji, don't you have intuition to tell something, to do something? What should I do? I tell them, exactly intuition means, it's not that according to your logical decision, your logic says you have to go now from here. But intuition will suddenly say from the deep, no, sit here itself. It never happens in that way. Your very logic will be refined, purified to such level, what decision it takes itself will be intuition. So it is just a simple flowing, but the disciple does not want that. He wants something extraordinary. He wants aura around me. He wants 4 hands. He wants that I should put my hand like this, some light will come out, and that 80-year-old lady will become 16-year-old girl. And oh, what happened? Your grace, your energy. So he has to write the biography. You understand? He has to write the biography. That is what has happened in Ramakrishna's case also. When they wrote the biography, they started saying he took somebody's karma and healed and all those things. Ramakrishna himself answers in Kathamrita. There is a beautiful book called Ramakrishna Kathamrita. In that he says, fools, don't write like this and all. Don't tell like that. It's now nobody's karma. I don't have any karma. Vivekananda says beautifully, if you try to present me as a god, you imagine I'll come as a ghost and catch your throat. He says in one of his letter he writes, do not build temple for me and do not project me as a god as you want. Present me, experience God as I experienced. Do not present me as a god as you want, then I'll come and catch your throat. He says very clearly, I will come as a ghost and catch your throat. So this gap only is the problem. See, problem is this gap. Let me describe in this way, this one story. You heard this Paramahamsa story that the swans, they lay the egg, and the egg, before even reaches the ground, it hatches and the swan flies back. It just stays there itself. It's the story from Ramakrishna, the Paramahamsa. I read from Ramakrishna, so that's all gospel it describes. You see, that swan is called Paramahamsa, enlightened beings. And suddenly the reflection of that swan fell on one tank and a small river and in some lake. In a lake, when the reflection happened, all the fishes in that lake started jumping around that swan. There's some big fishes come. Some fishes started telling, one big white fish has come, and they all started jumping. Some other fishes saying, no, it is not a fish, it is something else. And some other fishes have started telling, no, it is not fish, not anything else, it's a bird. And all of them started jumping around and playing around that swan. One fish told, hey, stop, only I will allow you to go near that fish. And he became the chief disciple. And and some other fishes have started telling, no, wait. Let us have a small houses here around and live around this swan. It looks so pretty. And ashram is created. And this is the way the things happen. And suddenly one day, see, when the reflection falls on the lake which is in India, all the Indian fishes gather and ashram gets created. If the same reflection falls on in some other country, in some other lake, all those country fishes gather and create a ashram. The settlement happens. So all these things are happening. One important thing, sometimes some fishes jump on that swan and thinks, oh, this swan is so loving, caring, it is always hugging, so much of showering. And some fishes jump out of the swan and say, no, this swan is not like that, it is kicking me out. It's not loving and caring as it's shown. It's filled with hatred and violence. Some fishes write a reminiscence. Oh, this is a loving, caring swan. Some fishes write a reminiscence. No, it's a filled with hatred and violence. All these things are happening. One important thing, swan is not aware of any of these things. The original swan is not aware of any of these dramas. Some fishes jump this way, some jump that way. One more thing, all the biographies written by fishes are all about reflection, not about the swan. About the reflection, not about the swan. One important thing, the swan, the reflection happens for only one reason. The swan expects, suddenly some fish may think, no, it is neither fish nor swan, nothing. It is something else beyond reflecting. And the fish may look up and recognize the original swan. That is the only reason the swan is flying over the waters. It is letting the reflections to happen on the water. Otherwise, the swan is not even aware of the whole drama goes on. Suddenly, the swan moves out and the reflection is not there. It's all over. The fishes which are playing, now what they will do? Oh God, we missed. I always tell people, instead of playing around the reflection, look at the swan. Catch the swan till, see, when the reflection is not there, you don't know which direction to look up. Reflection is like living master in the body. Swan is the original master, the being. When the body is there for the master, he can easily show where to look. When you see the reflection, use the time and energy only to look up and catch the swan. If people are just playing around, some doing these, that things, finally what they will do? When the reflection disappeared, they may build a monument. They will bring some stones here and there. All the fishes will pick up some stones, bring it, and assemble it and say, oh, this is the spot when the reflection, when we saw the reflection of the swan. In those days, we were all playing whole night with the swan. There was a moon, there was a Purnima in that beautiful scene. The swan was there. We were all jumping around. They can write reminiscences and stories and build monuments. That's all. And instead of trying to create reminiscences, stories, histories, monuments, intelligent few fishes look up and catch the swan. That's all. The whole drama I have solidified in one story. This is the one story, how the spiritual organizations are created, how the biographies are written, how the movements happen, how the religions evolve, how the whole thing evolves and lives. That's all.
What is unclutching and how does one unclutch?
This is a beautiful word. answer this, straight answer. When you sit, thought will come naturally. Some thought will come. The moment you see the thoughts are, some thoughts are coming, without giving meaning to it. You will give meaning only if you connect with your past. Am I right? Without giving meaning to it, just remember to unclutch and see what happens. The moment you remember that let me unclutch from this thought, means let me not give meaning to it. For a few seconds there will be a small silent gap. The moment you are aware that there is a silence, it will become one more thought. Then unclutch from that thought. You understand? Then again there will be just few second gap only. Then there will be one more thought. I am in silence or I am unclutching. Unclutch from that thought. Just that gap or the silence should become longer and longer. Over. And what will happen after that? Don't have to bother now. And naturally mind will say, after a few minutes, mind will go away somewhere, wander around. The moment you remember, mind has gone around, then unclutch then. That time unclutch. No need to have guilt, or no need to bother, mind has wandered, nothing. The moment you remember, unclutch. That's all. No. See, when I say, when I use the word banish the thought, stop the thought, you will start suppressing.
Distract the mind?
No need to distract. Just remember, let me unclutch. Let me not encourage this thought. Let me not empower this thought. That's all. I'm not saying empower something else. I'm not saying encourage something else. Just do not encourage what is happening now. You may say, how can it be possible? Just remembrance of this unclutching. Then any other thought comes, no, unclutching is one more thought. Unclutch from that too. In the initial level, it will be very crass, very solid. You may have to, like a fight, you may have to utter that word unclutching like a mantra. It may look like a mantra. But just few seconds, few moments, suddenly you will see. It becomes a subtle process. When I talk, it has to be grasp process because I am verbally communicating. When you do, it will not be verbally this strong, solid process. This will become a subtle process.
Swamiji, many of us, have experienced that this, what you are telling, of course we did not use that word, but we have experienced that this needs a very strenuous mental exercise. And that is not very easy for the common human beings.
Can I answer this question? I'm telling you, I'm really honest. Please understand, I am responsible for what I am talking. I'm really honest. This needs a strenuous mental exercise, is an idea put into your head. See, two things. You always lived with numbers. Numbers is not life. In your mind, you reduced your whole life into numbers. So if you're playing with numbers, is a strenuous exercise. Now, this technique also you are trying to make it like a number. How many times I have to do to make it as a life? You are trying to make numbers out of this technique. That is why the idea strenuous comes in the scene. The idea strenuous mental exercise is nothing but the number game. You understand? I tried 1,000 times, I failed. That is why it is strenuous. The number game itself is one more mental game. You understand? So without trying only, your mind says, you will believe the words of your mind, it's a strenuous mental game. Just try. Even when the mind says it is a strenuous mental game, unclutch from it. One more thought. Just a simple game your mind is playing, and try to play with it. Suddenly you will see this very courage puts your mind completely into silence.
Fundamental question. Why at all the thoughts arise? Is it because of the manufacturing defect in the mind? It is not necessary.
If it is a manufacturing defect, we will put the blame on God. So I can't say manufacturing defect. The possibility, see, the mind can be called as a manufacturing defect or can be called as a possibility to exchange. You understand? The manufacturing defect, you can blame the manufacturer, or the possibility for exchange is there. So let us look in the angle of possibility for exchange to get the updated software. Maybe to constantly to remind you, you are not complete. The mind is put inside the system. Otherwise, you may not raise your frequency. You may not continuously be aware that you need to expand. You need to experience something higher. Thought means just flowing. Sometimes you touch it, means awareness. Sometimes you don't touch it, it's just going. This is the way it is happening. Whenever you touch it and whatever you experience, you do not just leave it. You pick up them and try to create an idea about what is going on in you. You are not able to live with the whole what is going on. So you wanted to just pick up few things and live with that. If your house is too big, you live in one portion and decorate, try to put your energy, attention, everything under one portion. Trying to create that one portion is what this joy shaft or pain shaft. Sometimes you create the pain shaft as a part of you. Sometimes you create the joy shaft as a part of you. Just create an idea. You see, now you have an idea. This food is very tasty. That idea, why? Because many times you had that food and it was tasty. So just the idea, just that depth, that thing, that's where the whole struggle starts. That's where the whole trouble starts. Instead of giving the idea, this food is tasty because so many times I ate and I have an idea about taste and all those things. Relax and straight away just eat. You will see it's totally different. It's not just the word tasty. And one more thing, whenever you create a label, when you say the particular experience or a person brings joy to you, second time the same person, same situation, same place or the same thing, same object may not bring that same joy to you. Because the mind has come in between. It has created the game. So whenever you create a joy shaft, you try to elongate by bringing the same person, same object, same situation into the life so that the expecting same joy will come. The joy shaft will become longer, but the same joy does not come. So the struggle to elongate the joy shaft leads only to pain. Then when you have the pain, you try to disconnect or disturb, break the pain shaft. The more you try to break the pain shaft, the more life you give. Actually, if you just sit and watch, let me have the death fear, it's okay. Automatically it will be replaced by some other thought. But the more you try, let me not have the death fear, you have already created a gap by let me not have so that the death fear can again come. Because you created a gap, you are creating facility for death fear to happen. If you just relax, death fear cannot continue to be in your inner space. Because by your very nature, your inner space is replaced. If you relax, it will be replaced. If you try to replace, it will come back. That's the whole thing. Without understanding the logic, how the inner world functions, we are creating suffering. See, if you just relax, even if it is a worst fear of death or a lust or a greed, it can't hold your inner space. As I told you, simple thought will replace it. But if you are trying to replace, you are creating a gap for that to happen again. It cannot be permanently there. That is the law. So if you relax, what will happen? Something else will come and replace it. Because you are not relaxing, you are creating some other thought. So you yourself replacing, creating new thought and making now space for that death fear to come back. Because you are replacing death fear, what it thinks, oh, now already one more thought has come, now I can go back again. Let's go back. So, by suppressing, you are inviting. By reacting, you are creating. By replacing, by force, you are creating place.
Them as uninvited guests, the thoughts which
Uninvited guest. Uninvited guest also creates irritation, you see. You don't have to create that irritation. Sometimes it creates an irritation. It doesn't have to be irritation. It's like a completely non-caring. A complete, what to say that, not bothered. Not bothered. Not bothered. Even these words are too small. Unclutching is the ultimate right word. Use that word itself.
So much of literature available. What is your view on scientific reasoning on spiritual healing?
It's good in the initial level as an inspiration. To tell you honestly,